Yorina! Good evening, good morning, good afternoon! Welcome, welcome, welcome! I'm here with a very special guest and scientist. Hello, can you introduce yourself?
Yes. Yes, hello. I am Neg Nasu. I am a funny purple wolf, and some may say that I am an expert in bones.
Indeed, indeed. Like I figured as a wolf, you know all about the bones, right?
Yes. I went to school for bonology.
Exactly. And I went
Yes,
to
yes,
school
yes,
for
yes,
bone
yes.
surgery, so in a way, we match perfectly.
Yes, bonology, the study of bones, bone
Mhm,
surgery, the surgering of bones.
We actually both have a bonology degree.
Yes. Joru just did her double in
Yeah.
surgery.
My
Yes.
PhD in bone surgery.
Yes. The D stands for dissection.
Yeah. Welcome everybody. I noticed a couple of new follows. Thank you for coming in, and also thank you for the resubs that were like I think that was Shogun Killa and Weshio while we were on the loading screen. Thank you everybody. I'm very excited because we've been kind of planning this collab for a while now.
Yeah, we honestly have. I'm so excited.
Yeah?
Joru, let me just say, Joru is one of my favorite people, and I've always been too shy to reach out to her. And the only time we ever get to hang out, because Joru's always busy because she's so cool, is on stream. So I'm actually so psyched. Like
I'm so
like,
excited. Like
I called her so soon.
like it's you're making me all like by saying I'm one of your favorite people because you're one of my favorite people. It's like
I just think Joru is so cool. You know, she's so wise.
I am very wise. I have
You are
the
so
ancient
wise.
knowledge.
You gain 1 point of wisdom for every bone you do not possess.
Exactly. You know, did you guys know that by having bones you get negative wisdom? Like it's a
true.
debuff to your stats.
It's true. It's true.
It's true. It's all facts. You know, if
There
you
are no
study
neurons in
biology,
bones.
you'd know. Exactly. In fact, they need neurons to keep moving, so you're just like wasting them, like extra spots in your RAM. Like you just gotta get them out of there.
Exactly.
Oh, we already got some bones being offered up. Thank you. I see some metatarsals on the inspection table. You know, like actually we do have some in the background. Like if you can scoot a bit to the left, there you see. That's you, chat. You're already inspecting some bones. Like you guys are actually assisting us today. You're helping us. Though a lot of you are in the front as well. Like I'm actually not sure who the bun and the neck paw is in the back, but you guys can fight over that position.
Yes. It's the interns.
Yeah, those are the interns. But as you can see,
and
this
bad interns join the bone pile.
Exactly. Like as you can see, this is a very professional lecture. You guys are out in front, you know, neck paws and buns all lined up. You've got like your lab equipment, and we're just, you know, gonna tell you a little bit about bones. Do you have any bone cleaning fluid? Actually, Neg.
Yes.
You told me a little bit about what they use to clean the bones, right?
Oh yes. I learned this from bone school. I definitely didn't learn this on the internet or from a video game. I learned this from bone school,
Mm-hmm.
but you use vinegar to clean bones.
Exactly. And now
Yes.
the big grand magician's reveal. Neg, if you take a step to the left, what do we
Yes,
have
sir.
here? It's a Heinz vinegar! So we do have the bone cleaning fluids.
See, we have to be very hygienic about the bones, you know,
Mhm.
because bones can contaminate.
Exactly. We don't want like any dirty bones.
If you sniff in a bone, you know how everyone's all worried about microplastics these days, you know, but nobody's ever worried about microcalcium.
Yeah, they don't tell you about the microcalcium that you've got in your blood, you know? That's actually what causes your terminal bionitis. Like, I'm glad you brought this up because, like, it's all about the microcalcium, you know?
Yes.
And I believe we have some white vinegar.
Yes, the
Yeah.
bone whitener.
Yeah, it makes the bones whiter. It cleans them really good. It gets rid of all the grime, like any muscle that might be attached. You know, like just stray there. Like it's really good for cleaning. Yeah, microcalcium's a silent killer.
Exactly. Microcalciums.
Exactly.
No. If you inhale them, you are in danger of growing bones.
Oh, and you don't want to grow more bones than you already have, because I'm
Oh
gonna be
yeah,
real with you.
no.
Like, most of you already have too many bones.
You know, there's a reason why bonehead is an insult.
Exactly. You know, like, I know it might be scary, but like, so many of you still have like an entire skeleton stuck inside of you. And like, it's better to take it out before it hatches. Because when it
Hatch?
hatches, like, it's over, you know? I'm just, yeah, it's
Wait.
chill.
Wait. They didn't teach me about this in bone school.
Oh, this is in the master class.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
They'll teach you soon enough.
When does the skeleton hatch?
The skeleton hatches, like, that's the scary thing. You don't know when it will hatch. It depends on, like, you know, the skeletal growth. If you're eating a lot of microcalcium, the skeleton will hatch faster and sooner. So it's actually really dangerous.
Is that what arthritis is?
Yeah, actually, that's the skeleton trying to get out. Yeah, hatch. Like, this is what they don't tell you if you don't go to bone school. But this is what Big Bone is trying to keep from you.
The big bone. Jory, if New York is the Big Apple, where is Big Bone?
Where's Big Bone? I mean, that's like in a shady back alley where they, you know, keep all the big pharma to the same building.
Big Bone needs to pick a name for itself. Why?
What bone does the bone connect to? Funnily enough, the bone. Like, it's just bones all the way down.
Oh, that's a little bit redundant, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just like bones.
Exactly. Also, I just want to point out something for people who haven't noticed yet, but did you see anything new about Neg today? Did you notice it yet? Anything new? Any of the Neg balls? Are you seeing it? Are you seeing it? It's not the hat. Because...
How about now?
Can you see it?
How about
Yeah,
now?
there's a goat and glasses!
Yeah!
Like, Neg is kind of crazy. She actually drew these and rigged them in one day. Which is insane. The ID card is very fancy too. I actually made the ID cards for the two of us.
I was very excited for stream with Joru, so I speed ran, drew and rigged glasses and scuff coat.
It's so good. Neg also made me the coat, though mine isn't like rigged on, so it's like a little bit more floaty, but it's still so pretty. It's still so cute. I love it. Like, I'm just very excited. We've got some very educational material, you know, for today. So, you
I'm
know,
just happy because we match. I'm
Yeah.
very happy that we match.
like, actually, let me scoot a bit closer so people can see the matching lab coats. Ta-da!
What do you wanna show him our full body?
Oh yeah. Ooh. There we go. Oh my god, I love how you can do the squat as well.
the lab coat isn't rigged for the squat, so it's
That's okay.
a little bit janky.
Mm. But yeah, those are our little matching lab coats. Like, you know, Meg is a little
we look
shorter,
so
so
good
hers is like a
together.
little longer.
We look so professional.
Right?
We look so good together.
We do. It turned out so well. I'm really excited.
Right?
Like,
I'm so happy.
311 Legends.
Look, there's a lot of equipment in this lab, okay? And sometimes you just need a shrink ray.
Yeah, exactly. Like, actually, sometimes you just need to like go stand on a table and
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta
oh no, she's gone. Oh my god.
Oh, I can't stop looking at us together. I'm so happy, you know. Your new model with my new model with our lab coats.
It looks so good. We both have like wiggly tails still.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ladies, don't step on the equipment. It's okay. It's our lab. We'll pay
Yeah,
for the
it's-
new
it's-
stuff.
Well, did you know that foot fungus actually makes a bone examination more accurate because it's just like how the bone would be if it came from the ground?
Exactly. No, it's part of the testing.
Like duh, why do you think dinosaur bones come from the ground? Jeez.
Actually, the number one dinosaur location is in the ground, which is shocking. Not
Wait,
many
are you
above
saying
ground
the-
anymore.
The
Yeah.
Earth has bones too?
Yeah, and they're waiting to hatch. They're just taking a little longer. They've been there for a while. The thing is, like, plenty of people are already working on removing the earth bones. They're called archaeologists. So, like, we don't have to worry about that, you know?
Yeah, no. We just study them.
Yeah, we study them. Though, like, you know, I am a licensed bone surgeon. So, like, when it comes to you guys, if you want to get that skeleton out before it hatches, I can provide my services, you know? That's fine. That's fine.
I still have a spinal cord stuck in me.
I mean,
Could you?
yeah. I can take that out 1 second. Let me just, like, lean in there real quick. Oh,
Okay.
okay. Yoink. There we go. There we go. Feels better, doesn't
thank
it?
you. It feels like 5 years of tension just left my body.
You know, you could save
Oh.
so much on, like, massage costs and all of that, you know? Really makes a difference.
I see. I thought I had chronic pain. I thought I was getting old, but no, it's just my bones.
I think it might have made you a little shorter, though. Like, I hope that's okay.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah?
As, I can live with that.
Okay, that's good. That's a relief. That's a relief. When
yeah.
we finish removing the bones from all living things, we start removing them from the earth. I think our mission is a very long one.
Listen, it's called a life mission for a reason.
Yeah. Like, if ever we finish removing every single bone, we can move to the earth. But I think they'll actually finish with those sooner than we do.
You know, Joro, it's
Mhm.
actually quite shocking. I heard that almost close to 100% of all children born now come with bones.
It's
Have
crazy.
skeletons inbuilt.
It's crazy how far, like, the skeleton plague has spread. Like,
Yeah,
you know, you don't realize it before it's too late.
you know, it's all about what the mother choose, what the parents choose to consume while the child is germinating.
Well, you see, the problem is the parents, they have a skeleton too. They didn't take it out before it hatched. Now the children have a skeleton as well.
This is an epidemic, isn't it?
It really is.
Everybody in the chat, raise your hand if you have a bone.
Yeah, chat. Which one of you still has a bone? Because, like, you know, it's okay to admit, but it's not too late, chat. It's not too late.
It's not too late for you.
See, there's still
no.
time. There's still time. Don't worry.
Oh
about
no,
it.
there's a lot of boned individuals.
Oh, there's a lot of hands raised. There's a lot of hands raised. Oh, an exoskeleton is actually okay because an exoskeleton
Oh.
isn't a bone. That's actually fine. That's
Also,
fine.
crab is okay. Crab
Yeah.
is okay.
Crabs are okay.
Crab and beetle are okay.
Yeah. No,
What about
exoskeletons
spiders?
fine. Spiders, no bones. They're fine actually.
Yeah, no bone, all good.
hmm Like, you know, shockingly
beep.
enough, sharks, all fine. They have cartilage. They don't have bones. You know?
You're really trying to switch to a bone-free lifestyle, but it's hard. Yeah, I mean, it's really hard when bones are everywhere.
It really
know,
is.
it-
It really is.
It's not your fault.
Mhm.
Don't blame yourself.
Like-
It's
You know, as a
It's like
society, like,
capitalism.
it's really hard, like, you know, go over to no bones. You know?
mm,
Big
mm,
Bone
mm,
really
mm,
has
mm.
its hand in everything. Are teeth bones? No, actually.
mean,
Teeth are fake bones, which means you can, you know, keep them. They're fine.
yes. Teeth are what we in the expert field
Mhm.
call positive calcium.
Yeah, exactly. They're positive calcium.
yes,
They're not part of the skeleton that wants to hatch, though it will often steal it when it hatches, but they're actually not related. So it's actually fine.
Skeleton will steal your teeth. And much like hair and fingernails, teeth are of the same class of calcium.
So,
Yes,
like, you
yes,
know,
yes, yes,
hair,
yes.
fingernails, teeth, it's all fine. It's all fine. It's
Yeah.
positive calcium.
They're putting bones in everything nowadays. Like, do you even know how much bone is in gummy worms?
It's true. It's true. But, you know, like,
Wait,
in the gummy worms, they're reusing the bone, so that's actually kind of okay, because like they're putting the bones to a better use, like where they're not like uprising and killing society.
Yeah, but aren't you worried about the children? What about the children that get exposed to the bones in the gummy worms?
Oh yeah, no, that's why gummy worms are 18 plus. Like you shouldn't feed them to children.
Okay, but so you're saying for an adult, your body can handle a certain amount of bones before the
Yeah.
skeleton starts to grow.
Yeah, of course. Like that's after you've had your bone removal, and then like as long as you're not feeding the skeleton, it's okay.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. Oh,
Do roaches have bones? No bones in a roach. Actually, most insects, no bones. They're all fine. Nothing to worry about. Yep.
Where did bones come from?
Well, a very long time ago, at the dawn of the universe, there was this thing called the arch skeleton, and when it saw that like humans were born like perfect, boneless, it needed like a place to lay its eggs. So the arch
Right.
skeleton, also known as Lord Bone,
Right.
basically infected the first humans with a skeleton, and they've kind of just persisted ever since.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's actually really
Wait.
sad.
So Joru, bones are eggs. Skeletons are eggs, but not all eggs count
Oh
as
no.
bones.
Skeletons
Yes,
hatch
yes,
from
yes.
eggs, so
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
but like eggs, they can hatch many different creatures.
But what about birds? Birds hatch from eggs, but there are skeletons in birds.
Oh yeah, it's like a double egg layer situation, like an egg in an egg.
Like an onion.
Like an onion. Yeah,
It's
birds
the
are
onion
quite
of
like
the bone
onions.
world.
Oh, in our opinion as bone professionals, what's our favorite bone? Well, we're actually gonna cover that today. Like,
Yes,
that's why
yes,
we
yes,
have the
yes,
bone
yes.
lab. That's why we're doing bone science. It's so we can tell you the definitive best bones as well as the worst bones.
Top 10 bones coming from us.
Exactly. There's so many bones, and like luckily once you've like taken them apart, the skeleton is powerless, so you can like just use them as like a little snack, a funny little decoration, building materials for like your favorite like hut in the woods, or like reinforcing the ceiling. Like you're free to do with the bones whatever you want. You just have to disassemble the skeleton.
I quite like hanging the skeleton whole, just once you remove
yeah,
the
yeah.
skeleton from the body, if it hasn't hatched yet, and it hasn't started moving yet, it should be fine.
Oh yeah, no.
Like, it's
If you're
just
sure that the
stationary.
skeleton is like out of commission, if it's safe, you can put it up. Actually, that's one of the reasons like this Halloween tradition started of putting the skeleton out. It was actually
Yes,
an
to
ancient
scare
days.
the Bone Lord,
Yeah,
right?
to scare the Bone
Yeah.
Lords. Because you were saying
Yeah.
like, look, Bone Lords, I have seen your minions and we have removed them. You have no power over us.
Yeah.
And then the
yeah.
Bone Lord doesn't visit your house at night.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So ironically, having skeleton means you have no skeleton.
Exactly. That is like, something left up to the professional. Do get like, a professional telling you that the skeleton is like safe to use, Have to be sure.
Right.
That's also why, you have to leave the bone surgery to a professional. They can take the
Correct,
skeleton
correct.
out.
Correct. Because if you're not careful, even in a decommissioned skeleton, sometimes if you scrape away the layer of skeleton sleeping powder, which happens on bones after you remove them from the body, it's kind of like a defense mechanism of the skeleton where it tries to keep itself safe until
Exactly.
it finds a new host.
And like
right?
if you haven't cleaned the skeleton with the vinegar, the skeleton can still have spores on it. And that means it can like spread like airborne, which is quite dangerous.
Yes.
Mm-mm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct skeleton. Does a body have multiple skeletons? Oh, well, I haven't.
Well, in
I haven't
very rare
seen.
cases, like if you are consuming too much bone, you can grow a second skeleton, and that's just really bad for you and everybody around you. Because like if your skeleton hatches and two of them come out, oh boy, that's not what you want.
Oh,
Yeah.
sounds kind of cool though. Not gonna lie.
Oh, it definitely is cool that they make very many movies about it, but you don't want to be near when it happens.
the double skeleton man.
Exactly. What are our thoughts on cartilage? Cartilage is fine. That's like a good calcium. Harmless, no problem.
What
there.
about bone marrow?
Oh, bone marrow?
That's like the skeleton blood, isn't
Mhm.
it?
Yeah, and actually a good little snack. Very tasty.
So that's safe to consume.
Yeah, safe to consume.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, and also if you are a dog, you are safe from the bad calciums, because
Exactly.
that's why dogs eat bones.
Mhm.
That's why dogs eat bones.
Like,
we have
actually,
the
like one of the reasons like mankind domesticated dogs and like wolves back in the day is because they were a natural enemy of the bone lords.
We have an enzyme that can digest bones.
Exactly.
Yes.
So dogs they are naturally immune. They are our heroes. Exactly.
And that's actually why I got into bonology in the first place.
Mhm. Like, actually, a lot of dogs and wolves in bonology, shockingly enough. Most of my class back in the day.
Well, you see, it's a common misconception that if you study bonology, you get to eat lots of bones. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Like,
a lot
unfortunately,
of
they
them
don't
are
let you
known-
do that till like the final
No.
practicals. You have to go like 2 to 3 years of bonology before they let you like eat the bones. A classmate of yours in high school grew a second skeleton and it hatched in the math class. I'm so sorry. You know, they don't tell you about this, but it's a real hazard, you know? It does happen.
That's so rare though, skeletons hatching that young.
Right? Like, but I guess if there's a second one, you know, it has to hatch quickly, otherwise, you know, there will be no room. You know, it's forced to come out early. My skeleton got some metal hardware. Should I be more afraid? You know, it depends. Like, if it comes out, can it wield it as a sword? Because that is the question you need to ask yourself.
If
You know, sharp objects are very bad. You know, the skeleton is already quite threatening on its own.
But Joe, I heard that the skeleton itself is actually I learned from my bonology class that the skeleton itself is actually quite weak.
Oh, yes.
It is in fact the muscle that keeps the skeleton up.
That is true. The problem is like the hatching is often so violent that, like, you know, its casing has no chance of survival. But you know, it's also just very traumatizing for the people around you. Exactly. What's the black outside is the button? That's you guys. You know, it's your shadow.
Yeah, that's you.
You can recognize.
It's buns and neck pals.
Yeah, the bun and the neck ball mascots. They're down there. That's you guys. You know, you're part of our lecture.
Yes.
You know, like I like to imagine you're all actually looking for your like next bachelor degree, and today is like the open class at the bonology course.
Yes, where we are the special guests, as
Yeah.
they say.
You know, to give you like a little bit of taste of like, you know, what the jobs are like in the field.
If you are a dog, you are in luck. They need many bonologists in the field because skeletons are a spreading epidemic, and
It really is.
you know you are very lucky because you get to eat the bone afterwards too.
And like, you know, we need like more people like all the time, because like these things, they're not very well known. You know, most people, they go to college and they're like, I want to study business, and then they forget that, like, well, they forget the skeleton inside of them. And that's how we, you know, arrived at this situation we have today.
Yes.
It's very, very severe. It's the first class where the teachers stand on the table.
It's for emphasis,
It's for
okay?
emphasis.
We learn. It's like theater. We have to keep you engaged somehow.
And like, honestly, if you join us in bonology, you too can jump on the
Can
table.
stand on the table.
You are just allowed to. It's just wild. You know, if you join us in the lab, you can just get away with it.
Technically you're not supposed to do this, but we'll let you off.
Yeah, especially on like open day, you know.
Yeah, why do you think it was called a podium? Exactly.
Exactly. Podium it comes with the word to stand on the table. It's the Latin definition, actually.
What can bonology do for your small business? Well, you see, bonology is one of those courses that come with a lot of backlash, you know, because the public is not very educated about the dangers of bones.
Exactly.
Just
and
yet.
there are a lot of scientists that are in the pocket of Big Bone who will tell you that what we're doing isn't real. And, you know, it's very unfortunate. But, you know, the more you study, the more you'll find out the truth.
Honestly, it's very sad that a lot of you guys don't even know about bonology and the
Exactly.
dangers of a skeleton.
But as for what it can do for your like small business, I mean, it means your small business can survive because if you are running your small business and your skeleton hatches, well, you're not gonna have a small business anymore now, are you?
Right, right.
Mm,
You have to know which side you stand on the skeleton war. It's very important to keep yourself educated about these things.
exactly, exactly. And the skeleton war is coming sooner rather than later. You know, it's just a matter of
Yes.
time.
If you don't choose meat sack, then you are automatically choosing skeleton.
Exactly.
Just so you know.
And the skeletons, they don't care for you. They only want to use you to hatch. That's all.
Yes, yes.
Mm.
Do not let yourself be sweet talked by skeletons. They may say things to you like, but do not be fooled.
You know, the clicking sound, it's like sometimes, you know, when you're sleeping in bed at night and you hear like, you know, some like clicking or like footsteps around your house, that's actually the skeleton trying to come out. You know? And you know, like when you crouch and like your knee cracks, that's actually a skeleton testing the waters, like seeing if it's safe. You know? It's like,
And
the older you get,
Yes.
the more the skeleton is gonna keep trying this, and you know the time is
Yes.
going.
yes, and come on, raise your hand if you've ever had the moment where you're stretching your legs in bed. You know, you're stretching out, and then suddenly your calves start cramping.
Yeah,
So bad. Yeah, that's the skeleton.
that's the skeleton. That's the
skeleton
skeleton.
trying to devour your muscles.
It's trying to like stop you. Remember how the muscles are stronger than the bones? It's trying to knock out your muscles before it hatches.
Exactly, exactly.
Yep, exactly. Exactly. What would you rather hug? Something soft or a bone?
Well, hopefully we make all bones soft enough so that they break.
That's it. You know, once we you know soak these bones in vinegar for a very long time,
Yes, yes.
they'll be
yes,
much
yes,
more
yes.
huggable.
Yes. Kill the fungus.
Exactly, exactly. Kill the spores.
Jordan, I've got a question for you though.
Mhm.
So you know how Big Bone has its bony little fingers in everything,
On
everything that we
everything.
do, right?
It really
So-
does.
So what is your take as a professional, one of the top professionals
Mm-hmm.
in our field, I might say, about the lobbyists for Big Milk? Because
Oh.
Big Milk and Big Bone seem to really like coupling up with each other.
Actually, Big Milk actually is run by the Bone Lords. Yep. You know, they don't tell you this, but it's true. Like the Bone Lords running Big Milk, trying to make sure you eat as much calcium as possible so that when the bone
Are you-
hatches, it will definitely overpower you.
Are you allowed to say this?
I mean, they deserve to know the truth.
but Big.
Look,
But
it's
I've always
fine.
been told to drink lots of milk to grow big and tall.
I mean, it's a tough reality, but like, you know why you're still like kind of on the shorter side? It's the skeleton that has been taking your milk instead. It's been taking your hide away this entire time.
My skeleton has been drinking my milk?
Yep. For the skeleton only. Nothing's for you.
Man, I can't believe this Big Milk would throw away the well-being of everyone just to
right?
get into the pockets, the wallets of Big Bone.
And Big Bone does have a lot of money to spend, you know, the Bone Lords, you know. It's hard to fight the good fights, but we have to, you know. Today is like the start of like our great battle, and you know, I hope you guys will come to understand too. Mm.
You know, there's a lot of funny skeletons in pop culture, but I hope you are not fooled. That is Big
Yeah.
Bone.
That's
That
Big
is Big Bone
trying to
putting
fool you.
them there.
Exactly. What are the cows up to? Unfortunately, the cows have no choice. Big
The
Bone,
cows
like,
are just victims.
yeah, they're just victims of the skeleton lord. Just like the humans, you know, they're just used to hatch.
It's very, very sad.
It's very sad. It's very sad. Very tragic.
Milk is actually good for improving bone health, and if anything, not good for bone health.
But then why is the Bone Lord sponsoring the Big Milk? It might go deeper, you know, we're just scratching the surface of the conspiracy.
I think this is a big brain marketing strategy.
Mhm.
You know, to show for Big Bone to show that he is an altruistic lord.
Or maybe the Bone Lord wants you to believe he's weak.
Yeah.
Mhm. Mhm.
Oh.
Big Milk is just trying to get money from the Big Bone believers. Maybe Big Milk is playing both sides. It's hard to tell.
It's very, very hard to tell. These businesses are very, very crafty. We are but scientists, not the business people.
Look, we're just like scientists. We're just studying the skeleton. We're just studying the bones, the application of bones once they're like disinfected and usable, as well as the removers of bones. Like, who are we to talk about the Bone Lords?
I don't think Big Bone is attracted to Big Milk. I think Big Bone is just using Big Milk to get what Big Bone wants.
Oh yeah, no, it's very manipulative.
Yeah, and then Big Bone's gonna abandon Big Milk.
Yeah, no, and it ends like Big Milk is not gonna come out on top, I'm afraid. Yeah, and you can't mess with science, like in the movie, when that they'll make in like a decade of our escapades, because we'll be the first ones who alerted the universe to this.
Yes.
We'll be the ones to save the world. That's how it's gonna go.
Yeah. Yeah, and one of us will tragically die to the Bone Lord.
Oh damn. Maybe
it always goes like that in the science movies.
It's
like
true.
One of us will die.
It's true. Somebody, because we know too much. Very, very long-term prediction. Like who gets killed by the Bone Lord first.
Place your predictions now. Who is?
Hold on, I'll make
who
a
is
poll.
the sacrifice?
Poll.
Yes.
Who gets killed by the Bone Lord?
Oh, it's like in John Wick. where like when one of us gets killed by Bone Lord, the other one is like, all right, I've had enough of being in the lab. I have to pick up the gun.
I have to do it. I have to avenge my lab partner. Okay, I've made a poll. Wow, it's me.
Oh, Jara, it looks like you're gonna die to the Bone Lord.
Oh god, wait, no, Neck, you're catching up. Maybe.
Oh. Hey, look, I am a dog, okay? I can eat the Bone Lord. The Bone Lord is afraid of me.
That's true. As a dog, you have a natural type advantage against the Bone Lords.
But the Bone Lord might hire someone to take me out.
Yeah, that's true. If it comes down to it, I'll take the tragic death. I'll weaken him, and then you can get a kill as revenge.
But Joru, you can't be the one to die, Joru. You're the one with all the bone experience.
But you're my apprentice. It will be in your hands.
Master, you taught me everything I know.
Everything I know.
I don't know how to do this without you.
I believe in you, Neg. Please carry on the mission in my stead.
It can't be anyone but you.
It has to be you, Neg.
Wait, how come we just decided that you died?
I don't know. The poll is tied right now. It's evened out.
That's a bad end. We both die in the world.
Guys, you have to break the poll. We can't both die to the Bone Lords. Who's gonna save the world? Are you gonna do it, Chad? Are you gonna take up the mantle?
Yeah. If you kill us both, then you better pay attention in this class, because then it's up to you.
Exactly. I hope you're paying attention, because otherwise.
Yeah. The moment the poll ends, we're gonna know.
Yeah. Oh boy. My knees look bony. Oh no, that's just my pure muscle.
That is slander. How dare you?
Not a bone in this body.
Not a single bone.
All of it has been very properly removed.
Bone.
Oh! I get killed!
Oh, Joru!
Nick.
Oh no.
When I'm gone, Nick.
I can't.
You have to carry out the cast. It's all up to you now.
I'm not strong enough.
I know it's too soon, but
I've never even cracked open a wishbone before.
You and Chad will have to get your first wishbone together, and please
I don't
wish to defeat the Bone Lord.
Joru! Joru, no! No, Joru!
No! And that's how it's gonna be when the movie hits the cinema.
Coming soon. In how many years?
Well, about a decade. It takes a while for the whole thing to warm up.
Yes. the Bone Lord is still recuperating right now, so we still
Mm.
have time. So don't let it get to that point.
Yeah, you know, like a couple of centuries ago, there was actually a really big battle against the Bone Lords. They don't teach you about that, like in history class anymore, but he is, like, you know, hibernating at the moment.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mm.
Does anyone know where his lair is? Are there any speculations on the internet?
Well, I don't think we can talk about it on stream, because then he's gonna relocate, you know? He's gonna find new spots.
That is true, but if nobody knows where he is, then maybe we can crowdsource.
Oh. Okay.
You know?
You know, that's a good point. Like, maybe we should, like, ask around. Like, you know, keep the buns in the neck balls, have to keep an eye out, like, on the different continents,
Yes.
for any, like, hints of the Bone Lord's lair. Yeah.
The Bone Lord Slayer? There's a
Mhm.
legendary Bone Lord Slayer?
Yeah, and, like, it actually has a lot of treasure inside of it.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. It's true. It's true.
The catacombs.
The catacombs would be a very good place for the Bone Lords.
Catacomb.
Indeed.
It was not by my phalanges that I was once again given bones. I was brought here by the humans who wish to pay me tribute.
Oh no. Oh, and have a safe flight, Stoppy.
Oh, take care.
Take care. Believing the Bone Lord is no longer as weak. No, it's true. Like, thanks to inscription. Like, and he is fueled by the power. You know, the power of people who believe in bones. It's true. It's true.
I mean, why do you think bones are so big in pop culture?
Yeah.
It's all because of Big Bone.
You ever watch a movie?
Sans Undertale?
Actually, Sans Undertale is Bone Lord propaganda. Like,
Right.
I'm sorry to say this, but Toby Fox is in the pocket of Big Bone. You know?
You know, skeletons were nowhere near as widely accepted until Sans Undertale.
It's true. Sans and Papyrus, they really, really put out the bone propaganda.
Sans and Papyrus are nothing like real skeletons.
No.
You cannot trust them.
Cannot trust real skeletons. For one, they will, like, you know, you don't know it, but like Sans and Papyrus, they hatch from somebody. Where are they now?
Yeah, who did they hatch from?
Yeah, dead.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, well, it's Skeletor be in this.
Well,
Skeletor?
One of the Bone Lord's minions.
Skeletor is... He's evil! What else do we have to say?
Yeah. Sans is Ness confirmed. Actually, yeah, Sans hatched from Ness. Ness is dead, guys.
Ness is dead and Sans killed him.
Sans killed
But
him.
see, Sans is not Ness. Okay, Sans killed Ness. Don't get it twisted.
They're not the same person. He murdered Ness in order to live.
Man, this. See, like they're just trying to rattle your bones. These are very serious accusations. You hope we can prove them in court. We don't have to. We're
We don't
scientists.
have to. We're scientists.
Yeah.
I know, worst comes to worst, I do have a courtroom we can go to. So, you know, in the end, we'll figure it out. Give the Pope unto us a bite for the ancient Bone Lords. Oh god, it runs so deep, doesn't it?
Oh, jeez.
Oh, it runs so deep. Big Bone has a hand in everything. But you know...
Jeez, even popular YouTubers.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, at the very least, we can educate you about, you know, the threats of the Skeleton Army. And, like, you will know what to do. Hopefully.
Yes. We do not know when the Skeleton War is coming, but we just want you to know it's coming.
It is coming. Within the next 10 years. So be ready. Be ready. Yeah. Skeleton hatched from himself?
You see, like when you say he hatched from himself, sometimes there are meat sack defectors who will choose to let the skeleton take them over.
That's true.
And at that time, the skeleton will strike a deal.
Mm-hmm. And like sometimes some of the consciousness remains, but that's no way to live, you know?
Yeah, it's like you're sharing your consciousness with the skeleton. Like, do you really want to?
Famous skeleton defectors include Toby Fox and Matt Bat, actually.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you guys might not have seen it, but there have been leaked transcripts of very secret phone calls where they signed away their rights for the skeleton to hatch.
Yeah, with the bone parts. Is there any good skeleton? Yes. It is rare, but once in a while, a skeleton will be sympathetic to us meatbags. Yeah, Mr. Bones is actually a good one. And you also know, the skeleton on like the saxophone or the trumpet? That one's actually a good skeleton.
The skeleton?
Yeah, the dude skeleton is actually a nice guy.
Oh,
Yeah.
he was my phone wallpaper background for a while.
Yeah, exactly. Like I knew you'd have good taste in skeletons, Nick. I knew it.
Thank you. You see, like he was the only skeleton with a good vibe, and I was really not sure at first, but you know.
No, you can tell. You can tell when the vibes are good. You know that's like a good skeleton.
You know, and also the Tudut skeleton, like he's not a scary skeleton because he doesn't have the rest of his body. He's literally just a skull and hands.
Exactly.
Right,
That's like how you
right.
know it's fine. Oh yeah, Papyrus is actually a pretty good skeleton too.
Yeah, he eats pasta. I trust the skeleton that eats pasta. Stan's Undertale has done so much irreparable damage to our culture that we just have to we can't have Toby Fox. We disown Toby Fox.
Actually, in the bonology field, we have this thing called like the skeleton litmus test, and that's to see if they'll eat the pasta. Because generally speaking, it's like a very good like indicator that a skeleton is probably on our side if they will eat your pasta.
Right. Because eating pasta, that's a meat sack activity.
Exactly.
Skeletons don't usually. Yeah.
Like pasta is like lawful goods, and like skeletons that are eating the pasta, they are likely on our side.
Yes.
We got a meow. Would you give a meow as well? I know you're a dog, but
I can do my best. Okay. Meow.
Oh, that's a good meow. Maybe.
Thank you.
In exchange, I'll give you a bark. Oh, ruff, ruff, ruff.
That's such a good bark.
I learned in bone class.
Because there's a lot of dogs in bone class, you know.
They taught me how to speak dog.
Isn't that also where we met in bone class?
That's where we met in bone class. Indeed.
Yeah.
We had a practical exam together.
Yeah. You know, your Joru was the top of our class in bone class, and I was struggling a little bit, and I asked her to tutor me.
Yeah.
You know, I only passed bone class because of Joru.
Like actually, before we owned this lab together, like I was actually tutoring Nag in this very lab.
Oh, this used to be our mentor's lab.
Yeah, our university lab.
Yeah, now it's our lab.
Now it's our lab. Dedicated only to bone studies.
How do you feel about growing skeletons in pots, like a plant, to study?
I think that's quite charming. Because like especially when they're in the pots, they never grow too big, you know?
And when they hatch, they don't hurt anyone.
Exactly.
And these skeletons are not affiliated with Bone Lord because
we
cultivated
cultivate them. So like they don't hatch, they don't kill anybody once they like finish growing. They're quite amicable.
Yeah,
it's a bonsai skeleton.
Bonsai skeleton.
A bonsai skeleton.
I think there were quite a few dogs that were in bonology to learn how to grow their own bonsai.
Do you have a bonsai at home, Nick?
No. I can't. I get too hungry. Like I plant it and I just dig it up and I eat it.
Oh, I feel that. You can't leave the bones for too long.
Yeah. Also, I've got a bunch of neg pals in my house. I'm just afraid that one of them might, accidentally get infected with the bone.
Oh yeah, no, that's quite dangerous. Like, like I do think that having some of them around, but like, I feel you. Like I use bones sometimes for construction. I use it for the bone throne, for the ceiling, the walls once in a while, and like sometimes you're like, want to take a little nibble, right? Then you have to get more bones to replace them.
Right? It's just it takes so long to grow a bone. Why can't I just eat bone immediately?
Right?
It's not like I want a pet skeleton.
The eternal question.
Joe, do you have any friends who have pet skeletons? Like the good pet skeletons?
Oh yeah, no, I know a couple of people, like some of our ex-classmates from Bonology, who keep like some pet skeletons at home these days.
Oh, yeah, I figure. Hey, I figure.
Mhm.
Now, how do you tell the difference between a pet skeleton and a Bone Lord skeleton?
I don't know. Like I figure they're like a lot more well behaved, right? You know.
Yeah. That's
mean,
true. That's true.
I hear that if you throw them a bone,
Can they re-assimilate Bone Lord skeletons?
I mean, maybe there's like a chance for a conversation to be had there.
Fundamentally, they seem to be completely different species.
Right? Like, but you know, maybe one day we'll have peace, but like probably not till the Bone Lord is gone. I've heard that homeopathic bone remedies can help keep my skeleton at bay. I mean, it can keep it down for a little bit, but there's no substitute to bone removal surgery, I'm afraid.
That is true. That is very true.
You know, it's just one or the other.
And I understand if you're hesitant, you know.
Mhm.
You've learned how to live with your skeleton, and sometimes some people have very bad side effects after getting their bone removed.
But you know, it comes down to your
Hmm.
surgeon. Like we have many people in chat who have had the bone removal surgery, and they can testify. Completely painless. They feel better than ever. Mm-hmm. Get a research grant for this live stream thought.
Get a research.
Actually, I'm planning to send this in as my PhD master thesis defense.
Oh, wait. Did they let you send things in like this as defense? Wow, Bone School got really advanced.
Yeah, bonology is actually kind of at the forefront of like a university. One day we can live together in harmony.
I don't know, bro. There's still a bunch of other different fields of science that are saying that our theory is a little bit phony.
Did the Bone Lord ever have a meat bag? Actually, no. The Bone Lord is a bit of an eldritch creature kind of situation, where, like, you know, at the dawn of time, he existed, and he's the one who used us to procreate, basically, as the meat bags.
Yes. It's like think of it like when maggots when there's a certain type of wasp that lays its eggs in
Exactly.
in another parasitic eggs.
Exactly.
Yes.
Are we talking about osteology? Oh, I'm so sorry, sheep, but osteology is actually a completely different research field that's in the pocket of Big Bone. We're talking about bonology.
Yes, osteology seeks to take care of the skeleton. We want to
get that shit out of there as fast as possible.
Question for the panel: which is the hardest bone to remove for beginners? Oh, I'd have to say, I mean, it depends on if you want to isolate the bone.
Exactly.
Right?
Like, it also depends, like, you know, like you say, you do like to display the bone afterwards. So, like, getting them all out in, like, one very clean piece can be very tricky for a beginner. You know, especially, like, a rib cage, that can be very hard.
Oh, but rib cages are quite elegant once you're
They're very elegant. They're one of the best
yes,
display pieces.
They're also one of the most dangerous parts to let a skeleton keep.
Exactly. Like, you do not want the skeleton to keep the ribs. That's when they are the most powerful.
Yeah. Osteology tells you all about bone features and makes you think bones are cool.
Exactly.
Way different from bonology.
Very, very different. I'm glad you guys are also, you know, donating the skeletons you have in your closet. A very dangerous place for skeletons to be. You don't know when they're gonna jump out. You gotta get them out of there. Gotta clean them up.
Yes. But we understand that you do have a skeleton in your closet.
Very common. Very common.
Yeah, very common. It's like snakes, you know. You shouldn't be removing them yourselves. Yeah. And if you do, you have to be very careful. Do it bit by bit.
Happens all the time. We understand.
Yes.
You know, we are professionals.
This person is an osteology convert. You see, you noticed that the classes were bogus, didn't you?
Exactly. Like, you know, like if you study osteology long enough, you start realizing this doesn't check out. Like, I have, you know, encountered the Bone Lords, and this is not what bones are all about.
Right.
Exactly.
See, osteology is trying to keep the existence of Bone Lord away from you.
Exactly. And, you know, the higher up you get, the more you have, like, you know, the time invested. Like, I know it can be very hard to break away from osteology, so I'm very proud that you did. Little applause. Well done. Good job.
Good job. We're proud of you.
I keep the skeletons in the basement. Also a good place to keep them. It is like, harder for them to climb out if things go wrong.
Yes, yes, that is true.
But
Hey,
if you're
where
not a
are you guys?
professional though, like,
Where are they getting all their skeletons?
oh, skeletons just
Hey.
kind of like start like infesting people's like closets. Like it happens a lot of the time.
Oh, it's never happened to me, but I guess it's because my family does like yearly exterminations.
Exactly.
So
You have to
it
keep on
just
top
never
of it.
happens.
It's like one of those
Yeah.
things, when a skeleton hatches and like it doesn't know where to go, it will
Mm.
often like, take up residence in like somebody's basement, somebody's closets. And before you know it, you've got skeletons in your closet.
Yeah, and if you leave that unchecked, it can start spreading like spores.
Like they will start,
Mm.
just living there together. They'll tell their skeleton friends like, "Hey, I found like a good spot to live." And before you know it,
They're like wasps. Like the smell of skeletons attracts other skeletons.
it's true. It's true.
Which is also the dangerous thing why you shouldn't be trying to fight the skeletons on your own, because when you break the bone meal that comes out, that smell will attract other skeletons.
Exactly, and it will get on top of you, and you can't smell it, but the skeletons can.
Yes, and they will think that you are another skeleton, and when they find out you are a meat bag, an unboned meat bag, you are in danger.
Yeah, they will try to make sure you have bones again, and like you don't
Yes,
want to
yes.
go get back to that kind of state of living, you know?
Yes, yes, yes.
Mm-mm.
Exactly. Don't try to handle skeletons on your own, or you will be boned.
It's true. How
Oh.
do skeletons see without eyes? That's part of the Eldritch magic, passed down from the Bone Lord. Oh, uh-oh. There might be a skeleton in the next room. I think she's exterminating it. Hold on, don't worry. Neck is a trained warrior. She knows how to fight against the bones. She'll be fine. While she is fighting some skeletons, I will answer your questions. The skeletons, they do indeed make banger music, which is part of the bone propaganda, actually. Try not to get boned. Try not to get, distracted by it. Or that your own skeleton communicating with them to try to free itself from the beat button. It's true. It's a problem. If you, hear your bones crack, if you feel your knees crack, that sounds, it can actually spread across, roughly 20 miles. And, every skeleton in the surrounding will know you are there, basically. Used to be called Bone China. Why did they stop making it? That's true. It's because Big Bone was behind it. It all comes back to the conspiracy. It all comes back down together. Neck. Oh, she's
Sorry,
fighting.
Sorry,
It's okay.
sorry,
I told them you had to fight off one of the skeletons. I told them
Yes,
you are a
yes.
trained warrior. You'll be okay. How'd
Yes,
it go?
there was a skeleton trying to bust into my house.
Happens all the time. Especially once they
Yeah.
know you're onto them.
It's a very dangerous stream for us to conduct right now.
I know. They might have tracked us down.
I've got bone saws. I've got many things to destroy bones with. So please keep yourself armed. If you do not have an expert near you,
please Chad, we've been telling you this entire time the dangers of the skeletons, and this is just a real life example. It could happen to you.
Wait, Jodo, we should warn them. Now that they know this information, the Bone Lord is way more likely to attack them.
Oh yeah, I'm so sorry about that, but when you signed up to the open day college course Boneology, you knew about that, right? It's
you did have to sign a waiver, right?
You did have to sign a waiver before you came to this college course.
Yeah, you did read the terms and services.
You guys read the terms and services to everything you do.
Yeah, I mean, it's not our fault if skeletons find you, right?
Exactly, right? Does this facility have security? We are actually the security. Me and Meg are trained professionals.
Yes, we don't have much funding. As we said, Big Bone has their bony little fingers in everything, and so it's very hard to get funding. So we have to do much of this ourselves.
Yeah, but it's okay. Me and Nick have fought many skeletons. If any of them burst into the classroom, we will have our, anti-bone material swords. We'll be fine. We've got lots of vinegar to go around. You guys just hide underneath the lab desk, and you'll be okay.
Correct. Oh, you know, Joru. Actually, did you know D&D? By the way, everybody, did you know that D&D is actually beginner training for those who want to join the fight against Bone Lord? Yes!
It is actually. The creators of D&D, they actually know about Boneology, and they are actually there at the forefront trying to train you on how to deal with skeletons.
Yes, and they're doing it very subtly as well, because while while they do not say that they are against Bone Lord, they are subtly teaching you how to deal with Bone Lords. Ever wonder why the big bad is usually a lich?
Exactly.
Bone Lord.
Like the
Mm-hmm.
Bone Lords, like Heavenly Kings, like they are all basically liches. And there is actually, like you personally might not come up against the Bone Lords, leave that to the professionals. There
Right.
is like, a small percentage chance that you might have to find a lich eventually. Like especially when the war starts, there might be one in your city. That's just odds. That's percentages. That's chance.
Yeah, and I mean, liches are basically high-ranking officers of the Bone Lord.
Exactly.
So in every major city, he's gonna send at least one. I
Yep.
mean, there's no way he doesn't, right?
Like every major city will have to deal with at least one lich.
Common skeletons are weak to bludgeoning damage in real life. Well, you want me to tell him, or do you want to say it, Jotter?
Well, here's the thing. It's not so much the bludgeoning damage as it is the dismantling damage. The first thing you want to do when you fight a bone is take a skeleton is take them apart. Scatter those bones, make sure they cannot reconnect.
Which is why sometimes incorrect bludgeoning can actually be more dangerous for you. If the
Indeed.
joints are still in place, the bone shards that get everywhere, they are dangerous and they can still infect you.
Indeed. Remember, they are covered in the spores. So if one of those stray bone shards, pierces your skin, you may be reinfected by a skeleton.
Yes, exactly. You have to dismantle the skeleton from the joints, which is very, very difficult for beginners.
So of course, if you're in a few years fighting in the skeleton wars, if you even have a suspicion you've been reinfected, do see a bone surgeon immediately.
Yes.
It's very important.
Is connective tissue part of the skeleton? No. That's a ligament. That's different. The skeleton feeds off the ligaments.
Exactly. It's not necessarily part of the skeleton. It just uses it for sustenance.
Which is why you always feel like your bones and joints hurt.
Exactly.
That's not the bone hurting. That's the bone feeding.
That's the skeleton attacking you. Exactly. What about necromancers? Necromancers.
They've been indoctrinated.
Yeah, they're a bit of a rogue agent, I know it sounds good, freeing the skeletons, controlling the skeletons, but it's also an awful lot like what the Bone Lord does.
I think what it is there's a lot of necromancers out there that think they can be a mini Bone Lord. You know what I mean?
They get power hungry. They become too power hungry, They think I'm not a Bone Lord, but what if I could be?
Yeah, right. They're like Bone Lord defectors. They're like, if Bone Lord can do this, then why can't I? They're very, very misguided.
Exactly.
Because they end up getting killed by Bone Lord anyway after helping Bone Lord a lot.
They think they're really cool double agents, but in the end, you can't really count on a necromancer. They all go mad with power. That is indeed why they teach you joint locking in all your material arts classes. That is actually true. Material arts were mostly created to fight the Bone Lord.
Exactly. So it's like Gunpla and Plamos, right?
Yep.
It teaches you a lot about how the skeletons lock their joints.
Exactly. Why are clerics so good at dealing with skeletons, even if they didn't study boneology? That's because holy magic is naturally effective against the Bone Lord.
Because of course the Bone Lord himself is an evil entity.
He is an evil entity. He's one of the most evil in this universe, if not the most evil.
Yes. Yeah, actually, Joru, didn't we have to take take 1 or 2 classes in holy magic?
Oh yeah, no. Both me and Nick have all the basic healing spells down. We actually know all about it. Yeah, we do have bodies. I am wondering if we should get off the table.
we probably should get off the table. This might be a bit hard for them to hear us from up here.
Yeah, I think we've made a point. I think we've made a bunch of emphasis. Maybe we should come a little closer again. There we go.
Okay. This works. I think you are now educated on the Bone Lord.
Yeah. You know a lot of stuff about the Bone Lord. You know why we're doing this. We know why we're removing the bones. But boneology isn't all about war. It isn't all about fighting the Bone Lords. There's a lot of fun
Yes.
stuff you can do when you study boneology because there's so many practical applications of the bones, like after you've removed them, you know?
Yeah, like you can make little miniature figures out of them.
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah.
What's the
Is
snow
it
in the
true?
background? Those are the buns. Those are the mascot of my
Yes,
channel.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, there's the neck
Mhm.
pals and the buns. You
Yeah.
are here for our lecture.
Exactly. But yeah, you were going to talk about like the figures, like one of the practical appliances you can do with it.
Yes, yes,
Mhm.
yes. So, you know, Jodo and I, like, we both like building Gunpla, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's actually because of our fascination with dismantling and rebuilding bones.
Exactly. Like
Yeah.
in a way, like the gunpla, like the mech concept in general was made to fight against the Bone Lord because much in the
Yes.
way that the bones hatch from us, we have to think on their level. We need to get into an exoskeleton of our own
Yes.
and
Because
become
bugs,
like them, you know?
yes, because bugs are good calcium. They have carapaces, but they're not bones. So if
Exactly.
the opposite of bone is bug,
Hmm.
and big mech suit is like bug.
We need our own exoskeleton, and that's how we can fight the Bone Lords.
Exactly. We must become bug.
It's one of the best ways, you know, humanity stands a chance against the Bone Lords.
We are training for the skeleton war. You know,
Yeah.
we're training to build our mech suits. We're
Yeah.
building mech suits.
You know,
for
like
the warriors.
it's one of those things where like a lot of you think, of course, like a skeleton isn't going to be that big, but that's because like you're used to like the common skeleton that like hatches from humans. The
Right.
Lake Store, they're like a lot bigger. Like, have you ever seen like the Japanese yokai? That's like the Gakudoko, like I think it's
Yeah.
called. You know, that was from the last Skeleton War. Those are like actually, you know, archive images like of the battlefield. That's how big the licks are gonna be.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
Joru,
Mhm.
didn't you say that your great grandmother was a survivor of the first skeleton war?
It's true. It's true. She was.
Is that why you got into bonology?
It is. It is. I'm following in her footsteps. You know.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like
Did she tell? Did
she told me her
you,
stories about like how she fought against the, like giant liches. Like it.
were the history books right?
Well, the history books we read in class, they are all correct. A lot of, you know, the history has been erased by Big Bone.
Oh.
Mhm.
Oh.
It's a shame.
Is it true that during the first skeleton war there were rows and rows and rows of bones, skeletons coming out of people, you know, just bursting out during weddings, during parties,
Everywhere.
just so they could infect more people easily?
It's true, it's true. Like the first time, you know, people weren't ready for it. They didn't know what was gonna happen. So like
Where did the giant bones and liches come from?
Oh, remember the bones that are buried on the ground?
Yeah, dinosaurs are liches.
Yep. They take a lot longer to hatch, but when they form together again, like a Voltron, that's where the liches come from. Yep.
You see all those scientists putting together pictures of dinosaurs. Dinosaurs aren't real. Okay,
Dinosaurs
that's
aren't
just
real.
Big Bone trying to cover up the fact that those are lich bones.
They just like puzzle them together to like make things look like dinosaurs, but actually, that's part of the lich. Like I'd say like would you agree? Like roughly 5 to 6 dinosaurs go into one lich.
I heard that it was. I heard that it could go up to 10.
That's true. Some of the
I'm
big
not
liches,
sure.
yeah.
But
But definitely
yeah,
on average,
on
it's
average,
quite a few.
Yeah, average it would be like 5 to 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite a lot.
Yeah.
Those are the archliches. Yeah, the ones that like up to 10. Like I heard that like one of them like reportedly went up to like 20. Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, but at least that one has been defeated, I think.
Isn't that how big the Bone Lord is?
Oh no, the Bone Lord is like even bigger. It's crazy.
Whoa.
Like the Bone Lord will engulf this planet if we don't stop him.
Hey, Jordan, someone's saying that it's a common misconception and that there was no first skeleton war.
Oh, that's
apparently.
True. Like it's easily referred to that, you know. It's been ongoing, but you know, like the smaller scuffles. They just kind of became stuff of legends because people didn't always believe you when you say you saw a skeleton hatch from somebody. They just say like, "Oh, you're a murderer. You killed him," you know. But the first skeleton war, that was like one of the first mass assaults of the Bone Lords, like on the battlefield.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was when the Bone Lord thought that he could actually beat us.
Exactly, exactly.
Yes, yes, yes.
We need to start building the Jaegers. It's true. We need to set all the mechs. We need to get those mechs together.
Yes, yes. And we will help you assemble them as
Hmm.
bonologists.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Fun fact: making a mech actually one of the few applications you can use bones for in construction.
Yeah.
You know.
They will be very confused when they see a big skeleton head on your
Uh huh.
mech.
It's like using the it's kind of metal actually. Using the bones of like your fallen
Yeah.
enemies. You can use
Yeah.
it for your mech. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know how like in rock and roll like they reappropriate a lot of skeleton imagery.
Hmm.
Actually like you might think that that's big bone propaganda,
Yep.
but actually me Neg Nasu as a retired rock star, I can tell you that the imagery of bones in rock and roll, they represent fighting back against big bone and using bone to fight bone.
I mean, rock stars have been like historically very defiant. Like they are on the good
Right,
side of
right,
things, you know?
right.
Yeah. I heard that the meteor that struck the earth was summoned by ancient necromites to get more bones to work with. This is actually true. Yep,
Yep, that is true.
that's true. That's actually a fact.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, but Big Bone is trying to turn that into a theory. It is fact. We know
No,
it is true.
it's true. Not a theory around. It's actually true.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. Mhm.
Exactly. Wonder if Earth itself has a skeleton? It might as well, considering how many bones are inside of it. But
Yeah.
it's basically a big incubator.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they were
Mm.
thinking about when they said we're not going to take it. Exactly.
Exactly. Are pirates followers of Big Bone? Actually, pirates are famously anti Big Bone.
Mhm.
The fact that it's on their flag is like, the spoils of war, kind of showing
Yes.
them that, like, we can kill a skeleton.
Yes. The fact that it's a cross as well
Mm.
means that like, it's kind of like they're canceling skeletons with skeletons. It's very
Exactly.
very hardcore.
Exactly. It's in the fight against bones, pirates have always been one of our greatest allies.
It's true.
The incubator is the name of the final level of the bone sword.
The incubator.
That's actually, when they in 20 years, 10 years after the bone war, like the skeleton wars are over, they will be
Mm-mm.
making a Doom wad about the skeleton war, and that's the name of level 30. It's true. Yep.
I heard that Doom is actually and FPS are actually quite helpful for training you against the skeletons.
It's true. It's
It's
true.
training for the skeleton war.
Yeah. Like, you learn all about weapons that are quite effective against skeletons.
Mhm,
Like you
mhm,
even fight quite a few of them, and they do fight the way skeletons do in real life. Skeletons
mhm,
are actually
mhm,
known to throw fireballs and use rocket launchers.
mhm,
It's true.
mhm.
It's true. Does this mean Skeleton Wars is a documentary? I haven't watched this one. Have you seen it, Nick?
I have not seen it. I
Mm.
don't know. I don't really consume much skeleton pop culture. I'm gonna be honest
No.
with you. I mostly study the real stuff.
Mm. See some pirates
Mm-mm.
work for the Bone Lord. I guess, like, pirates are, like, at the core, like, a mercenary kind of force. Some of them will
Right.
always
Right.
betray the cause.
Like no matter what field you're in, I think there's always
Hmm.
gonna be some fake ones
Exactly,
who
exactly.
aren't. Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
always
Yeah.
double
Yeah.
crossers, there's always spies, there's traitors. It's
Mm,
gonna
mm,
happen,
mm,
you
mm,
know?
mm. Mm.
Exactly.
Yes.
There's also
So
the
Jody,
skeletons in Wait. Yeah. Yes.
Jody,
Nick.
Jody.
Hmm.
I believe that, but before we run out of
Oh,
time for
yeah,
that
yeah.
presentation.
No,
Yes.
it's okay. Like, I've got like something very useful for the
Mm,
class year. So
mm.
these are just like some of our notes that like me and Nick have worked on.
Yes.
Uh, because like today you are here on like your trial. You are here to like learn, but you're also here to have fun. We're also here
Mm,
to
mm,
tell you
mm.
about like some of the fun things you can do outside of the war to relax.
Yes, exactly.
Cool things you can do with
Exactly.
bones. So let me
This
also
is
get out of the way a little bit. Boop, 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 boop.
this might be a little bit hard to read to the inexperienced
Mhm.
bonologist,
Yeah.
but if you look just straight from the top right, you can see we are measuring the angle of a bone. That
Mhm.
is the average bone joint.
Yeah. And that's
Yes,
like the
yes,
average angle of a bone. And like actually, if you like attack it like along the perpendicular line there, it will actually split the bone very easily.
yes.
Mm-mm.
And when that shatters, it doesn't tend to spray bones everywhere.
Yeah. Oh, and of course,
Yes,
I
yes.
am wearing glasses for the presentation. That's indeed very important. we need to be able to read our notes because here we are for our activity of the day, which is of course, the sorting of the bones.
Yes.
Yes. So
Oh my.
you
Oh
have
my.
defeated
There
a
are a lot of
skeleton.
axes.
You've gotten rid of a bone. You've performed a successful bone surgery. Now you have to do something with these bones, right? You have to
Right.
put them somewhere. A lot of the time the person you perform the surgery for, they don't want to deal with the skeleton. They are not equipped for it. They're like a little bit scared. So you're gonna end up with a lot of extra bones. Look at me. I have so many bones. You guys, you're really fighting a good fight. You guys give me bones all the time. But you have to do something with them. And some bones are just objectively better than others.
Yeah, some bones are just more useful than others. It's like, we'll tell you which bones you can safely bin. Because I
Exactly.
know there are some bone hoarders out there who think that every bone is useful.
No,
You
and
know,
that's
and,
just
and,
simply
and
not
then you just
true.
have like boxes and boxes of garbage bones.
Yeah, and you
We
don't
don't
want
want
to
that for
wind
you.
up with boxes and boxes of garbage bones. There's just no point in it. Mm.
Is
So,
it safer to eat bone-in or boneless chicken wings? Obviously boneless.
obviously boneless. If it's a safety measure,
Right,
Which
right.
bone is better, a female or a whip? Oh, don't worry, we'll get there.
Yeah, we will get there.
But I think a good one to start with is the most classic of all bones. The skull.
Yes. The skull. Ooh, so Joru,
Yeah,
the skull. I'd say the skull is very practical, but I wouldn't say
super
that it's
practical.
yummy.
It's not
I'd
delicious at
say
all.
yeah, no, the skull is full of
Yeah,
The
it's not
the
particularly
flavors in the
edible.
skull. Yeah, it's too sticky. It's the texture not good.
No.
Ugh,
I think the
very hard to
skull,
prepare.
it's very practical because you can use it for decoration, you can use it for intimidation, a nice little candlelight, bowling ball. Exactly, the teeth kind of ruin the taste.
Yeah, the teeth really ruin the taste, and they take ages to prepare because you need
Yeah.
to carefully scrape off the teeth. But this is a bit of a hot take, but I will say the things that you can decorate with a skull are a little bit limited. You know, like a
That's
skull
true.
is very classic, but
That's
like
true.
I
The
wouldn't
thing
be
is, it's
building
a
a table
pure
out of skulls.
decoration. Yeah, you cannot use the
Mm,
skull in
mm,
the construction of your walls, for example. If you're constructing a new palace, a new doghouse, you can't really use the
mm.
skulls for it all that well.
Like I think a skull is a very loud statement. I think a
Mhm.
skull is a good centerpiece for someone who really wants to display themselves as a warrior against Bone Lord, right? But
Exactly.
so I think I would actually put the skull smack bang in the center of this
Smack
chart.
bang the Sanka. Wouldn't it be a little bit
Yeah.
above, just a little practical?
I mean, it's really hard to say,
it's
you
a
know,
statement piece. That is true.
because
And
a skull, yeah.
if anything is gonna be a true neutral, the skull is iconic. It is a personal preference. It can go any which way.
Like you can't have skeleton without skull.
No. But I think that does take us to one of the other charts, and that is that everybody loves a skull. As far as gifts go, I think it's a really good one to give out.
But I also do think that skulls are a little bit too common, you know? Like come on.
It's still, but
Like,
it's a
how
classic,
many skulls have you received?
I mean, it's a cliche for a reason. People are saying
Yeah.
they make good mugs, they make good pen holders, they make good bowling
But-
balls. It's a very versatile gift.
But I mean, if someone gives you a bone, it's like, I mean, if someone gives you a skull, it's kind of like, were they really thinking of me? Or were they
that
just
is
trying to
true.
give me something out of
It's not a
courtesy?
very personal gift.
Right.
Yeah. Well, where would you put it on the giftability scale?
I would say stocking filler.
A stocking filler?
I think skulls are stocking filler.
It is common, but it's
Yeah.
easy to put it in there.
This is a very hot take from me. I think most people would put one in the everyone loves one tier.
I mean, but you make a good point.
Bit...
Most of us already have one. And
right,
at some point, it's a mug problem. You like mugs, but you have too many mugs. You're running out of space.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. And Roxicam has a good point. Skeletons only have one of them, so if you take it, it is a statement piece.
It is true. I mean, a skull given to you by someone else has different value from a skull that you harvested yourself, right?
Exactly. But that's it does kind of a homegrown, a home battled skull. It's very different from one you bought at the store.
Right. Like if someone harvested a skull specifically for you,
That's
It's
that's
kind of
a
like
that has meaning. It's like somebody knitting you a
yeah.
sweater. They slayed a skeleton for you.
Yeah, but most of the time people just kind of buy a store-bought
They
skull.
just get it from Walmart,
Mm,
don't they?
mm, yeah, so I think it's a little bit,
Yeah.
yeah, stocking filler.
No, that's a good point. I would say though, like skull squarely got no.
Yes, goth.
Yeah,
Yes, goth.
absolutely.
Although,
Hmm?
although I'm just playing devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
If giving a skull has the meaning of you took out the skeleton yourself, it's a centerpiece, wouldn't that make you kind of jock then?
I mean, I actually have the perfect solution for that. Because, like,
Right.
I believe that's a different category. Because
Mm,
we have, of course, the pirate skull.
mm.
And the pirates, as we saw, like talked about, are great, allies in the fight against the Bone Lords. And I feel the pirate
Oh
skull
yeah,
is
this
very
one's
a
jock. This
symbol.
one is so
It's
jock.
so joke, right? Like they
Yeah,
took
yeah, yeah.
out.
Yeah. Pirate skulls are so
Exactly,
jock.
exactly. Like I would say,
Yeah.
like it might even be god jock, because they still have the aesthetic, you know.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, I'll
Yeah,
give it to you. Goth jock.
yeah,
Goth
god
jock.
jock. I think
Yeah.
the pirate skull actually can go in the middle.
Yeah. On that note though, like pirate skulls, I think they are a lot more impractical because these skulls have
It's
already
true.
been constructed.
It's true. Like
Mm,
somebody already put the bones on it, and like you kind
yeah.
of want to free them to like assemble your skull yourself, you know.
Mm.
Like, and that's I
And
think it's a bad idea to give as a gift, isn't it? It's impersonal.
mm, yeah, it's impersonal. Like you wouldn't want an already completed Gunpla. What's the point?
Yeah, exactly. You want to like
Yeah.
assemble it yourself.
Yeah, that's a bad idea.
Yeah,
And also because someone's already like put the sealant and everything in there, you cannot eat this. Like you will get sick.
exactly. It's not
You cannot eat
edible. It's not
this.
edible.
This is
Like
bottom
it's
left for sure.
honestly not practical either because you can't make anything new with it. It's just it's altogether like a pirate skull is cool, looks
Mm,
soft, it looks
mm.
nice, but like what is it saying? You know?
It's somebody. It's like used underwear. You don't want a
Yeah,
pirate skull.
exactly. And also like in
Yeah.
this day and age, how many of you have earned a pirate skull? Like you're like unless you're a pirate yourself, like are you really supposed to be displaying this pirate skull? You haven't
Yeah,
really earned it, have you?
yeah, I mean there are a lot of people out there who aren't pirates and who haven't made their own pirate skulls and they're just
Exactly.
using the icons. It's quite tacky.
Exactly.
Mm, mm,
I
mm.
I may have messed up this icon, but we'll just leave it.
Yeah, that's fine.
No. It's not about One Piece fans. It's like how many of you, have earned this pirate skull? Because I think like, after you get some like skeleton slaying, you can make your own, and that's quite different.
Right.
That's a completely different scenario.
Although like
Hmm.
there are a group of people out there who do like finding like bootleg pirate skulls and like taking them apart and
Oh, that's
sort of
actually quite fun.
repurposing them.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's not very practical. But I think it's a niche in a niche.
Yeah, exactly. The pirate philosophy
Mm
is to
mm
create your
mm
own Jolly Roger. Exactly. Make them
mm mm
yourself,
mm.
put your
mm.
own like skull and bones together, and it will be so
Exactly.
much more meaningful to you.
Exactly.
Mm.
Like I said, it's like used underwear. You do not want somebody else's pirate skull.
Exactly. You do
Mm,
not.
mm,
You do
mm.
not. It's not worth it. Yeah. Uh,
What you got next?
hold
What
on.
you got? What you got?
Let's see. So we've got the skull, we've got the pirate skull, and of
Mm.
course, like the next thing we think about is the neck bone. You know, attaches to the skull,
Ooh.
and it's quite a nice shape, isn't it?
Ooh, I'm gonna say right now, this one's delicious.
This one is
This
so
one's
good. Like this one
crunchy.
crunches. It has the good texture.
And it's not too hard to bite through.
Exactly, and you can even like take it apart, just like snap a couple of bones off for like a little snack if you need some on the go.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. They sell these in supermarkets in like packs.
They do. They are
Like
good for making
15-minute
stocks.
packs.
That's actually a good point. It's a good point.
Mm.
It is a hard one to obtain without damage, but that makes them like so much more precious, isn't it?
Yeah, right. I'd say they are a little bit more impractical, but if you
Mm.
have like, well, no, if you have the skill level to
Yeah.
work with these,
Like I
these
would
are
say they're
very very
pretty
useful.
easily. They're like very delicious, but like a little bit hard to work with.
Mm.
But like oh so good, oh so good.
Definitely. Like these, like you think of a spine, right? We haven't gotten
Mm.
to a spine yet, but
Oh,
like
not
the
yet.
the neck bone is like a more luxurious version of the spine bone.
It's actually true. It's actually true.
Mm.
What am I watching? Academic research into
Bonology.
bones.
Yeah.
I prefer to feed them to your dogs because it keeps their coats shiny. That's actually a good point. Like that actually
Yeah,
it
well,
raises the
that's why I love
practicality a
these.
little bit, you know? Just a pinch bit. And I would say, you know, everybody loves one. You know, they're like in practicality doesn't matter if you want to gift it to someone. You know?
I think everybody has a use for this, you know? Like if you can't break it apart to if you don't have the skills to
Hmm.
build something with them, I think everyone can eat these, you know.
Exactly. Like you might not be able
Right.
to like no build with them, but as a snack, everybody loves it.
Yeah.
Everybody
Yeah,
loves it.
this is like a like what do I compare this to? Like a high grade chocolate, like a Ferrero Rocher?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
Or
yeah, yeah,
like
yeah.
what you call it, like a Toblerone, because they kind of have that
Yeah.
shape.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And then you snap it. It's so delicious. It's so good, guys.
It's actually
It's
true.
so
In
good.
many cultures, gifting this bone has so much meaning.
Right, right.
Hmm.
Oh, you know what my mom used to do whenever we fight a fresh skeleton, she likes to snap this part off and she likes to fry it up a little bit to make it a little
Ah,
bit crispier.
you know, I heard it's actually quite good if you dip it as well.
Oh yeah, and soy sauce. Yeah,
Exactly, exactly.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
honestly,
yeah,
just a
yeah.
very good practicable on a round. Where would you put it on the pot and jog scale though?
Oh, it is like entirely jock.
That's what I was
It's
thinking. Yeah.
it's entirely jock. Like this there's nothing goth about this bone.
No, no,
This like
no.
I'm
This is a
sorry,
jog
but
bone.
yeah, this is a bit of a
100%.
normie bone.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Everyone understands this one.
Mm. Like I don't think like
Mm.
any of you would argue that like the neck bone is jog. Like I mean goth,
Yes,
you
yes,
know?
yes, yes,
Pretty straightforward. Pretty straightforward.
yes.
And it's true, the marrow on the neck bone's top tier. Very good. Has like the juice in it. Mm,
Mm. I
exactly.
love this bone juice. Like you just get so much use out of this one bone juice. I'm
It's
feeling a little bit
perfect.
bad of placing it in the impractical square.
I mean, it's just because it's so fragile, you know? Super
Yeah,
delicious, but just like fragile.
it's just a high skill floor, you know.
Mm-hmm. You know, but like if you know
Mm.
how to deal with it, it's just very good.
Yeah, neck bones are normally wrecked because of sports.
Mm-hmm. Exactly,
Mm,
exactly.
mm,
That's the
mm,
fragility once again.
mm.
Yeah, chicken necks too. Actually, like a lot of these like carry over across different species. But you know, when it comes to the neck bone, like I feel like there's one elephant in the room, and
Mm.
by that I mean the giraffe. You know?
Okay, this is a hot take, but the giraffe neck, no, absolutely not. The giraffe neck bone might as well be a spine. Like that is a fake neck bone.
I'm so glad somebody is saying it. Like I'm just gonna say it right now, right here. The giraffe neck bone doesn't taste as good.
it's the cheap neck bone that they label it as a neck bone in the
Exactly. In the
supermarkets, right?
supermarket,
And
you
then
know,
they
they'll sell you fake neck bone. Like it's actually giraffe neck bone. It's not the good stuff.
yeah. Yeah. They're not it's not illegal because they're not lying.
Exactly. Like, and it's
Yeah.
crazy. Don't get yourself ripped off. It's like, you know, it's how they try to get a good deal out of you, but you don't want it. You don't want it.
Exactly.
Hmm.
Although like giraffe neck bones are so common because skeletons love them.
I mean, skeletons love them.
Yeah, skeletons love giraffes. Like they're such large hosts.
Exactly. Like a host that
Mm,
size, like it's a good way to
yeah.
like incubate like minor liches, you know?
Mm. And I think they
Hmm.
prefer them to elephants as well because
Oh
elephants like they
yes.
have a lot of natural calcium usage with the tusks.
Yeah, yeah. Which is like a
So it's
waste of space for
competing.
the bone, you know?
Yeah.
Exactly. It's actually what's going to raise a good points. Some places in the world use giraffe bones for infrastructure, which you know
But
it
most
is
of the
true.
world
They are less
chooses normal
fragile.
spines. That is true.
Hmm.
I think the giraffe bone is more or less useful depending on who you
It is
are, but
like
it is a
a bit more practical, but it doesn't taste good.
yeah, no, it's only slightly better than the pirate skull.
Yeah, like it's not by a
Yeah.
lot. It's still like a bit of a cheap substitute, but like it is better than a neck bone.
Mm.
Hmm.
You harvest neck bones, your own neck bones for dogs. It's good training and bonding.
I thought
Exactly.
this was a human bone ranking. Oh no, no, this is a bone ranking. Human was never specified.
Like, come on. We have to be fair, you know. It is not only humans that are fighting the fight in the skeleton war.
Exactly. Like everybody is involved. Skeletons are all over the place. And sometimes, you know, I think we cannot avoid addressing the elephant in the room, which is the job.
Mhm.
You know?
Mhm.
Exactly. Oh, I think Neck is dying. Uh oh. Uh oh.
Wait, it's
Neck, come back!
internet.
Oh
No,
god, she's fighting
Bone
another
Lord!
skeleton! I
Bone
knew the
Lord!
Bone Lord has found their location! Oh no!
No!
Oh!
No, my bones!
Oh,
that a femur?
oh God, no! Keep fighting, keep fighting! Yeah, you have your bone bat, right? Use the bone bat. Oh, she's back. Dodge, dodge! Oh, are you safe? I think you got a kneecap there. Oh,
Yeah. I'm good.
oh man, the Bone Lord's
Gee,
really after you tonight. It's dangerous out here.
This lecture is summoning the other moles to my house. Why are they not going to your house? Are they afraid of you? I think they are afraid of you.
I famously the Bone Lord is not very good at swimming. So they're having like some trouble getting over here.
Oh, but Japan and Australia are both islands.
Oh, but I'm under the ocean.
Oh.
I'm in a slightly safe location.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Look, we don't have much funding.
We don't have the
because
funding for security personnel.
Big Bone convinced the government to pull out all of our funding, so
Look,
we've only just got each other.
We need some of you to like enroll into Bonology so we can get a bigger grant.
Please sign our petition.
Please. Okay. Now I will say, the neck bone for a giraffe, like as a giftability, it's pretty good as a gag.
Yeah, it's a good gag gift to
It's a
say like,
good gag gift.
hey, bro, I got you some neck.
Yeah. As a gag, it's not a practical gift, and they're
Yeah.
probably gonna get rid of it afterwards, but it's a pretty good gag.
Yeah, I think it's a safe one to like throw out as well. Like you
Exactly.
don't want to keep this one.
Like nobody minds if you throw out a giraffe bone, like after you get gifted it.
Well, I mean, like someone desperate could use the giraffe bone, so always see if there's someone you can donate it to.
That's
as well.
true. Like if you like post on like Facebook Marketplace or like somebody might be looking for a giraffe neck. Exactly. Now, this might be a controversial take, but I think the giraffe neck actually goes into goth.
Oh, I agree. Because goth is all about being alternative, and
It's
I think
true.
giraffe bones are they kind because there are some like hot takes on the internet, like hot take, I actually like giraffe bone.
You do see it all the time, like I log onto Twitter like every single day.
Yeah, everything. It's kind of like you're not special, bro. Like we get it. You don't mind giraffe
It's
bone.
like, man, okay, you like the things the other people don't like. It's fine. I
Yeah,
get
geez.
it.
And it's kind of like, and half the time they're lying as well, just for the internet points.
Yeah,
Jeez.
like, do they even really like the giraffe neck bones? Like, we all know it doesn't taste good.
Right? It's like,
It's an undisputable fact.
you can't trust them. They've never been to bonologies, so
Exactly.
they know. We can see through them.
They
Yeah,
do
people
engagement
engage
based.
with skeleton takes all the time.
Especially since Twitter Blue and they get like money
Yeah.
for it. People just have so many bad skeleton takes.
Oh, George, do you remember there was like this time like last year when Twitter was blowing up when people kept trying to convince everyone that teeth were part of the skeleton?
Oh, crazy. And that makes a biologist mad, like they're trying to get you.
Yeah. Yeah. It was actually like trying to lure out the bonologists. Like
they
the
were
normal
actually trying to
people-
find our location by doing that.
Right.
Mm. Exactly. It's dangerous. You cannot fall for these things. That's how they get your IP address.
What's the next bone on our
Okay.
plate?
So, I think, of course, we like looked at the neck bone, but then we also have the worm, also called the spine,
Oh, the worm?
Yeah.
Oh,
Commonly
the
referred to as the spine.
Oh, the spine is such a classic.
It's a classic,
It's such a classic. It's also the last bone that people think is safe to leave in your body. After the
Exactly.
rest of the skeleton is done. Like some people choose to leave the spine in their bodies.
It's true. It can cause trouble because it can really give you a lot of back pain.
But some people get so used to the spine, it's kind of like addiction.
Exactly. You live your whole life with a spine and you start thinking you need one.
And like some people when they get their spine removed, they feel phantom spine pains. So
true, it's
we're actually trying to get a grant for our prosthetic spines for
Yeah.
people who do have spine addiction problems.
For people who need the spine to like wean off their bones.
It's like despite all of the problems that the spines are causing in our culture, I actually quite have a soft spot for these guys.
Yeah, they're quite, they're also like practical. I'd say they're like medium delicious, but like they're just good in so many construction projects. Like you just want to
Right.
make something fun.
Right. They make great bracelets.
Hmm.
They can be great hooks for your curtains, you know?
Exactly. Oh,
Mm,
and
mm,
that's a good
mm.
point. Like, Delavan actually used spines as a whip. It's true. It's just
Yeah.
good weapon
Yeah.
too.
Yes, spines are actually used the most in anti-skeleton weaponry.
It's true. It's true. Like they're just really good. Like practicality through the roof.
Yeah. Because you see, like when the spine is this is sorry, I'm about to nerd out
Hmm.
for a little
Yeah,
bit.
yeah.
But when the spine integrates itself into your body, right? There's this thing called cerebrospinal fluid where like
Hmm.
some juice from your brain actually goes into the spine. So technically the spine is the part of the skeleton that belongs to you the most.
Yeah. It's like
Mm,
actually the one that like has your brain fluid in it, which means that like it is
right.
the safest bone to keep around, technically, out of all the
Right, right,
bones.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Like so I like the spine a lot. It's benign. It can cause problems, but it's benign for the most part.
It's true. If
It's
you're
got
gonna keep like
it's got
one set of
neurons.
bones, like the spine is probably the best one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, where
Yeah,
would you
I
rate it on giftability though?
this is a hard one. This
Mm,
is a hard one because it's like gifting a pack of smokes, you
it's
know?
true.
It's
Because like
it's
some people are addicted, so it's probably a bad idea unless you know
it's
like
pro-
where they stand. If they've had like issues with
yeah.
spine like addiction in the past.
Yeah. Like unless you're a very good friend, I would only gift a spine to a very good friend. It's
Yeah.
just like I know that everyone loves spines
Mm.
generally, right?
But
But
that's the
it's
problem, isn't it?
that is the problem. I'd say keep it for a friend. Like I'd say
Exactly.
for if you know that your parents don't have spine problems,
Hmm.
I know parents
Oh,
really love
parents
spines.
love a spine. Like,
Yeah,
if
yeah,
you
yeah,
want to
yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
like if you know, like for example, you're dating somebody and you want to get in the parents' good favor, and you know it's safe. Like a spine is like, they'll love you.
Yeah,
You're the
yeah, yeah,
favorite
yeah,
stepchild.
you know why people call cowards spineless.
It's true.
It's yeah, people call cowards spineless. It's because they're afraid of giving their loved ones spines.
Yep. And also,
Mm.
like it actually goes pretty far back, where back in the day, because spines are often so used as whips,
Mm, mm,
people
mm,
who
mm,
were
mm.
like too afraid to like take up the whip in the skeleton wars were also often called spineless.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Like honestly, every household had a whip back then.
It's true. Hmm.
Mm.
Like it's a shame
Yeah,
like those days are past these days.
your mother-in-law loves a good spine bouquet. Oh wow, how'd
Oh,
you get the money to get a spine
but the
bouquet?
spine of gay isn't like the biggest flex though.
That
Like
really, that really is. It's kind
like
of like
you can
yeah,
take the hand in marriage at that point, right?
yeah. Like your child will be taken care of with
Like
me,
if
kind
you
of
give me
thing.
a spine
Yeah.
bouquet, like I'm like, oh my child will be set for life.
Right.
Hmm.
When you ask a father if you can have their daughter's hand in marriage, if you give them a spine, they will give you their house.
That's actually a very ancient tradition. That's true.
Yes, it's true. It's
Oh
true.
yeah, don't take the
Because
brain juice from a spine. That's actually kind of fucked up. You
yeah,
don't do
no,
that
that
right,
is
yeah.
fucked up. That's
Yeah,
kind of like eating your own pee. That's
yeah.
not good.
No, it's no good. It's no good.
Yeah, no good. But you see the one issue with the spine, right? It's
Hmm.
very personal.
Yeah,
It's very personal
that's
because
true.
of the cerebral spinal fluids, right?
Hmm. Which is
Like
like,
it's
it's why you give it only to your loved ones. Like,
exactly
and also like,
exactly because
you
it's
don't give a spine too fast. Like if you just started dating somebody and you walk up with a spine, like it's
yeah,
like,
you'll freak them out.
whoa, red flags, like you're going too fast.
It's like on those like Reddit posts. It's kind of like, hey Reddit, am I the asshole for giving my girlfriend my spine too soon?
It's like, am I an asshole for giving my girlfriend my spine on the second date? And it's like, yeah, that's too soon.
Yeah, that is a way too soon.
Like
Because you never
wait till
know,
you're
you
at least
know.
engaged. Like that's the good time to be giving your spine.
Yeah.
Mm,
Honestly, you never know, because
yeah.
the spine literally is a part of you. Like, yeah, sure, you can reassess.
Mm,
Oh, wait. There's also something we need to address. There are like human traffickers
that's true.
who
That's true.
who it's true, human traffickers
Mm,
who specifically keep people to grow new spines in them.
yep. The illegal spine black market. That's why you shouldn't be buying spines in stores. Like a spine is a personal gift. You
Yes.
shouldn't buy it from like a spine adoption agency or whatever. Like it's almost always black market spines.
Yeah, it's always unclean spines. Like
Yeah.
you should always check the source of your spine. If the spine you're getting is too cheap, it's probably a black market spine.
Yeah. Oh, actually, it's true. It's true. Like I've seen people like who make the wedding rings out of spines. Like it's one of the most romantic things you can do. Right?
Oh. No. Back in the day, they used to give engagement whips, didn't they? Because it was
It's
like a
true.
large ring,
It's
and
true.
because it's like a weapon. I'm defending you if I give you this whip.
It's like, a part of me will always be defending you.
Right. It's the most romantic. I
It's
hope
so
somebody gives
romantic.
me a spine one
One day
day.
I want to be gifted a spine. So where would you put it on the god jock scale for the spine?
I'd say spines are like strictly jock.
I'd say so
Spines are
too.
very normal in the culture.
Yeah, they're like very, everybody knows a spine. It's
Yeah.
like it's
Yeah,
nothing
there's a
too
bunch
outrageous.
yeah. There's a bunch of safety rigs with black market
It's
spines.
true. A lot
Yeah,
of
there
them
really
aren't
are.
properly cleaned of the spores, so you may regrow a skeleton if you like just buy one off the black market.
Exactly. And then there's also this thing where they harvest the spine way too soon, which
Mm.
pretty much makes them like really brittle. They become just as brittle as neck
Falls
bones.
apart so quickly.
But yeah, right.
It's no
Have
good.
you
It's
have
no
you
good.
heard of people passing off like low quality spines for neck bones?
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, like
Yeah.
it's and the leg bones are so delicious, but then you bite into it and you're just like, oh, this is
And you're
definitely a
like,
spine.
ugh.
Ugh.
Yeah, like it's so gross as well because there's people's brain juices in
Ugh,
them.
right? Like that's just not
Ugh.
sanitary.
Ugh.
It's just no good. It's just no good.
Yeah, this talk makes your spine tingle.
Speaking of which, there's actually like one thing that I think we don't like talk about enough,
Mm,
and
mm,
like because
mm.
it's very similar to the spine, you
Hmm.
know, and that's the worm too.
Worm too. Oh.
Yeah, or also sometimes called worm 2.0. And like this is very dangerous because you see it on the market all the time, right? And
This is an improperly harvested spine because
yep,
that has a skull on it.
this one's still alive actually. If you see like the skull attached to it, that one is still alive.
No, wait, no, you see this one on the
Mhm.
market because like sometimes they have them tied down so you can like remove the skull yourself at home, for
Yeah,
a fresh spine.
that's
But you
true.
still don't know where the spine came from,
You
which
don't know
is
where it came
kind of
from. You don't know what it belongs to. It's like a wormling. It like I've heard that the Bone Lord actually propagates these through the market, in order
ugh.
to like get them out there because people like want to buy like a cheap spine or they think like this is a fresher spine. But
But spines are so Why would you buy a spine?
right,
Ugh, with a
right,
skull attached to it?
it's just no good. It's just no good. I always like buying a lobster, but like it's
Yeah.
like I think
I mean,
this
if you
one
want
is
to eat the
clearly
spine,
no good because
if you
like
want to clean the spine and eat it, then fine.
yeah,
But like,
like it's just dangerous. Like it's very not good.
I'd say put it down in the like lower than the pirate skull in
Oh
practical.
yeah.
It's
Oh yeah, it's
very
also
very not
impractical.
good.
It's dangerous, it's
Yeah,
impractical, it's no good.
it's not. It's not.
Exactly. Like a skull and a neck bone too, it's so unprofessional.
Right?
Yeah.
That's
Hmm.
such a shame though because like you usually they sell it for such a nice price because it comes with a neck bone, it comes with a
It's true.
spine.
You think you've got a good deal, right?
Yeah.
Isn't being alive making it more healthy? Well, that's the problem, isn't it? You don't want a healthy skeleton because it will kill you.
Exactly.
That's
It's
what the
it's
Bone Lord
it's
wants.
different. It's
Hmm.
very different if they give you a spine connected to a neck bone without a skull.
Yeah.
That means something different. But this, if someone gives you this, they hate you.
Oh yeah, they hate you. This person is trying to assassinate you. Like this is definitely, a bad idea. You never give somebody a worm too. Like it's no good.
Mhm. Mhm. Can
And
we have like a lower tier, lower than
oh
bad
yeah, no,
idea,
it's like it goes
which is
underneath it.
yeah, it goes underneath. This is the give this to your enemy. They give this to
You give
someone you
this
hate.
someone you hate. I do agree with Pumpkin, by the way. Worm 2 is very obviously goth.
Yeah,
Like there's no
it's
arguing that.
incredibly goth. I
Yeah.
think there are a bunch of goths who
Mm.
they like the aesthetic of Worm 2 just
Like I
because
have
of
seen like some caged Worm 2s, like in like goth households. Just for
oh, they are
display.
living on the edge. They are
Yeah.
living on the
It's a
edge.
dangerous game
Yeah.
to play. One day the Worm 2 is gonna break out.
Well, I mean, if they handle it properly, because I know that there are some professional Worm 2 keepers,
That's
just
true.
as demonstration, right? For like filming movies with, or
Mm.
for like educational
I mean, you do have
purposes.
to keep a few around because, like, when you're doing the talks at the school and stuff.
Right. I've never handled a Worm 2. Have you?
Oh no, it's too dangerous. Like, you have to keep
Yeah.
that, like, keep it to the professionals.
Yeah. You need one of those Worm 2 handling suits. I don't have one.
You have to like make sure you wear the proper protective equipment. You need the gloves. You have to be like very, very strict about it.
Someone tried to give you a Worm 2 before you were so, and then you beat them.
I mean, honestly, that person was trying to kill you. You were within your rights. That's like a self-defense claim. You know,
Exactly. I
they
hope they
cannot sue you
went.
for
I
that.
hope they went to jail.
Yeah, exactly. Let me see the next one we've got in the lineup.
Hmm.
Because like, while we're talking about the spines, there is of
Yes.
course the single spine piece.
Oh.
Just like one single disc.
Ooh,
Hmm.
that's classy.
Yeah, it's very classy,
That
you
is
know.
classy because usually when you get a single spine disc, like it's been cleaned of
Yeah,
all of the brain juices.
and like some people, they do carve them into like different shapes, like a gem.
Oh, like engagement rings.
Exactly, exactly.
Oh, usually people carve engagement rings out of their own spines.
It's true, it's true. So like the single
Mm.
spine piece, like I think it's like, it's maybe not as practical as what you can do with like a whole spine,
I,
but
I,
like
I would
it's pretty
disagree
good.
actually
Oh
because the
really?
single spine piece, yeah, the single spine piece has already been disassembled for you.
That's
You
true.
know,
You
like
don't have to
it's
disassemble it yourself.
yeah, and I think it saves you a lot of time. You know, like
Mm,
when you get a spine, like that's one spine from one person, right? And it's
yeah.
it's like it's heavy. It's
Mm,
got meaning behind it, and it you kind of don't want to use it.
yeah.
But when you buy these single spine pieces in those packs, like
Yeah.
you're gonna get a bunch of different discs from different spines.
That's true.
So
But the thing is, you
I
cannot
I
turn
don't
it into
know.
a whip anymore. Like
No,
its usage has like reduced a little bit.
I guess so. I guess so. But I think for like the regular person, if they want little loose bits and pieces, like the single spine disc, it's
That's
just
true.
modular.
It's
You know,
pretty
it's got
close.
a lot more practicality.
Yeah. Like, would you
Mm.
say this like a
And
decent spot to put it, or how you
yeah,
feeling?
I'd say so. It's harder to mess up with a spine disc.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Mm,
true.
mm, 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 mm.
Um, and I also think that like a spine, like it's a better like a spine disc is a better gift than a spine. You know?
Yeah, it's like giving a sock. I think everyone has a use for a spine disc.
Exactly. It's a good stocking filler, I'd say.
I think
Mm,
so. I think so.
exactly. Exactly. They're clean. They don't have the juice inside of them. It's completely
Yeah,
safe.
like they're quite cheap for what they are as well, which is really
Mm,
surprising.
exactly.
Mm.
Exactly. They have been doing an investigation into like connecting to the large spells. It's true, it's true, but that's a dangerous game because what if the skeletons get a hold of this technology?
Exactly.
Mm,
We don't want them to know. Like
no,
it's way too much. That is illegal research, and we are trying to get them to shut it down as
yeah.
well.
Like, would you
Mm-mm-mm.
say that like a single disc is still quite jock?
I'd say it's still quite jock.
Yeah,
Yeah. I think it's a little bit too blasé. It's a humdrum for the gods.
exactly. I mean, like it's like
Yeah.
Gundam says, it's like a sock, like you said. Mm.
Yeah.
It's pretty jock overall.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Okay, let me grab our next bone. Um, so next up, we have like a very fancy bone, and that is
Yeah.
of course the sacrum.
Ooh. Ooh. The picture has not loaded.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Now I've always
Remind
quite
me
liked this
where
one.
this bone goes again?
Now this one actually goes at the bottom of the spine.
Ooh.
And I quite like
This
the
one
shape of it.
this one also does not come with brain juice.
No, and it's quite good because like it reminds me of like a little prehistoric animal.
Yeah, yeah. Although this one isn't safe from skeleton spores though, so
Oh
it still
no.
is a little bit dangerous. It's got a lot of crevices for the spores to hide in.
It's true, like it needs a proper deep cleaning.
It's very, very pretty though. Like you can see these on pendants.
It's
Like you can,
gorgeous, isn't it?
yeah. You don't even need to do any extra carving. In fact, these are worth more uncarved.
Like I think they're actually like make for really good belt buckles as well.
Mm, 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 mm.
Mm. Looks like an alien
Mm.
manta ray. Exactly, exactly. And isn't it just so beautiful?
I would say though, there's not much that you can do with it. It's
No.
it's purely decorative. Like if you
Yeah.
get a sacrum, like
And they're not
you, you
like
don't you don't want to
particularly
break it apart.
delicious. Like you want them on display. Uh,
Yeah, this is a display piece. I wouldn't say they're
mm,
no good though. I'd
no.
say it's
It's
just
just
kind of
it's like a simple one and basically has like one purpose, right? Just like
right, right,
not
right.
many other
Yeah,
purposes.
yeah,
Like I put them like somewhere over here.
yeah. I'd say that. I'd say that. I'd
Yeah.
say that's a good place for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In terms of giftability, it goes in the stocking filler as well.
Which I'd say like it's on the edge of people love to get it though, just because it's so pretty
Right,
and they
right,
don't take
right.
up a lot
But
of space.
they don't. But I'm just worried because the sacrum isn't really everyone's aesthetic. Like
That's
it,
true.
it's it's kind of basic. Like
Mhm.
your mom has one,
That's true. That's
your
true.
mom's mom has one, your friend's mom has one. It's
Like
like
you
it's
know,
been around for a
there's like a lot
while.
of necklaces. Like they are basically everywhere.
Right,
So Will
right.
Isopod looking, it's true. It's true. But that's why people
It's
love him.
true.
You know.
Mm, 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 mm.
I know, and because everybody has one, I would say it is like more on the side of jock, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say jock. Like
You
gods
know.
call this the anti-skull.
Yeah, it's actually quite the opposite of skull. You know,
Mm, mm, mm,
it
mm,
like it
mm.
drips like elegance. It doesn't really like stand for rebellion.
Right, right, right.
Mm,
It's very very milk toast. It's the most basic bone to
yeah.
gift someone.
And
Mm.
Crimson actually has a good point. Like, your dad used to harvest sacrams, but like then he turned to the tail business.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
And
See, sacrams have been falling in value recently,
it's true.
just because everyone already has one, and like skeletons are, an unlimited supply.
Yep.
You don't really use sacrams for things. Sacrams are more like you keep them.
No, but that like brings us a good point, which is of course the tailbone.
Mm, 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 mm.
And like now the tailbone is a classic. Of course in humans there's not much to do about it. But like
Mm.
it's like a nice little piece and it reminds me of a Beyblade.
It does. It kind of also reminds me of a little bug
Hmm.
with its pincers.
Oh, it does like a
Yeah.
little beetle.
Yeah, like a kabutomushi.
Mm.
Mm, mm, mm,
Oh,
mm.
and that's a good point about the sacrum. It does have the arrowhead shape. So,
That is true.
that is true. That is true.
Sacrams are quite tough as well. That's why they're not good for eating.
Mm. They're just
Mm,
not
mm,
very
mm,
tasty.
mm.
Like if you prepare them right, you can get like a little bit of the juice out of them. But
Mm, mm, mm.
the tailbone, on the other hand, though, like you can just pop those
Tailbones,
right in.
tailbones are so good
They're like
because they
they're
are
like
the best
popcorn.
joints. They are the
Exactly.
yes.
They have like the
They have
crunch. Mm.
right. They are the best joints to use for construction projects. Like you can never have enough tailbones.
Exactly. Like you can just pop them in anywhere where you need like some extra support.
Mm, 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 mm. The problem is though, like finding the right shape of tailbones because this
Mm.
one's a human tailbone, isn't it?
It's true. You do often want like a bigger tailbone.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Like it's kind of like screws, There's different sizes, different shapes, and different sizes. This is
Mm.
this is the human tailbone, so I'd say like on its own,
Yeah,
not very practical, but as a
but quite
category,
delicious.
quite practical.
Yeah, I'd say
Mm,
like
mm,
put them
mm.
like in the middle somewhere
Yeah,
because
yeah,
this is
yeah,
like
yeah,
the
yeah,
human one we have on display. But like overall, they're a good little bone.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Toss
Uh,
them in the air fryer, you have a good nice side dish. That is true.
it's true. And I'd say like as a gift, everybody loves to receive one, right? Like everybody loves a
Yes, I
tailbone.
agree. I agree. Everyone
Yeah,
loves one.
exactly. 100%.
Yeah. This is like a no pressure kind of bone.
Yeah,
Mm,
precisely. No pressure. It's safe to give
yeah.
to anyone you want.
And on that note, it's pretty jock.
It is pretty joke. Like everybody wants one, everybody loves one. It is pretty standard. You know?
Yeah, gods prefer to use other things in their
Yeah.
construction.
No, like
Yeah.
giraffe necks and all that.
Mm.
It is
Yeah,
true.
we could make a whole tier list just out of tailbones.
It's true.
Correct.
There's so many different
Mm, mm,
tailbones.
mm.
There's so much variation. It does have that goat head shape, but
That is true.
should we put it
But
like
the
in the
goat
middle?
but the goat head is a skull.
Goat head is a
So
skull. I'll just put it like on the edge here. How about
yeah,
that?
on the edge sounds good.
Yeah.
I don't know though. I'm not too familiar with goth culture with bones.
I mean, like the skull is pretty classic, but the skull is in the god category, of course.
Mm, 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 mm,
Mm.
mm, mm.
Naturally. Okay. So now that we've like looked at the tailbone, naturally there's like one bone that we all know. We all love it.
Oh,
It's the
it
vomer.
is. It's the what?
It's the
The
vomer.
vomer? Wait, which bone is this?
It's apparently like a small bone on the inside of the nose. God, the vomer.
This bone. This McFrickin' bone has caused me so much pain in my life. I hate this bone so much. I hate this bone so much. You got sleep apnea? It's probably a vomer
It's
that
true,
crawled
it's the
its way into
vomer.
your nostril.
Like, and
Vomer.
you don't need it actually. Like, it's just there to have a silly name. That's actually what it's all about.
Vomas suck, bro. Vomas suck. I hate I have
It's
a
true.
personal issue with Voma.
They are impractical. They don't taste good.
I did not used to have allergies until one day a Voma crawled into my nose, and I have been trying to get rid of them ever
Common
since.
story.
Like,
It's true. It's true.
every single freaking month, I go to the doctor, I get treated for Voma, and then like I'm fine for another like 2 or 3 months, and then it starts again, and then I have to go to the doctor again, and they're like, "Oh, it's okay, it's normal."
Yeah, they're like, you get your Voma removed, and then like a few months later, it's like another Voma like snuck its way back in.
it's
They're
awful.
an infestation. It's like
awful.
bed bugs. You just can't get rid of them.
Right.
Right?
And the worst thing is, like when you remember the thing we said about microcarbons. Microcalciums. Sorry, microcalciums.
Yeah.
Right. The first place the microcalciums enter is through your nose. The
It's
Voma
true.
is the first thing to
The
form.
Voma feeds of them, and that's why have trouble breathing. Chronic irritable Voma syndrome.
Voma syndrome. Exactly.
Yep. And they multiply. You go for a Voma removal. You have like 15 of them. Like you don't know how many of them you have.
It's awful. It's absolutely awful. It's like they did you know Vomas can lay up to 50 eggs every night?
It's true. Like it's like bed bugs. It's like bed bugs. And they, you know what they say, like Voma. I don't even know her.
I wish I didn't know her.
But one of them is right. It's a gift you give to somebody you hate.
Yeah, have you ever had a Voma infestation, Jodu?
Oh, it's terrible. You have nightmares, don't you? Like it always comes back.
Yeah, I know. I don't have Vomas anymore, but I'm afraid.
You
I'm
live
really
in fear.
afraid.
Like you feel like a little tingle in your nose, and you're like, oh, damn, do I have like Vomas again?
Yeah. Talking about Vomas just makes me want to sneeze.
Oh yeah, no, it just makes your nose tingle, doesn't it? It's true. It's a terrible gift.
The average person inhales 3 Vomas per year. Factoid is actually a statistical error. The actual number is much higher.
So much higher.
Correct.
It's true. It's
oh
true.
my god.
Like
You've
they
been doing your
underestimate
extra readings.
numbers.
Oh.
Like I'm glad you guys like read up before you came to like this lecture. Like it's true. It's all true.
I'm so proud of you. Usually nobody ever does the assigned reading.
Nobody remembers the Voma, but it's like one of the biggest problems of our time. And I think we can all agree, like the Voma goes into cough.
Vomas are so goths. You know
so
some
goth.
goths. You know how they have like caged worm twos, right?
Yeah.
They like to keep tanks of Vomas as well.
Yeah.
It's like a new trend.
It's like what you call it, like the sea monkeys. You just have a tank full of Vomas.
Although I do think they are quite cute if you have them contained in like a nice environment, but it's just when I see them, my skin starts crawling.
If you give them like a little castle, to swim around, it is quite adorable. They're actually one of the best swimmers among like skeletons. Like a Voma is actually very
Wait, aren't
efficient.
you scared?
Oh, I am scared. Like they're one of the few that can get into my palace.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, even gods hate Vomas. That's true.
Yeah, but there are some contrarian gods out there who swear
let me
by the
say,
Voma,
they love the aquarium.
Yeah.
The Voma
aquarium. It's like owning a spider.
Exactly, and you have to be really into the nose to know about them.
Yeah, like most people are sort of, they're asymptomatic to Voma infestations, but it's just I developed an allergy to Vomas, so it's very, very bad for me. Every time Voma season comes around, I suffer.
Oh, I think Metal Dad has a good point. It's actually maybe more hipster to like Vomas. It's like, let me make like a little hipster category here, because I think that's a good point.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Vomas are hipster.
Yeah, I think that's actually true.
No, because Vomas, like, they don't affect. There are some people who are asymptomatic to Vomas, right?
It's true.
Yeah, so I'd say it's even selfish for them to like Vomas, because it's kind of, if it doesn't affect me, then why should I care?
Like it's sad stories like these, like how Crimson is saying, like your cousin tripped, broke the jar, Voma gets loose. It's, you hear it all the time.
And now he has an allergic reaction, and now he has to go to the ER.
And now you have an infestation, and it might take you months and like a dedicated Voma exterminator to like get rid of it.
Right.
Yeah. Don't want Voma Sally. It's terrible.
You always have to keep your EpiPen on you, just in case,
Would you say the giraffe necks are also hipsters? I think the gods do love the giraffe necks, though.
I'd say put it in between goth and hipster.
Okay, I'll make the circle a bit bigger.
Yes, yes, yes.
There we go.
Would you say there's ever any overlap between jock and goth?
I mean, we
Jock and
can
hipster.
see if like anything will ever make it to the middle.
Yes.
You know, we can just put a circle here, and we'll
Yeah,
see
we
what
put the
happens.
giraffe neck there.
We'll see what happens if anything like ever gets in the middle there.
Yes, I think that would be the ultimate bone. It's actually really healthy to let a bottom feeder and a Vorma in the same tank. They form a symbiotic relationship. It's true. It's true.
It's true. It's true.
Mm.
Like bottom
Don't put
feeders and
anything else.
foamers, they're like one of the only things that could go together.
Don't put anything else in the tank because the Volma will detach from the bottom feeder and enter another fish to drain it, then return to let the bottom feeder clean. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Like Volmas are parasites, but bottom feeders, they can handle Vomas.
They can handle it. It's true.
The graph implies you can be both jock and hipster. It's true. You can be both jock and hipster. It's very rare.
It's very rare, but you know, once in a while you get a hipster jock.
Yeah. I mean, it's a jock that plays a sport that not a lot of other people play.
You know,
is it safe to eat a Voma if you clean it? Why would you want to eat a
taste
Voma?
disgusting.
They are gross.
You don't want to eat a Voma. They're like one of the worst tasting bones.
They are bitter, bro. Like, have you ever eaten the center of a Voma?
They're barely edible. Like, ugh.
Yeah.
You find a Voma in your rice and you're like, ugh, it's ruined the entire dish.
That's not a grain of rice. That's a Voma.
Disgusting. I mean,
is it safe? I mean, 1 or 2 Vomas won't kill you. But
but like,
we
do you
highly
want
advise
to,
you
know?
do not.
It's better not to eat a Voma.
Yeah. Yeah,
Exactly.
Vomas taste like potato chips. And potato chips sucked ass.
Exactly. You know, you don't want anything like that.
Exactly.
Precisely. Now, you know, we've looked at the Vomar. Speaking of like creatures that I think we should be aware of, because like I think these, you know, they get gifted around as pets too many times. And like, you know, it can be a problem. The dragon skeleton.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, the dragon skeleton.
The dragon skeleton.
Do you know how many patients we have to treat every freaking month?
So common.
Who come in because someone thought that a dragon skeleton was a good idea.
Like, dragon skeletons are not good pets. Like, you know, somebody will tell you, like, I can handle a dragon skeleton, but you can't. Nobody can.
You know, like, especially since Christmas was just around the corner.
And you know,
a lot of
pet
people
is
giving
for
dragon
life, not
skeletons.
just for Christmas. And you know, once Christmas is over, where do these dragon skeletons go? On the streets. And now you've got a dragon skeleton madness. Like, it keeps going around.
Right. Like that. There are so many feral dragon skeletons everywhere. It's you know, there's such thing as bone rabies, right?
Exactly. Oh, you ask if it's not a bone dragon. Now that's a very common misconception. The thing is, the dragon skeleton hatched out of the dragon, and therefore it's a dragon skeleton instead of a bone dragon.
Yes, the bone dragon is actually a good skeleton.
Yeah, completely
the bone dragon. Yeah, the bone dragon was developed by us.
Yeah, like the bone dragon was actually like decades-long cooperation with the good necromancers to make something we can do it. But like, you know, most people they don't check that they're like buying a bone dragon instead of a dragon skeleton.
Yes. Actually, the bone dragons shouldn't even be pets. Bone dragons were released into the ecosystem in order to render dragon skeletons sterile.
Exactly. Like, they were supposed to be like, you know, a countermeasure.
Exactly.
They're considered pests in your country, as they should be. Like, the sewers of New York teeming with them constantly. People just like let them go. They have no responsibility everywhere.
Yeah, the rat population of New York City has absolutely been decimated by dragon skeletons.
It's a problem. And yeah, Pumpkin has a good point. They are like a little bit thicker, they're low to the ground, they don't rattle as much. You know, they're not as intrusive to the local ecosystem.
Yeah. They're the good dragon skeletons. The bone dragons. Yeah, bone dragons don't have skeletons.
Like, they just look like they have skeletons, but that's because they've been reassembled by a necromancer.
Yes,
which
exactly.
Is completely
they
different.
are actually made out of the same carapace as beetles.
Exactly. You know, science has really gotten so far.
Right? Like,
it's
when I
first
met my first dragon. Oh my god! Skeletons.
Oh god! Oh no! They really are after Nag tonight. It's okay. Nag is a trained professional. She can fight the skeletons. She'll be okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah, they were manufactured under rigorous quality assurance processes. That's why they're so rare. And they should stay that way. Like we cannot let this kind of thing get out of control because like a bone dragon is for life. You know, like you don't just like let them walk around. We need to keep like the populations like under watch, under control. We need to know that like where they are, who they're interacting with, making sure that like they're not messing up the ecosystem. Are you good?
Oh, yeah,
Oh, lots of
I'm okay,
skeletons
I'm okay,
tonight.
I'm okay.
Damn.
There's so many skeletons.
The Bone Lord is really after you
I don't get
today.
it.
Man.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
I honestly don't get it. Like I thought I'd
Mhm.
just taken them out like right before stream, just so we wouldn't get interrupted by them.
I mean, it's a never
They just
ending,
keep
like,
coming back.
ambush. It just keeps going.
Right.
Yep. It means the dragons, danger
Yeah.
skeletons are near. It's true. So, like, um, they are a little bit tasty, though.
A little bit.
Just a
They're
little
kind
bit.
of like
But
chicken though. They're a little bit
yeah.
basic. Like
They're basic, but, like,
sure.
like, you don't want them around, but, like, are they a little tasty, though?
A little tasty. They're like an
Yeah.
unhealthy snack.
Yeah, just like,
Yeah.
just like a little
Yeah.
nibble. Exactly.
Joru, for people who haven't seen dragon skeletons before, because I know you mentioned that they've infested New York, right? Like you don't
Yeah.
really see dragon skeletons around in Australia very much.
Mm.
And that's where my research center is based.
Yeah.
You don't exactly see them in Australia very much, and a lot of Australians actually think that dragon skeletons are bigger than they actually are.
Oh yeah, no,
you
they're
know?
much smaller. Like I'd say a dragon skeleton, like the size of like a big Labrador.
Yeah. No, but that's one of the bigger ones.
Oh yeah,
because
no.
I find that they're often like the size of a small dog,
Oh
and
yeah.
and that's kind of also why people keep dogs around,
Oh,
because
it does depend
they
on
are
where you find them. Like the ones in the
yeah.
sewers, they are much smaller because they need to get around the
Oh.
sewer system quickly.
Oh yeah, definitely. But I'd say like dogs are like the natural enemy of dragon skeletons.
Exactly. Like dogs,
Yeah.
it's why so many dogs like take up bonology.
Exactly.
Exactly. They do taste good, but they're not worth it. And by extension, I don't think they're a good like gift idea. We don't need more dragon skeletons in the wild. You shouldn't be gifting anybody, not for Christmas, not for Easter.
Yeah, and generally, right, the more you buy dragon skeletons from breeders, the more breeders will perpetuate them, and
It's true.
it's just awful,
Yeah.
know.
You don't want to encourage these kind of
Yeah.
practices.
We really don't. And also, have you seen the messed up dragon skeletons that come out of like bad breeding practices?
You see it all the time, don't you?
Yeah, you really do. It's so sad. Like it almost makes me forget that the skeletons.
Exactly.
Like I just feel bad for them. Like, oh my god, who made you?
And like that's when you let down your guard and they'll get you.
Yeah, it is really sad.
Yeah, even the big
Like-
ones aren't as big as you think. It's true.
Yeah, have you seen emerald dragon skeletons? They're awful. What have the breeders done to them?
That kind of color isn't natural for a dragon skeleton. They should not be green.
Exactly.
It should not happen.
And it's like that poor thing is
they can
trying
barely
so hard
move.
trying so hard
Much
to
to
sustain
sift.
itself.
Yep.
That green is actually chlorophyll. They injected them with like plant matter, and so these skeletons, they need sunlight.
They do.
That's unnatural for a skeleton.
No, they live in the sewers. They are out by night.
Yeah. What's the ideal dragon skeleton color?
Just like a clean bone. Like just a
Yeah.
healthy clean bone.
Healthy bone color.
It might be boring, but that's just the way it's healthy.
Although we don't want healthy bones, do we?
No. Like we
Yeah,
don't want to, but like from a dragon skeleton perspective.
Yeah. From like, I mean, if any of you guys are dragon skeleton owners, just make sure.
Be responsible.
First of all, why? Whatever. Second of all, look, if you already love your little bony pet, just make sure it's not green.
Yeah, make sure like at least like it's not procreating. Keep them on a leash. Make sure they're not like out at night.
Make sure it doesn't bite anyone.
Exactly. It's true. Emerald dragons can't exist in nature without humans. It's actually really sad. It's really tragic. Yeah, a light pink
you almost
means they're
forget
healthy.
that they're the enemy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And where would you put like the dragon skeleton?
I'd say dragon skeletons. Now this is a hot take.
Yeah.
But I'd say it's hipster jock.
Oh, no, I see it. Because, like,
Yeah.
it's a little bit hipster because you're not supposed to own them. But, like, the jocks, they do want, like, a fighter dragon skeleton.
Yeah. Because the jocks think that they can handle the dragon
They
skeleton.
always think so. They think
Mm, mm,
they're
mm.
different from the others, that they can do it. Mm.
Yeah, that's true. If you own a dragon skeleton, you probably don't admit it here. I know that some of you probably do own dragon
It's
skeletons. You
okay.
don't.
I know you're out
Yes,
there. You might not know. You might not have done your research, but
but
we know.
yeah, it's just please learn how to care for your dragon skeleton.
Yeah, just make sure
And
that they're not like causing any harm to like the people around you or the ecosystem.
jocks also.
Which is true.
Yeah, the goths these days go for authentic wyverns. It's
Exactly,
true. It's
exactly.
true.
If you raise it right, you can defend it from strange skeletons. That is true. But that's why you want a
Mm,
bone dragon. Remember, the bone dragons are fine. They are like a natural predator to skeletons. But the dragon skeletons, that's where you have your problems. Like they're hard to domesticate.
yes, it's
Mm.
the difference between dogs and wolves. I may be a wolf, so I know the difference.
Yep, yep.
But you have to be careful, okay? That your bone dragon isn't actually a dragon skeleton.
Mm.
It's actually awful. There was a case last year on the news. Actually, a lady was walking her quote unquote
Oh
bone
no.
dragon in the city square, and that but it was actually a dragon skeleton, and that thing infected 15 people.
Oh no,
And
this
yeah, I
reputable
I
breeders, man.
right, and I heard that like at least eight of them hatched.
Ah, 8 of them hatched in public.
Yeah, it was really really bad.
It's a disaster. Like this is why there's need to be laws against dragon skeletons.
I mean that there are, but that doesn't stop people, does
It's
it?
true. It's true. They have to be
Mm,
strict
mm,
on
mm.
it. Mm.
Mm, 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 mm,
Yep.
mm.
I mean, like let's go to like a more average bone now. We've had like a very controversial one, but I think there's one bone we can all
Yeah.
agree on.
Oh
That's the
boy,
rib
oh boy.
cage.
Ah, the rib cage.
We all love the rib cage.
Classic.
Like I'm just gonna go out and say it. Rib cage, perfect gift.
Perfect gift. I agree.
The perfect gift.
I agree. The
Yep.
the rib cage is too good.
It's too good. Everybody loves a rib cage. You can use it for many things. It's instrument. It's good for building construction. You can like pull up a bone, and they're always delicious. It's the perfect gift.
It really is a perfect gift. Like
Yeah.
like on a holiday dinner, birthday
Ah,
dinners, there will
delicious.
always be a rib cage. At least
So
one rib
easy to
cage.
take along with you. You can like tie a strap around it. You have a bag.
Yeah.
It's the perfect gift.
Oh, they make the best pen holders.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And having a few in your kitchen as well, you can like hang all your utensils off of. It's just so good for organization. Like, I try to keep at least 5 spare rib cages just stored
Classic
away in case
ribcage
I need
rack.
them.
I have them all over my walls. Like they're just
Mm.
good. They're good for everything. Like I will even say practical, delicious, like top corner.
I think rib cage is a top tier.
Yeah,
Everyone
top
loves
tier.
rib cage.
Yeah, it's great. You can build things with it. When I'm constructing my bone
Mm.
throw, you want the ribcage as a base.
Exactly.
And you can build out from there.
exactly.
Mm.
You can make so many things, and rib cages they come in the perfect size to be
Exactly.
to be a chest plate.
Exactly,
Right?
exactly. It makes for good armor.
Right. Yeah.
Makes for good cribs for children. It's true.
Yeah,
It's
big
true.
rib cages are cribs for children. You can even like cradle your child in it. It's a basket for your child.
It's beautiful. Like rib cages.
Yeah.
Honestly, there's
Yeah.
no downsides. It's so good.
Man, rib cages. I remember when I got gifted my first rib cage.
Right?
It was for my 13-year-old birthday. You know, my parents never trusted me with the rib
Mhm.
cage.
I mean, you always remember your first rib cage, right?
You do. You
You
do.
do. It's special.
You do. I know a lot of kids like got their rib cages earlier, but like I think it was worth the wait, you know.
Oh, but like my first rib cage, I remember like waking up for Christmas, and you just have
Mm.
like the big rib cage under the tree. Oh, what a magical moment.
Oh, and then your mom comes up to you and she says, "You're ready for your first rib cage."
Man, we've all been there. It's so
Yeah.
beautiful.
And like receiving a rib cage is like a universal experience.
It's like a rite of passage.
Although I do have to say, you do need to get a certified rib cage
Oh,
because
yes. There's a lot of fakes
because
on the
they are
market.
yeah they are very very hard to clean, and if
Oh,
you
yeah.
do not get a clean rib cage, that could easily spiral into spores. Like you need to check every
Oh,
single
yeah.
crevice. But because rib cages are so popular, like there are a lot of vendors
Yeah,
for
and
rib
they're like
cages, you
very
know.
specialized, like the process has been very streamlined.
Mm,
So
mm,
like
mm,
most of them
mm.
are pretty legitimate.
Yeah, yeah, like
Mm-hmm.
I think didn't Joru, when you first got into this job, like as a bone surgeon,
Mm-hmm.
didn't you also start like with an internship at a ribcage cleaner?
Oh, I did. Yeah, I did. It's like
Yeah.
actually a really good like internships position because there's like so many of them, and they're always looking for
Right.
more people to like take up the trade.
Right, 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 right,
Mm-hmm.
right.
Exactly. Like I think
Yeah,
even you
it's
like
like
have like some experience with it, right?
yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Like everyone does.
Yeah.
It's just basic, you know. I think everyone nowadays should at least take one class in ribcage cleaning.
Oh yeah, no, it's just like a
Yeah, yeah,
basic
yeah.
life skill, and like when you buy your own rib cage, like to eat at home, to feed to your friends and family, it's good to
Yeah.
know how to clean it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And if you're a little
Mm.
bit more skilled and if you are not afraid of ruining your rib cage, you can always like snap off each of the ribs
It's true. It's
because
true.
those ribs are so useful.
And they're still really useful. Like even the individual ones, good for construction and still delicious. You know?
Right, right. They can make some excellent shapes. You know, did you know that my childhood home was actually irrigated using like individual ribs?
Oh, I did not know, but like that's just one of the
Yeah.
many many versatile like possibilities.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and remember, it's true. You can learn how to clean a web page everywhere. Get your license. Be
Yeah.
licensed as like a web page cleaner. It's a good skill. It looks good on your resume.
Mhm.
Employers love
Mhm.
it.
You do need to get recertified every 5 years though, so just
That's
remember
true.
that,
That's true. The
okay?
field is like
Because
rapidly evolving. You need to like keep up
yeah,
on the new
yeah, yeah, yeah,
skills.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
Like live 2D rigging?
Mm-hmm.
Live 2D rigging it's basically just ribcage work.
Exactly, exactly. Like if you
Yeah.
know like the basics, you can apply it to so many different fields.
Right?
100%. Now, where would you put it on the
100%.
Gottschalk hipster scale?
Now this might be controversial,
Mm-hmm.
but I think I think it goes in the middle.
That's what I think too, because like everybody does love one.
Yeah, cause the goths use their rib cages differently from jocks and hipsters.
It's true. Like people can always find like some weird alternative uses
Yeah.
for the like rib cage.
Although
Mm-hmm.
I will say there are some hipsters out there who have tried to spread misinformation about rib cages.
It's true.
Either that or there are some hipsters out there who try to claim that, oh, I don't even like rib cages. I've never used a rib cage in my life and I'm fine. I don't
Maybe it's not
understand
very
why
hipster
everyone's
in that
using rib
case. Maybe it's more
cages.
like Gottschalk.
Yeah, I think it's more like goth jock.
Yeah, it's too
I think
popular
most
to be in the hipster corner.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah. No, that's true. That's true. I agree.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's pretty popular to be hipster.
Oh yeah.
Licenses can take up to 2 months of paper. Yeah, because they've got such a big backlog. A lot of
I mean,
people
so many
are
people want to
trying
be
to get their
licensed.
license. Yeah.
Yeah. Like there's like a bone that's like a lot easier to specialize in though, and that's of course the
Mm.
humerus. Like this one very simple. Anybody can prepare it. Anybody can remove it.
This is such a classic bone.
Very classic bone.
Bro, this is the you get this in like your Babby's first bone
Right?
kit.
Like, this is the one they bring to school, when they're showing up in
Yeah.
elementary school, like, introducing you to bonology.
Oh, I remember everyone was wearing the little phonology hats, and then the teacher handed us each a humerus,
And you could
we
touch
were just.
them.
Oh, did you use to sword fight with your humerus?
Yes!
Yes!
They're like sturdy enough that it can handle a couple of beatings.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Did you do this thing? So like, okay. So one of the older kids at school, they kind of taught me how to connect humeruses together, right?
Yeah.
Because his dad was a bonologist.
Like chain them up,
right?
yeah.
Yeah. You could chain up the humeruses to be so long. You're the coolest kid in school if you could do that.
Right, if you have like the really big humerus chain, and then like you actually use it for like rope jumping and stuff.
Yeah. I'd say it's what you give. It's the spine that you give to a kid when you don't want to give a kid a spine.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a good one, Like I think the humerus, like everybody loves one. It's a good gift, Like you cannot go wrong with a humerus. You rarely have too many of them. Like I think it goes into everybody loves one.
These ones suffer from wear and tear. You know, like you can.
Exactly.
Yeah, but like a lot of chairs are made from humeruses, like, especially ergonomic chairs.
I mean, like the like rumor that like you use your humor if you remove the humerus is actually unfounded. That is actually propaganda by the Bone Lords to like make you keep the humerus inside of the body.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
The Bone Lord,
Common
do not
misconception.
listen. Do not listen to any propaganda that says it's okay to keep bones in your body unless
Exactly.
it's the spine.
Anything that makes you think like, oh, maybe I shouldn't get this bone removed. That is probably propaganda.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Unless it's the spine,
Yeah.
because technically you own the spine.
And like I would actually say the humerus quite tasty too, you know? It's like a good bone. Oh, you don't like you don't like it?
I don't know. I don't
It's
know.
like a
Like
good for
maybe I just got
nibbling
too.
though. It's like,
I might have gotten too used to the taste of humerus,
like a
because
piece
my
of
mom used.
salami. You just kind of
Yeah,
nibble on it mindlessly.
because I used to have humerus for lunch all the time as a kid, and like I don't know.
Ah,
I think yeah,
I
I
mean, it's
think I
like
might.
associated with the taste of childhood though.
Yeah, but like when I think of it, I just think, oh, I'm a little bit sick of having that, you
That's
know,
fair. We can
because
lower it a bit.
yeah, because it's also the kind of thing that you get at convenience stores, like especially when you're like, in college, you're cramming. Like
Mm.
I swear to God, you see all these like bonology students just walking in,
Ah,
camping out on campus with like a big buckets of
it's true.
humeruses.
It's like a comfort food, isn't it?
Yeah. So I'm a little bit
It's
sick
not
of it
very
by now.
nutritious. I mean,
Yeah.
but would you say it's like more on the jock side of things?
I'd say it's more on the jock side of things.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so too.
I'd say it's very, very jock.
Yeah. It's actually
Mm,
like very surprising. Like people don't realize it, but a lot of bones are quite jock rather than goth. You know,
mm,
they don't think
mm.
about this.
Yeah,
Uh,
they don't partic I mean,
mhm.
humeruses are quite durable,
It's true.
so jocks like there's a lot of sports that actually use
The
humeruses
humerus
to
as like a
reinforce.
bat.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
Like, and I did see somebody bring it up, and I think we have to associate, like, address this topic, and that is
Mm.
the quote unquote funny bone. It's not a bone,
Ooh,
you
it's
guys.
not. It's a
It's not a
joint.
bone.
It's what do you call it? Like a bone constellation?
Yeah, it's a bone constellation. Like, it's not actually a bone, it's a
Yeah,
myth. Like we hear this all the
yeah.
time in our field. So like this one, it
I
doesn't
am
even go on the
so
charts.
sick of hearing
You
it.
know?
It's like anytime you tell someone
Yeah,
that you study bonology, they're like, oh, what about the funny bone? And
exactly.
I
It's not a bone, you guys. Like you cannot gift it to anyone. You cannot eat it. It's not a bone.
it's
You
just
know?
not a bird. Why
It's
are
just
you guys so
not a
stupid?
bone. Like it's something else entirely. But
It's yes.
like there is the other thing because like this might not be a funny bone, but
Mm,
there are of course
yes.
funny bones.
Yes. Correct.
Exactly. And like those we can judge.
I love funny bones.
Phony bones
I
definitely a thing.
now funny bones. Now listen,
Mm-hmm.
listen. There's actually quite a bit of history associated with funny bones. Not a lot of people know this.
Yeah.
So did you know that you already know this, Jodu, but
Yeah.
like to our class, not a lot of people know. So we all know nowadays that funny bones like represents the fight against the Bone Lord, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
Indeed,
did you
indeed.
know? Did you know that back in the day, funny bones were actually introduced into our culture by the Bone Lord in order to indoctrinate people to be
It's
more
true.
sympathetic towards the
Like they
skeleton?
were trying to get us comfortable around the skeleton plague.
Yes, but then like there was the punk rock movement
Mm-hmm.
in the 1920s.
Yeah.
Right in the 1920s, and they reappropriated the funny bones to sort of like represent the good skeleton or to
Exactly.
represent the anti-skeleton.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Like it has a very interesting history.
it's a very, very interesting history. Not a lot of people know. I actually specialized in I specialized in bone culture.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
You actually
that
wrote
that
like
was my
your
major
undergrad
in
thesis from it, didn't
phoniology.
you? Yeah.
Yeah. So like I wrote an entire thesis on funny bones,
Yeah.
and so this is kind of like my magnum opus, my field of study.
Mm-hmm. Like like I will say, they're not particularly practical, they're not particularly tasty, but like they do
Mm.
make a good gag gift.
They do indeed make a good gag gift. Nobody will hate you for giving them a
No,
funny bone.
like they do like a good gag gift. And like I will say they're like a little bit hipster because like not many people are keeping them around.
Yeah, they are quite hipster. They're a little bit old. You know,
Yeah.
they're kind. Yeah, it's 100% hipster. Like
Like people aren't
nowadays,
really keeping them around. They've kind
yeah,
of had their
the
time.
young people, they don't really like funny bones, but like the hipsters will
You know,
definitely love funny
there was
bones.
definitely like an era where you saw them in movies all the time. Back in the
Mm,
black and
mm,
white
mm, mm,
era, like people used funny
mm.
bones so often.
Yeah, 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 yeah. That was like what do you call it? Like the the modernist movement towards anti-skeleton lord,
Right, right.
right?
It was like a
Right,
whole art
right,
scene.
right.
Indeed,
Yeah.
indeed. Yeah, gods hate the funny bones. Like,
Yeah, only boomers use funny bones now.
yeah, well, boomers and like, zoomers who are like hipsters, are like really into the boomer culture.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Hmm. Oh, I'm afraid Big Bone might be after all of us. Please be safe. Please be safe on your journeys.
Yes, stay safe.
Take what you've
Look,
learned today.
please keep your anti-skeleton spray on you.
Yep, yep.
Mm,
Go.
mm, mm,
Don't
mm,
leave the
mm.
house without it.
Yes,
Mm.
yes, yes.
Yes, yes, yes. And then like having covered the funny bone, we also have another classic bone, which is of course the wishbone.
Oh, the wishbone.
Indeed, indeed.
Oh, I remember. Oh my God, Georgia, do you remember like when you were a kid? Like I thought that wishbone wishes were real, but actually wishbone wishes were just something taught to us by our parents so that we would get used to cracking skeletons.
It's true. It's like actually an ancient tradition to like teach the youngest among us how to kill.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
how to kill skeletons. Like oh, I was really sad when I first realized that wishbone wishes weren't real though.
I know, but tradition is quite beautiful, isn't it?
Mm, 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 mm.
Yeah, it teaches the self-defense. Exactly, exactly.
Exactly, exactly.
This
I
will be
think
on the test. That is true. Yes, yes.
I think wishbones don't really have a use for anyone
Mm-hmm.
like above the age of like 10 maybe.
No, like by that age, you're strong enough to like deal with more than just a wishbone.
Yeah, 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 yeah. But I do say that if you have a friend that's having children soon, it's a
Mm-hmm.
pretty good gift.
Oh, 100%. Like,
Mm, 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 mm.
like I think it's a stocking filler, isn't it?
Yeah, 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 definitely,
Yeah.
definitely. I mean, like you know how like I have ADHD,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like
Yeah.
sometimes I do like to buy those like really big cheap packs of wishbones.
Oh, yes, yes,
Like
yes.
that they get for kids, and then I just kind of like
Mm-hmm.
crunch them in my hands. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean,
It's
and like
good for stress.
they're good for stress. Like I think they're like practical in the sense that they're good for teaching kids how to fight. You know?
Yeah, but they are so brittle,
They're
and
so
you
brittle.
can't really get any good construction out of them.
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah, they're not exactly for eating either.
It has become a controversial tradition recently. That is true. That's still.
Mm, mm,
But
mm.
like sometimes you need to do what you need to do to fight in the
Yeah,
skeleton wars.
yeah. It's kind of like back in the
Hmm.
day, we didn't realize how dangerous it was to
Yeah,
break bones without deconstructing.
because like sometimes people still like forget that the wishbone is still a bone. Like it can fight back if not handled properly.
Mm, mm,
It's
mm. But
rare,
if
but
you
it
if you
happens.
get like if you
Hmm.
once again if you get a certified wishbone, there's like nothing wrong with it.
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah.
Like where would you put it? It's like pretty jock, isn't it?
Yeah, it's incredibly jock. Like all
Yeah.
baby jocks were trained on wishbone.
Like all of us were trained on wishbones against like Bone Lord
Exactly,
back in the day.
exactly, exactly. Mm, mm,
Precisely,
mm, mm,
precisely.
mm.
It's a classic bone, and it's a good one, a very good one to
Yeah,
have around.
yeah. We've all seen a wishbone in our lives. There's
Precisely,
nothing
precisely.
special.
Nothing too
Hmm.
exciting, but also quite good.
Technically, it's not the wishes that aren't real. It's just the Bone Lord's power is so weak these days. There's
Ah,
very little.
that's actually a good point. That's actually a good point. There used to be so much more power in the wishbone back in the day.
Ah. Oh yeah, I do
Hmm.
remember back in the day. Remember, like there used to be a lot more clerics back in the day that used to be able to help you channel the wishbone wish energy
Good point. Good
into an
point.
actual wish.
It's
But
true.
the
That's
clerics
true.
are pretty much like extinct
I
by
mean, the
now.
art is
So
kind of lost these days, isn't it? Like they haven't like
yeah,
passed it down as
yeah,
much. There's still a couple
yeah,
of them out there who can do it.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually really sad because
Hmm.
nowadays kids just see. I thought that wishbone wishes weren't real.
Yeah, and like that's because the magic is lost.
Mm, mm, mm.
So next up we also have the scapula, which it's a classic bone. You know, in the
This is very
shoulders,
classic. This
it's a
is this is
classic.
very very
You know,
classic. I think this is a beautiful bone.
it's
This is one of
gorgeous.
the more elegant bones. Yeah.
Like it's reminiscent of the wings. Though even though
Yes.
humankind does not have it, it is quite
Mm, mm,
beautiful.
mm.
Comes in a
It
pair.
is. I will say though, the
Hmm.
scapula on its own is it's the board for a lot of potential, you know?
It's true. You can really build from it. Like I think as a
Mm.
foundation, it is also practical.
Right, right.
Yeah. Like
But if you don't have the skills, a scapula is kind of useless to you, you know? I think scapulas are a little bit of a niche gift.
it's true, but like, they're
Mm.
not a good gift, you know? Like I'd say like, probably a bad idea.
Yes, because it's kind of like if you're giving a scapula to someone, they're not
Mm.
going to know what to do with it. If you're giving a scapula to someone who knows what to do with it, then they probably have a better scapula.
Exactly,
Like they already
exactly.
have
Like they're
one.
so good for
Right.
construction. But it's true. Sculptors and bone are often not very safe for kids, and they really get scalped, don't they? Prices
Mm,
sky
mm,
high,
mm,
sky
mm.
high. But they are so good in construction. Like I do think we
Yeah.
have to give it points for practicality, no?
Yeah, absolutely. But it's mostly, it's mostly a very, very skilled group of engineers that use scapulas.
It's true, it's true. Like
Mm,
the architects of our time, many buildings we live in have a scapula at their base.
mm, mm, mm,
And
mm,
it's
mm.
quite artisanal, isn't it? Like if you're somebody who's good at making figures, like the scapula, like it has so many points of
Oh,
like, you
yeah.
know, it's so beautiful.
It really is just so beautiful. I think my dad actually proposed to my mom using like with a
Oh, a carved
artisan.
scapula.
Yeah, a
Ah,
crafted scapula.
gorgeous,
Yeah,
gorgeous. Like, romance
yeah.
is still alive.
Mm. Some species have wings where the scapula goes, right? Yes,
Indeed,
yes,
indeed,
yes.
yes. Which is, why it's such a beautiful, elegant bone. Like, like we
Yeah.
don't have the wing on here, but of course wings are quite delicious. Unfortunately, the scapula themselves, not so much.
Mm,
Uh,
mm, mm.
but for the beautiful bone.
Yeah, it's very dense around the area where the wing would be, so
Mm.
it's very, very hard to crack. Like I do hear that if you can manage to smash it into pieces, they do make for a good powder in your drinks.
Oh, yes, I have heard so.
Mm, 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 mm.
Like this might be controversial, but I believe they're actually on in the middle between God and Jock. Because like
I
gods,
agree.
they use it in so much of their imagery, so much of their art.
Yeah, I think that there are like a high proportion of gods that do like self-teach themselves how to work with scapulas.
Exactly, like the
Yeah,
the potential for art. It's so big here.
right.
Mm.
But like jocks, there's also a lot of sort of like sports which use the scapula in place of the ball.
Indeed, indeed.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Because it's nice, it's sturdy, and then when you whack it, like it makes the indent perfectly where you can see it. It's sort of like a rite of passage.
It's so good. It's so good. Oh, and
Mm,
it's
mm,
true. Power
mm.
scapula is used to make Bon Appetit.
It's beautiful. It's one of my favorite teas.
It's true. It's true. We all love
Mm,
it.
mm, mm.
Oh, a
Yes,
scapula mittens. Indeed. That's a good point.
Oh,
They have to
I've,
ship
I've been,
for it.
there's a lot of TikToks about that nowadays,
Oh,
actually.
that's right. It's really popular with the kids, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't really understand it. It's it's not
Well,
in my
kids these
expertise.
days, like I am on TikTok. I don't really understand what kind of, like trends they're up to, but I have heard about these scapula mittens.
Mm, mm, mm. Like backtracking a little bit though. I
Hmm.
I do I do see. I don't know if it's just my algorithm, but there's a lot of oddly satisfying wishbone cracking videos.
It's true. It's true. Kids, they are learning, like the traditions are still being kept alive, even if they don't understand why they're doing it.
Mm, 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 mm. Is the Gen Alpha thing Skibbity Scapula is worse? What the heck is Skibbity
Oh, you
Scapula? All
don't
the
want to
kids.
know what skippity scapula is. Like, that's a rabbit hole you don't want to dive into.
All right, or I keep hearing people talk about it. What the heck is this?
Oh, you don't want to look this up. You don't want to look this up. Like,
Okay, okay,
it's
I'll
going
I'll,
to
I'll take your
ruin
word
your
for it.
algorithm for months.
Okay, say no more. Say
Say
no
no
more.
more. Indeed, indeed. Let's check out, another classic bone, the clavicle.
Oh,
Another bone full of elegance, if you ask me.
oh, this is a good bone.
Mm.
Okay, so remember the humerus? Remember
Yes,
how the
yes.
humerus is the basic bone?
Mm.
This is like the hot older sister of the
Oh,
humerus.
100%. And like also, this sister, she's musical, you know?
Oh yeah, she is.
She plays.
Musical instruments are actually made of the clavicle.
It's the best bone to use in musical instruments. Like lots of violins, lots of pianos, they all use the clavicle.
Mm-mm.
It just makes such a pure, like beautiful sound.
It is so beautiful, and it's actually not that expensive too because each creature has two.
Exactly, exactly. You know,
Yeah.
honestly, a beautiful bone. Like, how would you say the taste is though?
Ah, I don't know. I don't want to eat this. This
No,
this
like
this
you don't
feels
want to
a
eat
little
it,
bit
right?
secret.
It's almost seems like a waste to eat the
Right.
clavicle.
Because I hear it tastes exactly the same as a humerus, which is like
Hmm.
not bad, right?
Yeah, it's like a decent
It's not
taste,
bad.
but like
But
you don't want to waste it, do you? Like
it's a waste.
it's like
Yeah.
it's such a good bone.
Right.
Exactly, exactly. Like it's so elegant. Like
A lot of our science equipment is actually made from clavicle as well.
it's true. Like actually, a lot of the flasks you guys see in front of you, like a lot
Mm,
of them
mm,
use
mm.
clavicles in it.
Mm, 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 mm. You
Exactly. Like
don't realize how much clavicle is in things.
mm. And like
Mm,
the nice
mm.
thing, it is actually so cheap.
Yeah.
Like everybody loves one. Like I think it even goes between everyone loves one and stocking filler, just because it's so cheap and accessible.
I would agree with that. I was gonna put it in stocking filler,
Mm-hmm.
but like I'm trying to think of someone who doesn't love a scapula and
Mm-hmm.
clavicle. Ah, sorry, sorry. I don't know what's gotten into me. Maybe a skeleton.
Oh, I hope not. Like, if I need
I
to
hope.
perform a removal tonight, I mean, it will be very educational for the viewers. But
Oh, I would rather not go through a removal. I have
mm,
places to be tomorrow.
my parents made me learn the clavicle in school, and it is just a beautiful instrument. Did you stick with it? Because like the sound is
Yeah.
gorgeous.
No, I mean, like it's pretty common.
Mm-hmm.
My parents also tried to make me learn, but I did not like my clavicle teacher, so I
It
never I
happens.
never
Like
got
I
to the
never
high grade.
stuck with it. Like I kind of wish I
Yeah,
did because like
yeah,
it would have been such a beautiful skill to have.
right. I'm a
Uh,
little bit sad, because like I was friends with quite a few
mm-hmm.
people in the bone orchestra.
uh,
Mm, mm,
that's a real shame. A bad teacher just
mm.
ruins everything.
Yeah,
You want to get your
yeah.
clavicle removed for the beautiful mouthpiece. Some bone surgeons they're afraid to remove the clavicles because people have like really high expectations for the state that like the clavicle will be in, like once it's removed, right? It's a lot of
Right,
pressure. So
right,
like that's why
right,
they, charge us a high price because you want it in like the pristine condition.
right. Exactly, exactly. And
Mm.
also, it's just that there's a lot of bad bone surgeons out there that
Oh yeah,
and a lot of like most of the good bone surgeons will be very expensive and out of your budget, which is like fair enough. So usually people get the clavicle removed in like a full, skeleton set.
exactly.
Like they offer like full bone
It's a better deal
deconstruction
that
and
way.
removal set. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Mm.
yeah, yeah.
Exactly, exactly. Like youngsters, like exactly, they love a clavicle. It's a good gift, guys. It's
Mm,
perfect.
mm,
It's
mm,
great. Like everyone loves them.
mm,
You might even foster some talent for the future.
mm. Oh yeah, yeah. There's a lot of talented ribcage
That's true,
players out there.
actually.
It's a hard instrument though.
Like the whip cage, like everybody, like every band has like the whip cage player, right?
Mm, mm, mm,
And
mm,
like
mm.
they always say that like the fans of like the whip cage player, they're like the craziest. Like you've heard this before,
Oh
right?
yeah, like in a rock band.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah,
And
yeah.
I would
The
say the
ribcage
clavicle
player
is
gets
pretty
the
chalk,
most
no?
girls.
Yeah. That's
These days they use electric ribcage. It's true. It's true because regular rib cages are
they
they're
get
they're in
all the
high
girls. It's
demand.
true. It's true.
You know. Mm.
Yeah. And like I think we can all agree the clavicle is a joke bone.
Yeah, it's
It's pretty
absolutely a joke bone.
straightforward. Very straightforward.
Incredibly straightforward.
Yeah, as far as bones go. And like, there's like one bone, like I think is a very interesting one because it's
Mm.
more conceptual than anything. That's the
A concept
cartoon
like
bone.
but it's a real bone, right? It's not like a funny bone.
It's the cartoon bone. Hmm.
Oh, wait, isn't this a recent mutation of bones?
It is, it is. Like some people think they're actually only in cartoons. But we've actually started seeing them in real life.
When did they start showing up?
I
I'm trying
believe
to
it was the
remember.
late 80s when we first started seeing the cartoon bones, like,
The late
propagate.
80s.
Like,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
believe,
yeah,
like, the
yeah, yeah,
first,
yeah, yeah,
like,
yeah.
cases were, like, what was it, like, in Italy, I believe? And they, like, slowly spread through Europe to the rest of the world.
Wait, does this have? Oh, wait. I got it. I got it.
Hmm.
Is the insurgence with the cartoon bone sort of like a renaissance of what happened with the funny bone?
Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Oh.
Like, the kids like it a lot more. than like
Yeah.
the
It
funny
makes
bone.
it makes nicer sounds, you know. It makes a
Mm-hmm.
bang sound.
Exactly. It it has a nice little tongue to it.
Yeah. You know,
Precisely.
I would argue that the cartoon bone is actually not a real bone.
Oh no. Like it's like a divergent evolution.
Yeah,
Made to
yeah.
imitate bones.
It's like the bone dragon.
Indeed.
It's actually carapace. It's not bone.
It's not bone. Like I
Yeah.
believe this actually goes to not a bone next to the funny
Mm,
bone.
mm, 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 mm.
Mm,
Yeah,
indeed.
but I do say though you could give this as a gift, but it's also like,
Oh
you know,
yeah,
stocking filler.
it's a stocking
It's
filler.
stocking filler.
It's cheap. There we go.
I'd say I'd even go as far as to say it's clutter. Like
Oh, it's clutter. Oh yeah,
it
no,
is
it's filler in the most
yeah.
literal sense.
It's a useless knickknack.
I mean, it does look like it's really tasty, but it's basically, it's manufactured.
Yeah,
Like
you
can
cannot
add
eat
whatever
this.
flavoring they want to it, but it's like not really edible.
Yeah, it's a lot of empty calories.
Yeah.
You will gain a lot of weight if you eat a lot of this.
Like
It's not good.
there is something that I think is like, very delicious though. Like if we're talking like empty calories, this is like
Mm,
still full calories, but it's worth it,
mm,
The
mm.
meat bone.
Oh, the meat
The
bone!
meat bone.
It's so good!
Oh, the meat bone is so delicious.
It's so
Oh,
good!
wow, we love the meat bone around here.
I do have to say,
Mhm.
in ancient times, like all the way back in caveman
Oh
times,
yeah.
and this was when like the Bone Lord was first emerging. So this was when the Bone
Yeah.
Lord was small,
When
right?
he wasn't as powerful as he is now.
Yeah, when he wasn't as powerful. Like this was when meat bone was popularized because I think back then people didn't know how to remove skeletons,
Oh
right?
no, it was very like the field was in its infancy. Like they had to
Yeah,
like
yeah,
learn
yeah.
to adapt.
Right. So what they used to do was like actually when someone got infected with a skeleton,
Mm.
they would just sacrifice the person,
Oh
and
yeah,
as a ritual they would eat the bone, and that's actually the first recorded case of meat bone.
exactly. And like they
Yeah.
actually believed that like by eating the meat bone, they would grow stronger and like more capable of defeating the skeletons.
Exactly. Well, they were horribly misguided
Oh yeah,
because
no.
yeah.
That's you don't gain power of it. It's still just like normal calories. You gain energy, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Meat bone is very, very good though.
Oh, it's so delicious. It's not practical.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't really have many other applications. I would say. Oh, but
Mm,
it's
mm,
so good.
mm.
It's so good.
It is delicious. It goes in bottom right corner.
Indeed. Like I will actually move these over a little bit, so we have like
There are
some
some
room
meat
in the
bones
bottom
nowadays that
right.
come from shady places. You should check the source of your meat bones.
Oh
Oh yeah,
yeah,
absolutely.
make sure they're sourced
Yeah,
properly, 100%.
yeah. Make
Because
sure you
like
buy
it's
free
like
range meat bones.
the meat bones like because it's so delicious. Restaurants think they can like charge a really high price, but it also means
Mm.
that like some of them are like stuffing it with like filler goods. Some of them are even like
Mm.
putting chemicals in the meat bones to like kind of puff off the flesh.
Oh wait, I've heard of
Mm.
cases of them using cartoon bones and just grafting meat to it.
Oh, I've heard of that. And like the cartoon bones, they're not delicious. Like you can't
They
just
are
stick a
not good.
cartoon bone into a steak and call it a meat bone. That's not how it
It's
works.
I do know that when I was small, my
Mm.
mom used to do that a lot because I would always ask her, meat bone, make me the meat bone, and then she would
Ah.
stick it through, and she's like, oh, this is a child meat bone. This is
Mm.
this is a special meat bone. She used to trick me a lot.
I mean, like you can't always, like kids want to have meat bone every day, but it's not practical for them to eat
Mm.
meat bone every
Yeah,
day. It's too expensive, and like it is maybe a few too many calories to be eating every single day.
it's like a Thanksgiving meal.
Exactly. You bought a counterfeit meat bone. It's okay, like it's really hard to tell them apart with the naked eye.
Like you don't know until you
Mm,
don't know how to tell until your first time, and then you don't forget.
precisely.
You know. Uh.
Like there is something, in my opinion, about the smell though. Like once
Mm,
you've like had both, you can
mm.
kind of smell the real meat bone.
Right. It's like top premium quality meat bone.
Exactly. Like a meat bone of an fry. Like honestly, I'd say meat bone. Everybody loves one. You know,
Everybody loves one.
everybody
It
loves a
is
meat bone.
very expensive,
It is
and it is the
expensive.
perfect gift.
It's actually like yeah, I think it actually goes in the perfect gift.
I would
At the
totally
top.
agree with that. And you know
Yeah,
what? Meat bone belongs in the middle.
it does.
It doesn't matter if you're a
It is
goth, a
the
jock, or a
great
hipster.
unifier.
Everybody loves to eat.
Exactly. The great unifier. Like even hipsters can't
Yes.
deny it. You know, they just use like, you know, the deconstructed meat bone. Have you seen that?
Oh my god, I've seen the pictures of people
Yeah.
deconstructing their meat
And you
bones,
know, they don't even serve it on a plate, you know?
taking the bone out of the meat.
uh but you know, like if that's what the hipsters do to like, you know, come to terms with the fact that
It's
they too love meat bone, that's okay, you
yeah,
know?
it's really funny because they're getting scammed, right?
Oh,
Apparently, it's like this
100%.
it's like this new trend where there is a meat bone and then they'll take the meat off the bone and then
Mm.
they'll reuse that real bone and graft new meat onto it and it's sort of like the meat keeps a bit of that bone flavor,
Yep, yep.
but it's just not real meat bone. It's
And you know,
it's cheap, it's garbage.
it's actually illegal, you know, like in restaurants, like in meat bone preparation, they're supposed to throw away the bone after you've eaten. You know, like they
Right.
can't keep regrafting meat to it. It's not
It's
like
not hygienic.
sanitary. You know, it's no good. Mm-mm. Oh, you need to hunt some bones with your dogs. Oh yeah, get those skeletons. Get them while you're out
Yes.
there. You know,
Good luck with the
you've got the
skeleton
dogs
hunting.
with you, so I'm sure you'll be okay. Yeah. Okay. So like, you know, the meat bone, it's one of the best bones.
Mm.
So like moving from one of the best, like I think the next one, it is quite divisive. You know, like people have very different opinions on it. It's the
Hmm.
lower arm bones. You know, it's technically a set of two.
The lower arm bones.
Yeah.
I
You know, you love it or you hate it. You know, like
hmm.
people have such strong opinions. You know, like this is like the pineapple pizza of like the bone world. You know?
I kind of like it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I like
You
the
love
crunch
it.
that happens when
Mm.
I love the crunch that happens when you bite it from the top and you kind of like feel the two bones converge, especially if the lower arm bone has meat on it. That
Mm.
is premium because that
Oh
space in
yeah.
between the two arm bones, the meat has like completely soaked in the bone flavor
It's
in that
true.
part,
I mean,
that
it
is the
is quite
best.
delicious. I am making a poll though, because
Right.
I know like this can go both ways. I've got the love it or hate it poll. Like, chat, do you love the lower arm? Do you hate the lower arm? Like, you know, people like, you know, this way it's anonymous. Like, you know, this is a safe, you know, like spot where you can like express where you love it or hate it. You know, it can go either way. You know,
Mm.
it's so messy, so complicated. That's the thing though, you know, because it is attached. You know, like the bone sauce, it does get in those gaps. And, you know, like some people don't like eating that way.
The mess makes it better. You just gotta use your
Yeah.
hands and just get in there,
You
you
know, it
know?
is kind of, you know, like eating like a pizza or hamburger. Like, there's no elegant way to like eat the lower
Right,
arm, right?
right. You
Mm.
would not eat lower arm bone on a first date.
Oh, no, no, no. You want to make a good impression, right? You're not eating
Yes,
lower arm
yes,
on the
yes,
first
yes,
date.
yes.
Unless you feel very strongly about lower arm and you want to see if the other person stays alive with you, you know?
Yes, exactly. Oh, I've
Mm-hmm.
seen this thing. I've seen this like TikTok challenge. It's fine. I go on TikTok,
Mm-hmm.
okay? I've seen this TikTok challenge with couples where like one person will grab one side of the lower arm bone and they try to snap it apart together.
Ah, so it's
It's
kind
like
of like
it's
a
like a
wishbone for like adults.
yeah, it's like a wish and if it snaps perfectly at the joint, it means you're meant to be together.
Oh, that's so romantic, kind of. You know, like it.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a, you know, a Zoomer tramp. But like, you know, I kind of like that. You know, they're putting a
Yeah,
spin on an old tradition.
yeah.
I hear there's a
Like a
gene
lot
that
of
makes the
Zoomers.
lower arm bone taste like chalk. I have heard of that.
Oh, oh,
Ah,
I don't have that.
yeah.
Ugh.
Does any of you have like, you know? I am noticing hate it is winning in the polls. It's like there might
Mm.
actually be a couple of people in chat who have like the chalk gene. Just
No, just
marinated.
marinating. I don't think it gets rid of the
Mm-hmm.
chalk feeling. It really is either look. If you don't like the lower arm bone, I'll eat it for you.
You know, that's always what I'm thinking, you know? Like, if you don't like the lower arm, you know, just give it to somebody who likes it, you know? There's no need
Yeah.
for
Like form a
leftovers.
symbiotic relationship with them.
Almost double the people hate it though. Like, that's what I said. It's a very, you know, divisive bone. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
They are unbased. It's unfair.
You know, which, like, I think that, like, makes it so hard to place it somewhere. Because, like, I think we have to place it on both sides, you know, to, like,
Mm,
represent, like, both, you know, sides of the argument. People
mm,
love it
mm,
or they
mm,
hate
mm,
it,
mm.
you know? It's how it goes.
Where they break lower arms just pulling from each bone. Oh yeah,
Oh,
gym bros. It's kind of like if I can like break the bone myself, it's I don't know. I think it's kind of a cope trend though. It's like
Mm,
because it started as a couple trend.
exactly, exactly. You know, like it's a little bit silly, isn't it?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, it's like the pizza crust. You know, like some people really love it. You know, like I
Yeah.
actually say the better example is like, pineapple pizza, where like, it people get so heated over it, you know?
It's the big guy's wishbone. No, 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 no. I think for big guys, like they move on from this and they go to like the conjoined thigh bones.
Mm.
Mm, mm, mm.
Like, would you say, because like,
Mm,
it's quite a controversial bone, would you even put
mm.
it in like the hipster category?
Um, I'd put it in jock,
In
honestly.
jock? Ah.
Cause there's like TikTok trends with it,
Oh,
you
that's
know?
true. Like, especially because you said the muscle bros are using it these days. It has really made a comeback, hasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Like I'd say like before it's only hipsters that like this bone,
Mm.
but like not everyone's using this bone to eat, you know?
Yeah. Though that said,
Yeah.
like it or don't like it, would you give it as a gift? Like, I think
I
it's a
don't know.
gag gift, right? Like, no, like,
Yeah,
if
yeah.
on what occasion are you handing out like a lower arm?
This is a gag gift. You don't know if someone's gonna like it or hate it.
Yeah.
But like I do say though, like in every friend group there will be a few people who do like it,
Oh,
so it's
they
always easier to
love a
pass it
lower arm
on.
bone.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
100%.
yeah.
I have no
It's a
idea what's
risky
going on.
gag.
Oh, we're just having a scientific analysis of where we place
Yes,
like every
yes,
bone on the
yes,
charts. Don't worry about
yes.
it. It's very
Where
straightforward.
we are analyzing bones today.
Exactly, exactly.
Mm, mm,
Yeah,
mm,
you
mm,
don't know if
mm.
someone will like it, hate it, or gag on it. Exactly. It's a risky
Yes.
gag, but I think that's actually been one of those TikTok trends, like surprising like my significant other
Surprising, right?
with
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a lower arm bone and then filming their reaction.
Wait, have you seen those lower arm bone proposals? Actually, where it's kind of like, hey, hold on to this, right? And then like the fiance will like secretly snap it with them.
Oh,
Yeah, and it's like a, will you be my, will you be the other half of
will it
my
be the
lower
other
arm
half?
bone? Yeah,
It's a risky move, but I think it might work, especially if the other person likes the lower arm.
yeah. It's really really romantic.
Precisely. Yes, yes, yes. That's why gods love it. I mean, that's actually, that's perspective on it.
Mm.
Like, would you
That is true. That is true.
like would you put it in God shock?
Who?
Hmm.
You're right. You.
Like, that's a good
Hmm.
argument.
There are good arguments for this.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still leaning jock myself, but
Hmm.
like I think it can be closer to Goth, like on the edge, there.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
I'd say so.
Oh yeah, and it's true. If you are the friend in your group that like loves the lower arm bone, you get all the lower arm bones that your friends don't want.
Oh yeah, that's me.
Exactly, exactly. If other people want to pick the lower arms of their burger, you can just give them to
I
us.
had a I had a friend in high school. And anytime we go eat,
Hmm.
cause you know how like sometimes they give lower arm as side dishes,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like
Of
like
course.
just like one or two.
Mm.
She would always dump all of hers on my plate. It was great.
God, I love that. I mean, like the juices in the lower arm are quite good, aren't they?
Mm.
It is messy, but it's kind of
It's
worth
very
it.
very good. Very very good.
Like when we say the lower arm, it's messy, it's juicy. Like I think the next one is like the complete opposite, right? Because
All
like
dry.
no, it's crunchy.
Oh,
It's like a
I
bag
think
of
I know
like
which one.
popcorn. You know,
Oh, it is like a bag of popcorn.
it's the
Oh, I
hands.
love these.
You
I
know,
love these so much.
just love to nibble down on them.
Wait, let me tell you. My favorite way to eat a hand
Oh
is
yes.
if you've still got meat on the hands, like you suck off the meat off the bone and then you crunch the bone like one by one.
Oh.
Okay, this is a hot take. Like
Hmm. Hmm.
you know how usually they like serve hands whole, right? And then normal
Yeah.
people eat the hand like just like biting down into it.
Mm-mm.
I actually like snapping off each of the finger joints.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I know this hasn't caught on in a lot of other countries yet, but
Uh.
depending on the place, sometimes in the cinema, they just like serve them in like the popcorn buckets. And
Oh,
I think that's
really?
actually my favorite way to eat the
Oh, like in
hands, where they've been
like
like
entire hands.
pre-jumbled. Like they've like already snapped all little pieces, and you can just like pop
Mm.
them out. You just like crunch them. It's delicious. It's very good.
Ah, it's so good.
Yeah. Like
I eat my hand bones like I eat fries. It's true. It's true.
I will say though, like, for everybody who has fights, like the popcorn hands, like, do you prefer salt or sugar? You know?
Obviously salt.
Yeah,
Like
salt I
these,
think is a better choice, but like the sugar caramel is quite popular too.
I don't know. It feels wrong. Like
It does,
the
doesn't it?
basic taste of the hand
Like,
bone
it's not
is
sweet, is it?
it's savory,
Yeah, the
and
knuckle
I feel
pops.
like
That's what they call it. It's like
yeah,
in some countries. I think in the UK they call it knuckle pops.
really.
Hmm.
Oh, we just call them finger dippers here.
Ah, finger dippers are good though. Actually, I
Yeah.
have heard that, like, sometimes, like, in Australia, you do say, like, so we get, like, some finger dippers at the Macca's or something like that, right? Like, I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
I've
yeah, yeah,
heard
yeah.
people say this on Twitter.
Yeah. Finger dippers at the Macca's. I have heard of them like referred to as poppers though.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like, hey, you wanna come to Macca's get some poppers for Granny or something?
Ah! Okay, but, like, which is your favorite dip? When you're getting, like, your finger dippers. Oh, wait. I think there might be another skeleton in, like, next house. Give her a moment to fight it up. Ooh, oh, okay. That's fine, Neg has fought the skeletons before, she'll fight them again. Meanwhile, chat, what is your favorite dip for the finger dippers or the knuckle pops, however you call them? Homemade sugar ones aren't good, but the packaged ones are. Yeah, it's okay. Neg is very strong. She has been trained to fight the skeletons. You like the spicy ones? I quite like them with paprika. Oh, I think she's coming back. Oh, the skeleton is like, oh, it's on top of her. Oh, ooh, that's gruesome. You got this, Neg. Come on, use the sword. Oh, I think it's casting a fireball. Neg. Watch your tail. It's on fire. Tap it out. Ooh. Oh no. You've trained for this. You got this. Ooh. Oh, that's not good. But it's okay. Like, we have, like, first aid on deck if need be. Oh, he's got a cartoon bone. Oh. I think he's using it to bludgeon. Oh, Neg, you okay?
Yep. I'm
Oh,
okay. I'm okay.
she's
okay,
crawling back. Oh,
Okay.
you good there?
Yeah. I'm okay.
It's fine.
There's so many
Do you need
skeletons.
some of the band-aids? You good?
No,
Did you draw blood? No
I'm
infections,
good.
right?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. I'm wearing long
Oh,
sleeves today, so.
thank God. They can
Oh,
bite that way.
yeah.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
before the skeleton so rudely barged in, like,
Yes.
I was
Yes.
wondering, what dip do you
Yes.
prefer, when you get the finger dippers at the Meccas?
Sweet and sour,
Oh,
always.
sweet and sour. That's the best one.
Did I get any loot from that skeleton? No, unfortunately not, because I had to kill it very fast. Like all of the bones are unusable.
Low quality skeleton. You hate to see it, don't you?
Yeah, it's some of these skeletons they just crumble, you know.
Yeah, like, just to
Yeah.
dust. Like, that's a sign of a low quality skeleton, Guy named Kai's hands were his favorite. Like, a lot of people are quite a fan of hands just because they're such a good little snack,
It is true.
Yeah.
Like I say, the joints make it extra delicious.
It's so delicious.
It is very fatty though.
It's so fatty.
You gotta be
like,
careful.
you can't eat too many. It's so easy to eat so many of them down. They go
Yeah.
down so easy.
Yeah, if you eat too much, you'll get very fat.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I mean, like, the hand, it's a junk food. You can buy them at the Macca's. It's not golf. Like, a stocking filler though. Like, who's gonna say no to a hand?
No one's gonna say no to a hand. That's actually where the saying comes
yes,
from. Would
indeed.
you like a hand with that?
It's exactly like everybody likes a hand with that. That's just a fact.
Yeah. You would always want a hand with that from the Coco Hand family.
Ladyfingers, really delectable. That's actually where Ladyfingers got their name from. Because of their resemblance,
Yes, the bananas were named after the hand.
Indeed.
Yes.
It's true. Your tummy's like, sometimes it can only be satisfied by the hands,
Yes, my tummy's experiencing a rumbling.
Oh no, I'm feeling like a bit of an appetite right now. Like, I think I could go for some hands.
I'm hungry. I wish I had enough for dinner. I just like my mouth is actually watering from hearing all of this.
Salivating.
And you do know that as a dog, my craving is very, very strong.
Oh, no, I feel you. Like, after this, like, maybe I'll just get myself, like, just a platter of, like, hands, just
Can
something to
you
break up.
order them in? Like we have pretty good hand places nearby,
Mm.
near the research center.
Oh, I have a Macca's near me, you know?
Oh
It's,
yeah.
yeah.
Could you order one
Oh, I'll get like
to
a
the
plate for
research center?
us. Yeah,
Yeah,
100%,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
100%.
Yeah, could you get me like 2 sweet and sour dips?
Exactly. You guys are all hungry. I mean, we all get
Yeah.
hungry when we talk about hands. You know, that's a completely
Exactly,
normal reaction.
exactly. I do say though, hands are kind of goth hipster
Oh,
because
they
there are
are.
some goths who don't like use hands to eat. Some of them use hands as statement pieces.
Oh, that's true. Like to hold like a lamp or something. Like I have seen those.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Oh, and they
true.
use them as like dress pieces as well. You know, like the breast piece.
Mm.
Yeah, it's very very pretty.
But you know, like what I think is like the hipster equivalent of a hand. Like I don't think this is like controversial to say.
A foot.
It's obviously the foot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's obviously the foot.
It's obviously the foot. Like, stop pretending they're not as good as the hands. Like, goddamn hipsters be like, oh no, actually, I think the foot is more delicious. Like, there's a reason they're not selling the foot at the Meccas, you know? There's a reason they're not selling the foot at the Meccas.
I'm gonna be honest with you. There is a reason they don't sell the feet at Macca's. Listen.
Mm-hmm.
People get weird about feet.
Exactly. You know, the hipsters, they can't shut up about it.
like feet are so hipster. I would say some goths. I think it's goth hipster.
Goth hipster.
Personally,
I can agree with that. Yes.
I think feet fulfill all of the same sort of cultural. Yeah, feet fill the same cultural space as hands, but I don't know. It's just it
I
doesn't.
mean, they're kind of
feel
just
right.
like, you know, the inferior version of like hands, you
Because-
know? And like people like to
because-
pretend that they're better, but like it's only like
Yeah, they're just the what. And the thing is, like, because they're the
Mhm.
last part of the skeleton to come out, like it's been marinating for too long.
exactly.
Yeah.
Like I dare say, you know, like
It's
even though
overcooked.
like it's overcooked, you know, and also they're not even practical.
Some people do like the burnt smell. Yeah, yeah, I said it, burnt.
They do smell burnt, it's true, you know, and you should
Yeah.
say it. You should say it.
Yeah, it's not healthy. Like you'll get health problems if you eat too many feet.
Yeah. It's no good.
Mm.
Meccas don't wanna get sued. No. It's you know, that's the excuse they use in public. But it's just
Yeah,
because
yeah,
it doesn't
yeah,
sell
yeah.
very well, you know?
Yeah, and also feet actually don't pass FDA regulations.
Yeah. Like a lot of
Mm.
you know, places they cannot get them clean enough.
Then
means
they're
they're
not
not good
allowed
for
to sell
eating.
feet.
Yep.
But there are unscrupulous places that do like remember the thing I said about I like deconstructing my hands
Yeah.
to get them poppers?
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, some places they deconstruct the toes and they pretend that like they advertise them as
Oh,
deconstructed
no.
fingers.
Oh no. They're like just trying to
Yeah.
get the cheap materials.
Yeah. And sometimes like you'll find that like you know you buy a pack of hands, you buy a
Mhm.
pack of fingers, right?
Yeah.
And they're all deconstructed. Yeah, they're fake poppers. They'll sneak in a few toe bits.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
You know, like I will say though, as a gag
It is a good gag.
gift, yeah.
It is a gag. You'll be like, hey, guess what? I got you a hand.
Hey, guess what? I got you. Oh, no, it's actually a
Oh,
foot.
no. Weird looking fingers you got there.
Oh, I gave you the popcorn bucket of hand. Wait, you ate a foot.
Oh, it's like Bean Boozled.
You know, like it would actually be a good business venture. You know, just like mix them up. You don't know which one you're gonna
knuckle or
get.
pinky toe? Pinky knuckle always.
Always pinky knuckle.
always.
Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like, they don't actually taste good. You know.
Yeah. You
Fell
fell
for
for
it.
it. You ate a
All this
toe.
trick in the book.
You toe sucker.
I mean, people can be artistic with them. You know, like you know what?
Yeah.
I'll move it up a little bit on the impracticality, just because like for art purposes. You know, like
Yeah.
the people are out there.
It's a good commentary on consumerism, I'd say.
Indeed. Precisely. Like, you know, speaking of like, you know, one of the most artistic bones, like the pelvis.
Oh, the pelvis.
You know,
Oh, what a beautiful bone.
it does have that natural shape going for it.
It has such a nice shape.
Indeed. Like, you know,
I-
there's a
I do love-
reason. Like from the
I do love the
ancient like
pelvis.
Greeks and Romans, like they all have depicted like the pelvis in so many different situations.
And you know, like when you sit in a throne, like the
Mm,
bone that touches the throne is the
exactly.
pelvis,
It's true. It's true.
right?
Like it's
I have a lot of opinions on this one. What? What? Who said that? Who said that?
the pelvis is lewd. You guys, you in this
Yeah,
day
I
and
mean, yeah,
age, you know,
that's where babies come out of. Yes.
it's
Ha ha ha.
artistic. Okay.
Yes. It's full of meaning, okay? It's about nature. Yes, exactly. Pelvis Presley. Elvis was named after the pelvis.
Exactly. Like his mother was actually well renowned like skeleton warrior. Precisely.
Have it pureed with the ice cream. You call it the hippie hippie shake.
Oh,
Oh,
that's actually where they,
true.
named the dance move after, like when you twist your hips, like it's because of the
Mm.
pelvis,
Yeah.
you know? Like I think the pelvis has given us so much,
It it's given us so much. Like there's a lot of people who think that the pelvis is a little bit erotic.
Yeah. Well, I don't think
But
like the
that's
pelvis should be eaten, the pelvis should be admired.
yeah, I like I see where they're coming from with that, right?
Yeah,
Because the pelvis is just I think it's one of the most beautiful bones in the body.
indeed, indeed. Like you shouldn't give the
Yeah.
pelvis to anyone. I actually agree. Like the pelvis, it's a piece of art. It is practical. It's not for
It's
eating.
very, very, very hard to come across an intact pelvis.
It's true, it's true. Which is also
It is
like,
it is so hard.
like it's not essentially a stocking filler or a gag, but at the same time, you shouldn't give to anyone. So I think it's a bad idea to be gifting it to people. Unless you are
Mm.
like a sculptor, you are an artist. That's different.
Yeah.
But then it's your job.
It's so easy to mess up a pelvis as well. It's kind of like you shouldn't be giving a pelvis to a beginner in the first place.
Oh no,
You
no,
know?
no. Like that's
Yeah.
dangerous. Like you don't want to get like, ahead of
Yeah.
themselves.
Mm.
And I
I think
think,
it's commonly misunderstood.
yeah, like
Yeah.
I would actually say it's a little goth.
Oh yeah, it's definitely goth hipster.
Yeah. Let me pull it over there. There we go.
Yeah.
Like a little bit more on
I'd
the
say
goth
like
side of things, perhaps.
mm. There are a lot of hipsters out there that do like broken pelvises. I think they see some sort of like a, like wabi sabi kind of
Mm.
like, beauty in the
Oh, the
cracks kind of
beautiful and
art.
like the broken. Indeed.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
I
yeah,
lost my
yeah.
pelvis in the divorce. Ah, that's such a shame. It's such a, they
Oh,
do go for it because it's like so expensive.
it's it's a family heirloom piece.
Indeed, indeed. Like
Mm, you know,
like a pelvis, you put it on the mantle.
yeah. I mean, I'm not a pelvis expert or anything. I've just seen a lot. Okay,
Yeah.
like look,
In
when
our
you work in this
field,
field,
you see a pelvis come by like at least once a week.
yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I'd say like the one bone that I don't see very often, and for good safety reason, is two.
Indeed, indeed.
Yeah.
Precisely, precisely. Like
Mm.
I I think going from the pelvis, like one of the most like beautiful, gorgeous bones. Like I think
Mm.
there's one bone that I think is very understated. Like
Oh
and
yeah. Tradition of repairing a broken pelvis with metal and gold, right? It
and
shows
gold
scars instead of
indeed.
hiding.
It's beautiful. It's gorgeous.
Yeah. I think those are a lot cheaper
Mm,
than intact pelvises, but I actually prefer those.
indeed, indeed.
Mm.
Like it is gorgeous. It is gorgeous.
Mm.
I think yeah, it's like the kintsugi of the pelvis.
Mm.
Indeed, indeed. But like the pelvis, I think we can all agree it's beautiful, right? But I think
Yes,
there's like
yes.
one bone that does not get the recognition it deserves, and I'd like to see
Mm.
what you think about it.
Mm. Whoa.
The kneecap.
I have not seen a detached kneecap in many years.
Mm. It's often
Oh,
forgotten about, isn't it?
it's okay. Hot take.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
forgotten about for a good reason.
That is a hot take. Go on.
It's a very, very hot take. It's forgotten about for a good reason because knees don't need caps. Okay.
Well, to be fair, the body doesn't need bones, so that goes without saying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like this is an offcut. You can't eat it because it's way
Mm.
too hard, and it only exists here as skeleton armor. It's armor for the skeleton. Like it
It's
means
still.
nothing to us.
It's like
You
it's
can't do
basically
anything with
inedible.
it.
But here's the
Right.
thing. Like, there's one spot where I think the kneecap really shines.
Mm.
And that is in the finishing touches of the construction. Because you got like this little gap. You just shove a little kneecap in there, smooth it over. It's so practical. Like architects, they use it all the time.
I know architects use it all the time, but it's just like to the general public, the kneecap means nothing. It's like what is a screw to a construction man? It just is.
That's true. That's true. But like,
Yeah.
what is a construction man without a screw?
Oh. True. True. I'd say kneecaps are necessary, but it's just there's no
tasty.
reason.
They are like kind of
Yeah.
tough. They're a little bit leathery. But I
Yeah.
would say they at least deserve that spot in like practicality.
Yeah. I'd say only hipsters like kneecaps.
It's true. It is 100% a hipster bone.
A construction man with no
I might be a
screws
bit
is
of a
just
hipster
man.
just because I do have like a little bit of an appreciation for the undervalued
Yeah.
kneecap.
It's okay. It's okay. I understand. I'm sorry that I dunked on the kneecap so
It's
much.
okay. It's
just,
okay. The phrase the kneecap someone is very job. Well, here's the thing. The kneecap, like, it actually has a very ancient tradition. Like why the mafia like threatens to take your kneecaps? It's because they know that without the kneecap, you're but a man.
Oh, it's like they take your kneecaps because it's the finishing on buildings.
Exactly.
So if they take your kneecaps, it's kind of like saying, I will make sure that the foundation on which you live is unstable.
Indeed. They are like,
It's a threat.
removing the foundation of your very being. Just
Yeah,
like
yeah,
if you
yeah,
take
yeah,
the screws out
yeah.
of the building, everything falls apart.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, actually, what the kneecap is for is that bending a band over a point puts a lot of pressure on the bend point, and putting something there solid avoids it. It's purely for the sake of not snapping our knee ligaments. True, it's there in buildings as well. For
Exactly.
that.
Like it's kind of like the
Ah.
ultimate like understated bone, I feel. And like it's kind of the ultimate insult, to say like you are a man without kneecaps,
That is true. That is true. That is almost like saying you are a spineless man.
Indeed, indeed. It's like on par. It's a little bit old
Yeah.
school. It's kind of old fashioned, but that's why you only see gangsters really talking about it these days, because they are
Yeah.
very old fashioned.
You can sometimes see gangsters walking around without kneecaps as well, because their kneecaps have been taken away by their like mafia boss or something.
Indeed, indeed.
Yeah, and that's how you tell that someone is part of the mafia. It's like someone with no kneecaps.
It's like part of the tradition. Is like it's the
Yeah.
cutting off the pinky finger, depending on the world.
Yeah.
The
Exactly.
removing of the kneecaps.
Exactly.
Indeed, and it's true. It's the first time you're going down a bad path. Indeed, indeed.
Exactly. Like if a mother sees her son come home without kneecaps, she will weep, for that is his first death.
I think I read that book. It's a beautiful quote.
It really is. I
Yeah.
think everyone should read it if they do want to study bonology literature.
Indeed, indeed.
Mm.
My bot has been getting into caps recently. I'm scared for him. There's still time to set him on the right path, because this is a slippery slope.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
will lose his caps very soon. If,
You
if he
start
keeps
getting
going
into
here.
caps, and it's a few years down the line. Your brother doesn't have any caps left. It's one thing leads to another, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I think at the time he's gonna be like, yeah, what's one more? Yeah, I'm just doing it once in a while. And I think a lot of young people, they are curious about that kind of stuff.
Indeed, indeed.
But when
Everybody
you really-
experiments a little bit with kneecaps, right?
Yeah.
Indeed. I do think that as a gift, a bad idea, right? Unless somebody's a construction worker, they don't need the kneecaps, and if they are, they already have plenty of kneecaps. What are you
Right,
doing?
exactly.
You don't
Yeah.
give a construction worker extra
It's not even
nails.
a
He
gag
doesn't need
gift.
them. No.
Because people don't understand it.
It's just confusing, actually
Yeah.
it can be, taken as a threat. It's
Yeah.
more of a mafia thing. You send somebody a kneecap and they're like, am I
It's
next?
kind of
Yeah,
it's kind of like, whose kneecap is this? Where did you get this?
it's like waking up to the horse head on your pillow. You don't want to do it.
exactly.
You're gonna send mixed messages, you got a dip, have a
No,
good
no,
rest of your day.
actually, I would put that in send this to someone you hate.
Actually,
Keep them
that's
on their
true.
toes.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna actually see if I can move this, get a proper
Yeah,
next
make
this,
a
because
new
now we
tier
have
for it.
3 of them and send it to somebody you hate. So I feel at this point it does need an extra tier.
We're expanding the pyramid of gifts.
There we go. Here we go.
Oh, my bad. I'm
Sentence
sorry. I forgot that I had access to this board.
someone you hate.
I just haven't used Canva in so long.
It's okay. It's
Oh,
okay. You have editing access if you need it.
yes, if I do need it.
I'll pull it down a little bit so it's still on screen.
Yes, thank
There
you.
we go.
Yeah,
Okay.
we don't need the green section.
No, the green
Yes.
one I can add in post.
Yes, the PDF will be uploaded for those who missed the notes.
It's very important reference, like for when you're studying for like the Bonology entrance exams, like you
Yes,
will want
yes,
this final chart.
Yes.
It will be very helpful. And of course you can cite this in scientific papers, like they will accept it.
Yes, exactly. Because we are a reputable academic source.
Indeed. Will there be a test later? Once you get into the course,
Yeah, right now this is just, the introductory where you're scoping it out.
Yeah, you're scoping it out. You're still seeing if you're signing up.
Yeah.
Like
If you do want to sign up for the course, yes, there is a mid-semester test and one at the end of the semester.
Yeah, 2 throughout the year, but there is also attendance credit.
Yes.
My grandpa received a kneecap credit. He built his house with it.
Oh my god, that is
power
a power
move.
Yeah.
Like your granddad, the coolest guy I've ever heard of. Like, I'm sorry.
that is insane. Like, can you imagine the guy that sent him the kneecap walking by the house? Like,
he
holy
must have been
shit,
fuming,
that's the
right?
kneecap
Like,
I sent him.
Brain, like, just crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so strong. That's so powerful.
Yeah.
That is so powerful.
That is incredible.
Like speaking of power moves, like I think there's one bone that we don't hear about a lot. And like I didn't actually know about it till I took the Bonology course. It's the manubrium.
The what?
The manubrium.
The manubrium.
Yeah.
I can't even say this bone word. Oh, the bone pictures. Oh my! You've got a skinny. The manubrium.
It's oft forgotten about, though, isn't it?
No, I'm not showing my inexperience, okay? I passed Bonology, okay? I graduated with honors, okay? I am the assistant of the world-renowned Joru. It's just that I haven't seen a manubrium in person before, so I just don't know how to recognize it.
I haven't seen it in
years.
You don't see it that often these days, I feel.
Yeah.
No, where in the body is it? Well, we all know this, chat.
We all know this.
Exactly.
It is connected to the bone.
Indeed.
Yeah.
It's actually, I think we all know where it is. I don't need to explain
Yeah,
it.
we do know where it is. It's the most juicy part of the rib cage.
Indeed. It is quite delicious, it's the connective tissue, it's so smooth. It's so smooth, and I have actually heard that like people sometimes use it like to sand things down, just because it's like,
I'm seeing a few people in chat don't know where the manubrium is. So should I give them a refresher?
You can give them a refresher. Yes.
Yeah, it's the top part of the sternum, which is the middle of your rib cage.
Indeed. It's like where it attaches, basically.
Yes.
So, I think despite it being often forgotten, it is actually quite a bit of a delicacy. Like, you only really get it at the fancy restaurants, but like, it's a good acquired taste, isn't it?
Right. It kind of has the feeling like it's eating you back, because look at how smooth this is. Like, you can't bite this. Like, I feel like this is the thing that you kind of have to like eat all at once.
Oh yeah, no,
it's
just
like an oyster.
It's like an oyster. It's like, depending on the place where you're eating it, it can be like sushi, like you it's like a one bite kind of situation.
Yeah. It's great.
You swallow it down. It's delicious. It's so good. Like,
it's great with wasabi.
The chef does need to like pass a course and lots of training to prepare it properly, of course. Because like you say, it like eats back at you. Indeed.
Yeah. Oh, you have to replace the manubrium in your acoustic ribcage all the time. Yeah, it's a
happens
pretty
all the
delicate
time,
piece.
Though people curry them sometimes, indeed. It's like, and it is what to say. Pumpkin says the marrow in this thing, it's so soft. It's so delicious.
I'm
Like,
hungry.
it makes me so hungry, like, and this one, if it wasn't so expensive, you could have it more often, because like it is actually
Yeah,
quite healthy, like
this is incredibly top tier high class.
high gas, like
Yeah,
super
you do
delicious.
not use this for construction at all. Like
Oh
yes,
no.
sometimes you can find this in like the instrument of rib cage, which is
Hmm.
why rib cages are so expensive.
Indeed, indeed. Like not
Mm, mm,
everybody can
mm.
afford like a top of the line web cage.
Right, 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 right.
Mm.
But yeah, this is purely for eating.
It's just for eating, like you could use it for
Mm,
other things, but like for the most part you don't want to.
yeah.
I'm very hungry. God, I'm so hungry when I look at the
God,
manubian. Oh,
I do have my mouth is watering
really
because
makes you water.
the last time I had manubrium
Mm.
was, I think it was like my birthday like 2 years ago, and
Ah,
I can't I just can't forget the feeling of when you break past that first
it
layer of
melts in your
bone,
mouth.
it crunches, and then the inside is just
Mm.
it is just soft. It just pours out onto your tongue, but it's not like a liquid. It's soft,
Ah,
it's membrane. It's like a nice hot
like the
mochi.
texture is just really good, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Ah, some Gar's manubian with mint and oranges. It's true. Yes, yes, yes.
Yes,
Ah,
yeah, yeah.
God, I want to eat some manubian.
I'm hungry. I'm so
I'm
I'm
so
so
hungry for manubian right
hungry.
now.
Ah!
Like sometimes you just look at, you see it sometimes in like, those like foodie manga, the cuisine based ones. And
Yeah,
it's,
yeah,
wow,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
so
yeah, yeah, yeah,
deliciously,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Ah, man, you
Ah,
do love to
perfect
see
gift.
it.
This one's a perfect
Oh,
gift.
perfect
You
gift.
gotta put it in the top. You gotta,
It's
you
the perfect
gotta.
gift. It's the perfect gift. Oh, Waka, thank you for the sub.
Ah, thank you for
Thank
subbing
you,
to
thank you.
Jordan. Akarara. Oh,
And like, where would you put it on the scale? Like on sliding scale?
I think, I think everyone loves this.
Everybody loves
I
manubian,
think,
right?
I
Like
think
it
it's
actually
everyone.
goes
This is
with
the
meat
middle.
bone, you
Yeah,
know.
it's. Oh my god,
Ah.
I feel like I'm gonna start drooling.
I am drooling right now.
Very unprofessional of me. Sorry.
Mm. I mean, it's okay. In our field, sometimes you're just dealing with things that are so delicious. You have to contain yourself.
Yeah, yeah. It's
It
like
happens
sometimes,
often enough.
sometimes when we're removing skeletons, like this is off the record, okay?
Mm.
Don't tell the authorities. But sometimes when Jorah and I are removing skeletons, and she hands me like bone pieces to put away, I like to take a little bite.
Oh, a little nibble. I mean, let's
Yeah.
let's who among us like cast the first stone? Like who hasn't taken a little nibble when you're like taking bones out,
Right?
right?
Right? It's like just because they say you shouldn't doesn't mean you won't.
I mean, everybody's done it. Like you're not supposed to, but everybody's done it.
You saw a wishbone from your workplace once. You almost fight. All over a
Over a
wishbone?
wishbone? Oh, you buy a
Jeez.
wishbone by the kilo. Let's
That's that's BS. Like that is a bad
they should be giving
workplace.
you wishbones for free at the lunch
Yeah,
table.
like I remember back in my first internship, like they just
Mm.
had buckets of wishbones, and they're kind of like,
Oh
yeah, just take
yeah.
however many you want.
Just take whenever you want one. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
barely a crime. Not even a petty one.
yeah,
Barely a crime, honestly.
yeah. Honestly, I think it was on your workplace for mistreating workers.
Indeed, indeed. Like honestly, I think you
Mm.
can sue for that. Quite frankly.
Really,
Yeah,
really, like you can. Oh yeah, you can sue for withholdment of bone.
indeed, indeed. Like if they were putting
Mm.
it out in front of you, like
Mm.
nobody would expect that. Like it would be so
Mm.
so mad
Mm.
of
Mm. Mm.
like
Mm.
a
Mm.
wishbone. A wishbone.
Mm. Like it's just a wishbone, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
uh, you only get paid one wishbone per hour. Bone inflation has been hell because the.
Speaking of bone inflation,
Yes.
there's one bone that I think we all grew up like, eating, having all the time, but they're so expensive these days. I'm talking, of course, about the femur.
Oh, the good old femur.
Yeah.
The
Like,
good old
I think when
femur.
we're talking about a bone that's just like a real bone shape, like the femur is
Mm.
like the most bone of bones, isn't it?
No, I think they used to be like a dime a dozen because
Mm.
the way we used to kill skeletons, it's kind of like we whack the skull first.
I think it was like kind of a lobster situation where people like, considered femur
Yeah.
like, a cheap bone that like, but then like they realized it's actually really tasty and like it has it's like the potato of the bone world. You can use it in any dish,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Exactly, exactly. Like, and now these days, but the prices have
No,
quite
no,
gone
no.
up,
The,
haven't
the the
they?
femur was considered an offcut before, wasn't
Indeed,
it?
indeed. Like it was one of the ones they
Yeah.
just throw away. You know,
Yeah,
people
and because
were
it was
barely
so
using them.
cheap.
Indeed, indeed.
Mm-mm.
Who goes for sucking on the orb part? Aw.
Me, me,
We
me,
all
me,
love
me,
the orb
me.
part. I mean, it's you know, it's like, how do you eat like, your Tim Tam, right? That's
Me. Like, how do you eat your femur, Jodu? I like to bite off the orb part,
yeah.
and put it aside, and then I eat the rest of the femur, and I
I
get to the
mean,
orb part
like,
last.
you bite off the orb part, but what I do is like you put it in your cheek like a little hamster, and then you can like suck on it for a while.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah,
You
yeah, yeah,
know,
yeah.
that's the best way. Like it also like it's right. It's the marrow. You know, it releases the marrow, and like it just kind of just like slowly seeps out over time. It's like
Ah, it's so
it's so good.
good. It's so good. I'm so hungry.
God, if only the femurs weren't so pricey these days. You know, I could really go for some femur right now.
I really want to go
Ah,
for
femur
FEMA.
breakers. I mean, they do have like the offshoots. Like they're not real femur, but they kind of like replicate the taste and texture of it, don't they?
Mm, 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 mm.
Mm,
It's
exactly.
synthetic bone, you know. I heard they make them out of different parts of bones.
That's
You
true.
know,
That's true.
it's like you know like the bone machine, you know, the Macca's bone machine.
Mm.
They like grind up a bunch of mystery bone and then they reshape it into
Indeed,
the
indeed.
femur
And
bone.
like they call it
Yeah,
like femur nuggets, but like it's actually
yeah,
like a bunch of different bones together.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a bunch of stitched bones. I mean, it
Mm.
still tastes good, but like
Yeah.
it's not a real femur. It's not a real
Exactly,
femur bone.
exactly. Like I
Mm,
would
mm, mm,
say, like absolutely delicious, right? It's like they're actually
mm.
very practical, but most of the time you're not really like these days you're not using them to build anymore. But back in the day, like so much infrastructure was made on the built on the femur. Back when it was cheap, you
Mm,
know.
mm. Yeah,
Mm.
but femurs are kind of like, you know, yeah, old construction buildings.
It's
They're
like,
not very durable, so if you live in an old building, I
mm.
highly suggest checking for femurs
Oh
in
yeah,
your
yeah,
building.
yeah. They
Mm, mm,
are
mm, mm,
legally
mm.
obligated to give you the documentation for that. Like if your house
Yeah,
needs like an
exactly.
upgrade from like the femurs in there, like they have to give you the documentation.
It is actually hazardous.
It's like the
Mm, mm.
asbestos of the bone world.
Yes, yes, yes. The asbestos of the bone construction world.
Indeed, indeed. Like I will say though, everybody loves one. You know,
Everybody
it's
does love one.
everybody
I
loves one. It's
agree.
a good gift. It's a good gift.
It's good. It's good to eat.
It's
You
good to
know.
eat. It's delicious. And where would you put it on the chart?
Um, I'd say this one's pretty jock. Like
It's pretty junk,
strictly
isn't
jock.
it? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's
Like
completely jock.
people really just enjoy a femur, don't they?
Yeah, but I'd say it's not so delicious that hipsters and goths like it.
Exactly, exactly.
Mm-mm-mm.
I mean, especially since it's so expensive.
Yeah, man, they
Mm.
used to be so cheap.
Right? I remember when you could just like pick up a femur on the market for just like 1 bill. Like,
Yeah,
those days are long
I
gone.
used to be able to like come home like with just an armful of femurs.
Exactly,
Mm.
exactly.
If you were gifted a femur, you'd fall head over heels.
Right? I mean, speaking of like, romantic gifts, and I feel like this
Mm,
one,
mm, mm,
it's really had an uptick recently. It's more
mm,
like a crafted thing. But like, how do you feel
mm.
about the bone hearts?
Bone hearts.
Yeah, the bone hearts.
Oh,
Hmm.
this is made of two hands, isn't
It
it?
is, it is. It's very artisanal, isn't it?
This is an art piece, isn't it? This
Yeah.
is hmm. I think this is an ironic I love you, but the fact that it's still a skeleton is because it's clearly not for eating, right?
No, no, no.
It's an
You don't eat
artisanal
it.
piece.
It's like a
Yeah,
declaration of
so
love. Like, you can kind of give it in place of like a love letter or like even like a proposal. Yeah, you can propose with all
yeah.
of these.
No, I'd say this feels really ironic. Like this is kind of campy.
It is pretty camp.
This is what our grandparents used to propose with, and like you can get bone hearts so cheap
Oh, but I
nowadays.
do think it has
Like
come back around with young hipster though. Like you see them on TikTok all the time.
yeah, I don't know though. Like you can get like fake bone hearts. You can get bone hearts for like $5, and
Oh
like
yeah,
little kids give
but
them to
those
their friends
aren't
all the
romantic
time.
though. Like like it kind of cheapens the experience. If you're
Yeah, but
buying a
it's like
mass-produced bone heart, you should at least like buy 2 hands and make one yourself.
your friend has a pair of panties with this printed. See, it's campy. It's campy. What bone would I use for a proposal? I would use a rib cage.
A rib cage is the most like one of the best gifts. It's the perfect gift.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I would use a rib cage.
Oh, or like even like sometimes the carved spine piece. That's pretty romantic too. Like I think that's always a good go-to for like proposal.
Yeah, I would honestly spine on a.
Yeah.
You know what? Actually, I'm a bit of a hopeless romantic, so I would give my spine.
Yeah. I mean,
I'll
like,
give my spine for the proposal.
there's nothing wrong with the classics now, is it? Right? Like, it's romantic for a reason. It would be
Is my audio okay?
Your audio should be okay.
Are the skeletons rattling my internet?
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! You sounded okay on my end, which is the confusing part. Usually, when your internet is being rattled, it starts being rattled for me too.
Do I sound robotic or something?
Okay. Try. Let's try just remaking the Discord call. 1 second. That might just fix it. Okay. Okay. How is neck now? How is neck now? Are we feeling better? Oh, wait, hold on. She's not saying anything. Oh, maybe it is the internet. Oh no. Now I can't hear Neg. Neg, Neg is not talking. I can't hear her either. Oh, there she is.
My room.
Oh, there's skeletons in her room.
There are skeletons in my room.
There's skeletons in her room.
Yeah, there are skeletons in my room.
Okay. How is she now? How's she now?
There are skeletons in my room.
Okay.
I have to whisper to hide from the skeletons.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's
so
okay.
For the rest of the stream, I have to whisper.
Oh,
there
it's
are
okay.
skeletons in my room.
The skeletons, they do come out at night, so that's very normal.
Yeah.
But it sounds like you're back to normal, so I think we're good now.
I am back to normal.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Like I will just turn up your voice a little bit to like make up for the skeleton avoidance,
Yes. That is okay. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's very good. Can you guys hear Nick now? She is whispering, but I have turned up her audio, so like you guys should be able to hear her.
Yes. Hello, there are skeletons in my room right now. I have to be very quiet. There are multiple skeletons. I cannot fight them all on my own.
Oh, that's too dangerous. That's too dangerous.
Yeah, it's way too dangerous. But the class course must go on.
Indeed.
So I hope that I can give you guys enough knowledge by the end of today's stream, so that you may rescue me.
Like I would say, like you are right. I don't think they're pretty hipster these days. The bone hearts.
Yeah.
I put them in the hipster cards. Like, how do you feel about them as a gift?
I think they are a gag gift, to be honest.
Honestly, these days, like I think they're romantic if they're done by you, but like your partner has to be like open to it.
Yeah, I think they are an ironic gift in my opinion.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah. They don't think I can survive Bone Lord prison.
Look, Neg is like a very trained soldier. She will never be taken to Bone Lord prison.
I will be fine, guys. I promise.
She has a lot of experience, a lot of training, lots of martial arts. Think God would appreciate bone hearts in an unironic way. Oh, we might have a God hipster case in that case.
Oh, that's true.
Actually a true point.
True. I feel like jocks would make fun of bone. You see,
they don't like bone hearts.
Yeah, they make fun of bone hearts. Maybe I'm the jock. Maybe I'm the jock that's making fun of the bone heart.
You're the jock. I mean,
bone hearts are for gods.
Like I think that like by extension, there's like one bone that I think is very much for jocks though, and I think you'll agree. Like maybe one of the most jock bones around. Naturally, the big bone. Would you agree? I think a big bone is a good bone,
Does it come with the human hand?
Oh no, the human hand is just for skill. know, it's not as delicious as some of the other
Mm.
common bones, but it's
Yes,
pretty good, isn't it?
it's very, very good if you boil it for very, very long. You need to
Mhm.
boil it for over 24 hours, but it makes great soup broth.
Indeed, indeed. It's great in soup, and like, if you're doing the slow cooker, that really
Uh, uh,
helps.
yes, yes, yes.
You're
We
confused about what's happening. I
we are
think
giving
it's
a
very
class on
clear,
bones.
you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just, sorting bones where they're supposed to go on like various
Hmm.
charts based on
Hmm.
practicality, deliciousness. The big bone,
Someone's
pretty
not
delicious.
someone's not educated on the skeleton war that's encroaching.
But I think it's also quite practical. Like, I think it's understated because it's a common gag gift, isn't it? It's like,
Mm, mm,
give the
mm,
big
mm,
bone to a
mm.
friend. But like, it's
Definitely.
actually quite good in construction.
Honestly,
Mhm.
I like keeping a big bone around because they are great for whacking your friends with.
Oh, there's actually a really niche subculture where they take the big
Mm.
bone and they carve into it to make anime figurines. Because like you actually have the material for it.
Oh, true. It's like wood carving, but with
Exactly,
bone.
exactly. Which
Yeah, yeah,
like I
yeah,
think
yeah,
is
yeah.
wonderful. Like it's such a lovely, lovely subculture.
I love Big Bone. I love Big
Yeah.
Bone so much.
I love Big Bone. Like, I know it's often given as a gaff gift, but like despite that, wouldn't you say everybody loves one?
I'd say everybody loves one.
Like
Oh,
I'd
Big Bone
say,
katanas are the best. Big Bone
oh
katanas are
yeah,
really the best.
100%.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Is that joke? Do we need a weep circle?
I think this is joke.
I think it's joke.
Honestly,
I think it's joke.
I
I
think it's
think
joke.
big bone is one of the most joke kind of
Wait,
bones.
actually,
Hmm?
I think Big Bone is hipster
Hipster
joke.
joke, that's true. It does have like its niche
Yeah,
subcultures.
yeah, because
Hmm.
hipsters are the ones that engage in the subcultures,
It's true,
but
it's true. They've
jocks
really made
take
it their own.
jocks take Big Bone at face value.
They use it for like the
Yeah,
bonking. While, the
yeah,
hipsters,
yeah,
they're
yeah, yeah,
using it for
yeah, yeah,
like,
yeah,
the carving.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Is hipster jokes
Big
just
Bone is
weeps? I
great.
think only in this situation.
Oh no, Rex Zodiac put his big bone in the steamer for too long and it became a regular bone.
Oh no, I hate when that happens.
Oh, what a waste of a big bone.
It's such a shame when they shrink in
Oh.
size.
Mm,
Oh,
mm, mm,
Rio, thank
mm.
you for the wait.
Rio!
Welcome in.
Rio-chan!
Sushi waits.
Rio-chan!
Oh, did you have
Welcome,
sushi? Welcome, waiters.
Rio-chan!
Welcome, waiters. I hope you had a good stream. What
Welcome.
were you doing? A sushi game? Sushi chatting? Killed it fire. I don't know this game. Have you heard of this one?
I don't know this game.
Okay. Welcome
I don't
in,
know that game.
waiters.
You should not kill a skeleton with fire, though.
No.
They are
It's
resistant.
very resistant to fire.
Mm, mm, mm,
So
mm,
waiters,
mm.
today I am Jouna. I'm a sea bunny. I usually play retro games, but today I'm joined by the lovely Nagnasu, who is a wolf, and we
Hello.
are judging bones in like various different categories. Practicality to deliciousness, giftability, as well as where they like land on the alignment charts. You know,
Mhm,
it's a
mhm.
very educational stream. But don't
Yes.
let its scientificness, scare you off, because I think we've made it very accessible to even somebody without, a bachelor's in bonology to understand.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct. And welcome, Raiders. I am Jordan's bone assistant,
Hmm.
and I guess the Real Chan's community already knows me. But on top of being Real's doggo,
Hmm.
I am Jordan's bone assistant,
Indeed,
and
indeed,
she's a bone surgery expert, and I am the premium bone identifier.
indeed, indeed. Like if
Yeah, they didn't know about my
you need
bone
somebody to like
qualifications.
sniff out a bone, like neck
Mm,
got
mm, mm,
this.
mm, mm. Mm,
That's how
mm,
you
mm.
do it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, every bone surgeon needs a dog.
Mhm. Something is resistant to fire, you're not using a fire. Well, here's the thing: you don't want to waste time when you're fighting a skeleton.
Mm,
Like,
mm,
are you
mm,
gonna
mm,
take
mm.
like waste time like deep grilling the skeleton? Because if you're using enough fire to like flash kill it, you are in danger yourself. That's just the risk you take.
Mm, 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 mm.
Hmm.
Did you know bones are very resistant to burn?
Oh yes, so is it to
Yeah,
burn. Like you don't want to
yeah,
waste time on that. Mm.
yeah. You really do not.
Indeed, indeed.
Mm.
And it's true. Neck can identify a bone by smell. Exactly. It's one of her greatest skills, if I may say so myself. Indeed, indeed. And for the waiters, like I think like the next one, is actually one that like everybody has an opinion on. So I think this is actually a very good one for the
Oh,
raiders coming in. You know,
oh,
like
true.
I believe you were the one who like suggested we specifically talk about this one today. And that's the
Yes,
leftover chicken bone.
leftover chicken bone. Yes,
Yes.
yes, yes, yes.
Mm.
So, so this particular bone is something that came up in a lot, like in heavy debate in my bonology culture study
Oh
class.
yes, yes, yes.
Um, and it's one that like it's one that leaves people wondering, you know, like does leftover chicken bone taste better with the leftover meat on it or without? You know,
It's the
because
eternal
it's kind of
question.
like a marinade. It's
It's
like a
true, it's
marinade.
true. Mm.
Yeah,
You know, they are dangerous, but they are quite delicious, aren't they?
they really. It's kind of like spicy. You know, it's like
Mm.
spicy food.
Indeed, indeed.
Uh.
Makes for good soup.
Mm.
Indeed, indeed. Like I do think that like the practicality is limited beyond food. You know, much like the
Yeah,
hands.
definitely.
Mm.
This is definitely. You'd be remiss if you didn't say dogs aren't allowed to eat these. I know, but they're so bad. But they're so good. But they're so bad for me. But they're so good. They're
It's
so
true, it's
bad
true.
for me.
Like
But they're so
Neck technically
good.
isn't allowed to eat these. You know,
They're
like
so bad for me. But they're so good. But they're so bad for me. But they're so good.
those are actually used in Bone Lord's prison a lot. That's true, that's true. As both food and contrabands. Like they make for good
Uh,
ships, is what I've heard.
yeah,
You know,
yeah,
they're good for
yeah,
stabbing.
yeah.
But like, you know, where would you put it as a gift though?
I I do not think you should gift this
That's what
to
I think.
people. I
It's a
think
bad
I
idea.
I think this is something that if you just happen to come across on
Mm-hmm.
your own,
Yeah.
you can use to eat. If you are a dog, you
Mm-hmm.
should not
You
eat
should
it.
not eat this if you are a dog.
I got into the bad habit of eating. Look, okay, I didn't used to
Mm-hmm.
eat leftover chicken bones. My parents warned me so much about people who would be offering me leftover chicken bones, like when I went off
Happens
to
all the
study at
time.
bone school.
You know, like you're
You know?
sitting by the table and you like, you know, the chicken
Yeah,
bones, they do look delicious. So like you're drooling a bit and
right.
people start offering them to you.
Look, I fell into a bad crowd. Okay, I'm trying to kick the habit.
Yeah.
I'm trying to kick the habit. Like
Mm.
it's
The
it's
chicken
it's
bone
so bad for
habits.
me.
Yeah.
Like my doctor told me that I really should stop eating these things. It's just, you know, what's
They're
one
not
more
good for
plate,
you, are they?
you know, once a month. And they're so cheap as well. It's kind of like, why would they sell these things in stores if they know that it could kill me and my kind, specifically dogs?
I mean, they certainly should be like checking your ID. You know, like it's like the age check. You know, like if you're under 18, well, you probably also should not be buying like leftover
Mm.
chicken bone.
Yeah, but it's like when I have my hat on, they just they forget to check, you know,
They
because they
forgot to
don't see the
check. They
dog
don't see the
ears.
dog ears. It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
an uncle died because the chicken bone had spores. That's the other thing. You know, they're so cheap. They don't always clean them properly.
Oh, true,
Mm.
true. Yeah, oh,
That's another
I'm
risk.
sorry about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't see
They
the
don't see
tail.
the tail light. Well, I mean, I might be tucking my tail into my jacket
Nick, it kind of
for
sounds like you're trying to get illegal chicken bones.
no, I mean they were sold to me at a legal tender, okay? It was the shopkeeper's fault for not checking my ID properly.
I'm not sure if that holds up in court, Neg.
It's not my fault if they don't choose to check my ID. I mean, look, like
Mhm.
anyone could be hiding ears or a tail somewhere.
I see, I see. It was you nearly sound like, you know, the people who do the testing, right? You know, like you're trying
uh,
to see if they're
uh,
checking properly.
See? Officer, these are disjointed hand bones, I swear.
The bone IRS is gonna get you, Nick.
No. I'm gonna lose my license, please. Jody, can you pull some strings? You're pretty high up in the organizations, right?
Look. I can do a lot, Nick, but I cannot cover you for you every time, you know? Like, if you keep making this mistake, they're gonna get suspicious.
Okay, I guess
Yeah.
I guess
You
I
have
have
to
to go
kick
to
the habit,
rehab
Nick.
for this then.
The chicken bone
I have a
rehab.
problem. I have a problem.
You do, but you know, admitting it is the first step. Exactly.
It's okay.
Mm,
Little baby steps, you know.
exactly.
Thank you everyone for being so supportive.
Exactly. You know, like it's
uh.
the BAA, the BA, the Bone Addicts Anonymous. You know. And there's
I'm
no
not,
no shame in that.
no shame, no shame. I'm not going to jail. Okay, I promise.
Mhm.
Look, if anyone's going to jail, it's gonna be it's gonna be the guy that sold me the chicken bone.
Indeed, indeed. Yeah, the logo is a steep, but it's very confusing because it's about chicken bone addiction.
Strange. Very, very strange.
Very strange. I wonder why they wonder why they went for that.
Bone addicts.
But speaking of like a bone that like, I think you can eat and I think it's okay to eat it.
Mm, mm, mm,
Because like we love the femur and like kind of the sequel to the femur is of
mm,
course the tibia, you know?
mm.
And like this is a good bone
FEMA was so
again.
good that
Yeah,
they made FEMA too.
exactly. They made femur twice.
Yeah.
So like kind of the
Although,
femur 2.0.
although, like hot take, FEMA's
Mhm.
still better than tibia.
It's true, it's true. Like it's too hard to beat the femur. Like
Like yeah, inflation made this FEMA harder to get for the regular person, but the tibia
mm,
is just an inferior copy, you
it's
know?
true, it's true. Like I mean it does like, fulfill demands where like these days the femur is too expensive for most people. But like it's
Mm.
if the femur is like the wagyu meat, it's like the tibia is like a regular steak.
Yeah, this one's a regular steak, and I mean like for most people anyway,
Mm,
most people are gonna enjoy a tibia. Like tibias are fine.
exactly,
Okay, tibias are
exactly.
fine.
And it's
But
true.
once you have
Some
a
people
FEMA,
actually like the tibia better, like the texture of it.
really,
Yeah, no,
really,
it's
how?
true, it's true. Like some people
How?
don't like the juiciness of the femur. Like once in a
Huh?
while you
Cause
do come
cause cause
across
the
it.
tibia is like crunchier, chewier.
Exactly.
Mm, 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 mm.
You know, tibia means warm in Spanish. I did actually not know that. They
I
are
did
actually
not know that
quite
either.
good when
Thank
they're
you for
heated
the
up. And it's true,
bone
they are
fact.
used in a lot of bone gel construction, which actually,
Mm,
makes it
mm.
very practical. Like, dare I say, like, pretty highly practical.
I would say so as well.
Hmm.
It's like a FEMA that you can and you want to use in construction.
Exactly. Like, one that's like,
Mm.
it's not a waste of femur when you're using it in construction.
Precisely, precisely.
Exactly, exactly. Like, then, like, would you say it's like maybe even a bit hipster? Because, like, if some people are actually saying they prefer to the femur, like, it's a bit of the hipster choice.
I'd say so, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is a bit of a hipster choice, but it's normal enough for it to be jock as well.
it's true, it's true. Like,
It's
it's on
very
the
strange. We're
edge.
getting a lot of hipster jock overlap.
It's true, like, and here we thought it wasn't gonna happen.
Right.
And, like, would you give the femur? I mean, a tibia? Of course you'd give the femur, like, that goes without saying.
I mean, tibia is a stocking filler.
It's a
Like
stocking
it's
filler.
fine.
That's what I'm
It's
thinking
perfectly
too.
fine.
Yeah. It does its job. It's out there. But, like, the
Yeah.
one thing with tibia, though, is that you have to be very careful where, it's very easy to confuse it with, like, something else on the market. Which is, of course, tibia
The
online.
FEMA.
Which is not a bone at all.
Please. This is giving me a reaction. The skeleton's gonna hear me.
Which isn't even a bone. So, like, if you see it on the
It
market,
is-
you really have to check the label
It is.
and
It
the
is not a.
ingredients.
It is definitely not a bone. It sure isn't a. Tibia online is a very good. It's a good time, but it is not a bone. Can we get an NAB check, not a bone check?
Yeah, not a bone. It's a nab, as we say. a real nab.
Yeah, that is a nab moment.
Yeah, indeed. Nab moment. I haven't heard of tibia online. That's okay. It's a very old MMO.
I've heard of it before.
It's like
I
kind
have
of
not played
RuneScape
it.
levels of like ancient online like free
Yeah.
MMOs.
I was not a tibia kid, but I have definitely seen tibia.
Oh yeah, it can go into hipster.
I don't know, man. I
There
don't
you
think
go.
we should be putting nabs
It
on the
probably shouldn't be on the chart though. That's actually a good point. I don't think we've put the other ones in the chart for the most part.
Oh, but I I still think it is a very, very, very important piece of information,
Mm.
to show the beginner bonyologists.
I mean, it's like, you need to make the distinction because if you don't check the ingredients, you might accidentally buy yourself a bag of TBA online instead of like a bag of TBS.
Exactly, and Tibia Online is not
It's
a
completely
bone, and
different.
you will find yourself getting scammed.
And if you're trying to give somebody a bone for Christmas, like it's embarrassing if you like walk up with TBA online, rookie mistake.
Which is you need to check your packages before you just buy.
Exactly.
They don't make them anymore, so they're true, but like scammers are everywhere.
Scammers are everywhere indeed. Oh my god, I'm crying.
No, it's okay. Tibia Online didn't use time cards.
It's once you bought your tibia, it happens all the time. Like I think the tibia is like one of those like I think a lot of us have been here. You're a kid, it's Christmas, and you ask your parents or your grandparents for a tibia, and they go to the store and
Oh,
they get you
tibia.
tibia. Like they get confused. Like your grandparents, they don't get it.
Tibito was my favorite tibia art.
To say whoever picked these, I hate you and your genus. I was the one who picked the bones for today's lecture.
This was Joru. She is a genius. That is why she is the ground professor.
Though I can't take credit for all of them because like Neck did add 2 bones, including the leftover chicken bone. And
yes.
I think it's a good time to take out Neck's other selection of the day, which I think is
Oh,
actually
boy.
a classic bone, and like I'm kind of embarrassed I forgot about it.
Very, very classic
the
bone.
SpongeBob bone. Like I nearly left out of the chart, which I really shouldn't have.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I wrote my master's thesis on the sponge bone.
Oh, and what was like your thesis about? Like, what was your like statement, your hypothesis?
My hypothesis was about the practicality of the sponge bone.
Oh, and like it is quite underutilized. You don't often see it for sale. Like, what's practical uses would you say it has?
So I don't know if you know, but Stonehenge.
Oh yes,
right?
SpongeBob.
It actually used to be Spongehenge.
I did not know that. Like
Yeah.
Stonehenge has like so many things like covering it up. Like the fact that it was SpongeBob, like that doesn't actually surprise me.
There used to be sponge bones, but the bone lord didn't want us to have access to. So the sponge bone, there used to be large sponge bones, and you see the cavities in them, right? When the wind whistles through them, it's kind of like a war cry for the bone lord.
Oh.
Yeah,
it's like kind of like raising the morale for the troops, isn't it? Like how we might use a drummer. The bone lord uses sponge bone. Like its eerie whistling is like almost like a song of war.
Yes, exactly. And that is how they know that they are ready for battle. And that is why I think recently there's a cartoon called SpongeBob, isn't there?
I have heard of that. Like, doesn't he have like a famous quote that like it's quite similar
like
to
I'm
it?
ready, I'm ready, I'm ready.
It's fascinating like how much of like our pop culture is like rooted in history like this,
Right. It's all rooted in bone history. And like his I'm ready quote is actually a reference to the fact that the whistling is a battle cry.
It is, and like these days we kind of forget about the terror that like people used to feel when they saw SpongeBob.
Exactly. I do think that SpongeBob was also Bone Lord propaganda though, because it's making kids more comfortable with seeing the SpongeBob shape.
Oh yeah, they make it like kids think that the SpongeBob isn't like an omen of war.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if you see a SpongeBob in real life, you are basically going to die.
Pretty much. And so the Bone Lord wants to make us complacent with the existence of SpongeBob. SpongeBones only exist at times of war.
Exactly. Now, where would you rank it on the practicality, though? Because you did say Stonehenge was made with a sponge bone.
Stonehenge actually, they are sponge bones. They are sponge bones that after we won the first skeleton war, the sponge bone, the cavities of the sponge bone, they were all covered up.
Nature truly is beautiful, isn't it? Like the way sometimes
nature's healing itself,
So like in that case, like, where would you like kind of put it on the scale of like the main one? Because like you wrote the thesis, like, so I feel you have like the expertise
Mm.
for this one.
I think sponge bones are a wonderful instrument to learn how to
Hmm.
play.
Yes, yes.
Um, it's a little bit of a controversial one, so before I put it on the scale, I'd say it's absolutely goth.
Oh,
Like it is
100%
pure
goth.
goth.
This is a pure
Yeah,
goth
this
bone. Like we haven't had a lot of them because like we all know that bones are just so mainstream, which means that
right,
like
right,
most bones
right.
don't write out being goths, you know. But the
This one is
SpongeBob
purely
though,
goth because a
yes.
lot of goths know the history of this
Mm-hmm.
bone, right?
Yeah.
And so I think they are trying to co-opt this as sort of like their own battle cry, so to
Oh
speak.
yes, yes, yes.
And there's a lot of art to do with the sponge bone as well. All the
Mm-hmm.
art with sponge bones, it's usually very, very niche.
Oh yes, yes, yes. Like you
Yeah,
don't see
yes,
a lot
yes,
of
yes,
it.
yes, yes. Yes.
Oh, it is beautiful.
Just because it's such a terror, you know.
Mm-hmm. That
Yeah.
that's it. Like
A lot of adults
I wonder
they
though
see the
because like
sponge
it's
bone.
such an omen of war. Like would this like be categorized as sent to someone you hate?
I I don't actually it depends on how old they are because you know all the
Mm-hmm.
kids these days they see SpongeBob and there's a reason why
Oh, they
parents
probably
don't want their
think of it
kids
as
to
a
watch
as a
SpongeBob.
gag gift, right? Like the kids
Yeah,
probably
they
see it
think
as
of
a
it as a
gag.
gag gift,
The
but like
older
if you send it to
generation, yeah.
you send it to a boomer would be so scared.
Oh no, I actually saw like it's really sad. Like I think I saw a TikTok of that, like where the kid gave their grandma a sponge bone, and the grandma like she just had like she started screaming. She was extremely frightened.
Yeah, like and she couldn't believe that her own grandchild would do that to
Mm.
her.
It's a very
Yeah.
different time.
It really is a very different time, and I think not no, a lot of the history about the Sponge Bone was actually destroyed by the Bone Lord and his troops.
It's true, it's true. Like
Mm,
we've kind of gotten a little bit complacent with the sponge bone. Like we kind of
So
have stopped fearing them.
yeah, so I don't particularly think the Sponge Bone is practical in like the
Mm-hmm.
traditional sense of practicality,
Yes.
right? But I do think that the Sponge Bone is something that we as a culture, we as a
Mm-hmm.
society must study.
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes. So like just as its educational value, I would put it halfway.
Halfway? Okay, okay, okay.
Yes, halfway.
It's like halfway up practical, but not very edible though, is it, right?
Yeah, no, you
Yeah.
would not eat a sponge bone.
No, that's what I think.
No, no, no. It is not
Okay.
spongy.
And then like
Contrary to what it sounds
as for
like.
giftability, would you just say like squarely a bad idea?
Squarely a bad idea.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. That makes
Yeah,
sense to me.
if you send it to someone you hate, you risk getting reported as
Oh
well.
yes, no, they can
Yes,
actually
yes,
call the cops
yes.
on you for that.
Yes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
This is
Squarely.
squarely. This is a jailable offense.
Indeed, indeed. In some countries they actually have very severe punishments for this. So like, do be careful.
Yes. Yes. And even if you are just like carrying your own sponge
Mm-hmm.
bone just for your own educational purposes, like we have a sponge bone,
Yeah, yeah.
because we are,
Oh, it's in the lab,
you know, we're yeah, yeah, it's in the lab. Like we are an educational scientific institution,
Indeed,
right?
indeed. We
But
study it.
like it's it's very hard for an individual to have certification to keep a sponge bone. So if you don't have a license for that, please keep it secret. You can get arrested.
Indeed, indeed. Now, like,
Yes, yes, yes.
I do have like our final bone of tonight, and like I think
Yes.
this one is not strictly like a single bone, but it's one we see so often on the marketplace,
Yes,
and that
yes,
is of course
yes.
the bag of bones. You know,
Oh, the good old mystery bag of
good
bones.
old mystery bag of
This is
bones. Like you kind of love
this
it. It's
is
like a lottery. You don't really know what you're gonna get.
bone gacha.
It's a bone gacha, right?
Yeah. Is that that one Genshin Impact that all the kids are talking about?
Oh, that's a common mistake, but it's actually
Gen
Genshin Impact.
Shin? Oh, like
Yeah,
Shin.
like the Shinbone,
Oh,
like it's
the
very like,
Shin.
easily confused with like the other version that is
Ah,
not about bones at all.
yeah, yeah, yeah. You're right. You're
Yeah, yeah,
right.
yeah.
This one's Genshin Impact.
Yeah, and like
Yeah,
when
yeah,
you like
yeah.
pull like to the temple, they do pull out the bag of bones and like all the bones go flying out. And like it's really great, like you can kind of
Ah,
tell like beforehand which ones are gonna be the SSRs or the URs because they're
yeah,
like
yeah,
just a
yeah,
little bit
yeah.
shinier than the others, right?
Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh man. Oh man. I would hate to get addicted to this.
Right? Like I mean, like it's it's a tricky one, and like I think in the end, like all of us, we love the Bag of Bones. Like I get Bone Battle Pass. I've been buying Bone Battle Pass in my life as well. Um,
I chose to stay away from this. If I want to get bones. I want to know what bone I'm getting.
Oh, here's the thing though, isn't like kind of the thrill of the game not knowing what you're gonna get? Because like,
I guess
the
so.
new year's
Like you
coming
could get
up.
a.
And like in Japan, there is the tradition of the fukubukuro or the lucky bag. But they also of
That's
course have
true.
like the honebukuro, which is the bag of bones. You know? And like
That is
I
true.
do
That is
love to
true.
get like my honebukuro at the start of the year because like
Yes.
it's but it is a scam because you kind of look at the contents of the bag and you're like, I would not buy any of these individually.
No, actually, like there is a chance for you to get a rib cage for the price of a female.
That's the thing though, like they do advertise that, like like 1
Yeah,
in 10 bags has like the ribcage in it.
1 in 10 bags.
Oh,
That is BS. That I
I
have
mean, the
I've
sad
pulled
thing
so many of
is,
these.
like they say 1 in 10, but like I'm pretty sure it's like 1 in 100.
Yeah, I think it's one in
I never
hundreds.
get that lucky. The weights are lying. Exactly, exactly.
Yeah. I heard though, like there was this once,
Hmm.
skeletons were hiding in bag of bones
Hmm.
and attacking people in their homes.
Oh no. Oh,
Yeah,
that Bone Lord, like
yeah,
the kind of schemes he thinks of too. Because, like, the bag of bones is supposed to be a joyous thing, You give it to children.
yeah,
To think you put a
yeah.
skeleton inside of it.
But there is I do think there is a point to it though. There is a fear of like if you put so many some cheap bag of bones, right? If you put so many untreated bones together, there is a
Or they
chance that
can
they will
coalesce.
regenerate.
That's true.
Yeah, they
They
will regraft themselves.
and then like you do sometimes get the Bomagum, where like you get the amalgam of bones that like starts mutating together, and it's actually worse than a
Oh yeah.
skeleton.
It is so bad. It is so bad. Like that could be an entirely separate bone for us to look at.
Yeah, like the cheap bag
Yeah.
of bones, like that is just you send that to someone you hate because they think they're getting the present of a lifetime, but like
Well, I know instead that they are getting death. They
yeah,
are
they're
getting a
getting that. They're
skeleton.
getting a skeleton in a
Yeah.
bag, which is frankly the worst gift you can give to somebody.
Yeah. I don't know though. I just don't think bag of bones are safe anymore. You know,
Uh,
people have been putting skeletons
I
in
mean,
bag of
but I
bones.
have heard that that's like a bit of a rumor, though. Like every year it's on the news, like when you go out, for Christmas or like for Halloween,
Mm,
people are putting
mm.
skeletons in their bag of bones. But like over the years, how many documented cases have there actually been?
I mean, I guess because it makes it to the news, it's scary,
It sounds
right?
like a
And you
lot
wouldn't want to
more,
risk
doesn't
it.
it? Yeah,
Yeah, because if people become complacent with it, then it's more likely for the Bone Lord to sneak skeletons into bag of bones.
that's true. That's true. Like under normal circumstances, I'd say bag of bones is like the perfect gift because everybody loves it. But you
Right,
know,
but it's just
well,
people ruin things,
if you
you
get it from
know?
like a trusted licensed seller of bag of bones,
Mm, mm,
unopened, it's very
mm,
important. Like you need a seal on
mm,
it, so nobody has tampered and put a skeleton in your bag of bones.
mm,
Like, would you
mm,
say it's
mm.
still safe? Because I do think it's like a fun little gamble.
I think it is safe. I think although I do think it falls into stocking filler territory.
That's fair. That's fair. Also
Cause like
because the value
giving
isn't
some
always there.
yeah, like giving someone a bag of bones is kind of like saying I don't know what to give you.
Oh yeah, that's true. It's the Bath and Body Works of bones, isn't it? It's like like everybody gets one, and like you have like your secret Santa for your aunt, and like you don't know what she's into, but she'll probably like
Right?
opening the bag of bones.
Right.
Like that much, because everybody loves
Like
opening the bag of
yeah,
bones.
everyone likes opening bag of bones.
Exactly.
Everyone likes a Genshin in bag.
And because it's like a bit of a mixed bag, like they are quite delicious usually. Like, they
Right,
don't
right. I
usually put
mean,
like the really like, you're not gonna get like a Vomer in a bag of bones.
right,
Nobody
right.
steeps that like low.
Oh yeah, no. Can you imagine a bag of bones just filled with Volmers?
Oh, like, Vomer infestation. Like, if the bag of bones wasn't sealed properly and it's
Ah.
just like full of Vomers.
I would
Ah,
be so upset. The moment you open that bag of bones
Vomers
and
spill
then
out.
a puff of vomers just like
Ah,
goes
the
straight up your
Vomer
nose.
dust, yo. Ooh,
Ah, yikes.
really hate to see
Although
it.
although would you say it's a good idea to buy a bag of bones and then immediately just drop it into a bowl of soup?
Oh, I
Like
mean,
a boiling pot?
oh,
Because
I
I
actually
know that a lot of
heard.
soup kitchens,
Mm-hmm,
they buy bag of bones in bulk and
mm-hmm.
they drop it into soup broth.
Oh, like I have heard that, like, at some universities, it's actually kind of like a popular game where like
Mm,
everybody brings a bag of bones and then they grab
mm.
into it like at random and like put it in the hot pot. because you don't know what you're going to
yeah,
get. You know, it's like a mystery
Yummy
bone
Hone.
bot. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
yummy
yeah,
hone.
yeah. Hone nabe.
Hone nabe.
Yeah. I've heard of that. I've heard of that. Mm,
That can cause major mutations. But that's why, of course,
yeah.
everybody has to get their bones from like a proper safe dealer. Like
Right,
somebody
right.
who has like certification and all that.
And that's why it's like such a college kid thing as
Hmm.
well, because like,
Oh, you
you
like living
know,
a little bit dangerously, aren't you? Like if you're gonna like
right.
accidentally wind up with a foamer the next day, like you better do it in college, right?
Yeah, in college where like your entire dorm just ends up with a Voma infestation.
Exactly, and like at least the colleges they have a guy on campus who can deal with that.
Yeah, it's irresponsible for a college campus to not have a Voma guy.
Indeed,
Mm,
like honestly, like why wouldn't you have a foamer guy on call? Because like it's college,
right? You
It's
binge a lot of bone pack opening videos on YouTube.
and I mean they're addicting to watch, because you get all of the thrill without like actually having
Right.
to like buy the bone packs yourself.
No, but I think some of them are sponsored. I swear they win rib cages
They
way more
do
often
win a
than they
lot more,
should.
and I feel like they get like a lot more credits.
Right.
So they can like, open so many more of them. Like, sometimes I wonder like if we just don't see the ones that like are like the duds if they're like off camera.
Yeah, maybe it's just a highlight cut. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just don't trust them. I don't trust the bag of bone
Mm-mm.
tubers.
I just think the bags are overpriced. Oh, they definitely are. They are a rip-off. Like you never get your value for
Mm.
money out of the bag of
Yeah.
bones. Like you buy them for the
Yeah.
thrill, for the nostalgia, like as a kid going to the store and buying like a mini bag of bones. It's kind of exciting, isn't it, with your pocket money?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like you buy it when you don't know what you want to buy. This is why
Yeah.
it's like a perfect stocking filler, you know?
Exactly.
Mm, 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 mm.
Like I do think though it's a fun one. Like
Mm,
I
mm, mm.
sometimes, I just see like a bag of bones in the store, like behind the cashier, and I'm like, maybe today I'll buy one. Just see what I get.
Yeah, just maybe it's like a scratchy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know?
This guy, you gotta watch him live. Oh, true. True.
Oh,
There's a
that's
lot
true,
of
that's
live
true.
streamers that
They
that
can't
get that
edit
get a
that
lot of
away.
hits. Yeah.
But even those sometimes feel kind of rigged, right? Like especially if they got a sponsorship code. Like are they not like
Right?
sending them the
Right?
good bags of bones?
Like we could never do bag of own opening streams because
No. Like we work
we
in the
could
field.
we
We're
could
too
lose our
critical.
licenses, you
Yeah.
know?
We cannot lie
Yeah.
about these things. Like we'd lose our
Mm,
job.
mm, mm. Right.
Exactly. Like, there's so much that goes into bonology, and like this is just scratching the surface. But like I think
This
looking at the
I hope
charts, I feel like a lot of you learned a lot today.
I hope we rattled your bones tonight.
And hopefully after being rattled, you'll get the inspiration to go out there and rattle some bones and defeat the bone lords.
Yeah. Rattle some bones with your own hands. This was an
Exactly.
introductory lecture.
There's so
And if
much
you're
more, but like
yeah.
this is just to get you interested. You can like sign up at the exit. There will be like some fellow bonology students who will be like taking like email addresses and all that kind of stuff. So if you want to like
Mm.
apply to our university, we do need like the research grants. So
Please apply. We need grants so much. Please join our university. We will
like
give you a free, for those who sign up within the next five minutes. We will give you a free bag of bones.
free bag of bones. And
Free bag of
I
bones.
promise, like all of them are guaranteed to have like at least one good bone in them. Like at least one high
Yes.
quality bone.
Yes. At least one good bone. At least one tibia tier bone.
Exactly. Like at least a tibia, and not tibia online. Like an actual bone.
The university begging part of the lecture. No. You can't say that. Wasn't this lecture useful to you?
You had a good time. You learned so much tonight, haven't you? Oh, the rare bone waifu. I mean, the bone waifu. Like that's I've seen the bone waifu.
Ah, yeah, the bone waifu.
I haven't been
You
lucky.
can't
I
trust
haven't
the
pulled
bone
one
waifu.
yet.
Do not trust the sexy skeleton.
No, like the bone waifu is actually bone lord propaganda. You got 3 vomers in your bag of bones. You got a bad bag of bones. That's that's
Yeah,
that's not
that was. It is illegal to put vomas in bag of
yeah,
bones.
you really got to
Yeah,
check that out.
yeah. It's I'm sorry to say, but yeah, I think you got a civil lawsuit case on your hands.
Exactly.
Mm,
Um,
mm, mm.
I do believe that, like, especially in your like nook of the world, like the skeletons, they are angrier after a certain point in the dark, right? Like, I
Right.
I think we're kind of testing them a little bit. So perhaps, out of
Yeah,
safety concerns, we should
I
consider
should
wrapping it
probably.
up, right?
Yeah, we should probably wrap it up. The skeletons get angrier and angrier the later it gets into
Yeah,
night.
and like we don't want Neck
Yeah,
to be under siege again, you know? Like she
yeah,
got away this time, but like, well, she'll get away next time.
I
But
will. The skeletons that were in my room, they've left, but I hope that they don't come back. I think they might come back if I get too loud.
exactly. And it's a real
Yes, yes,
risk,
yes,
once the Bone Lord
yes.
knows where you live,
Mm.
the skeleton armies will keep coming. So
I need to change my address.
I can't believe the Bone Lord's minions, like, reported the stream to Big Little Bone, It's a dangerous field we work in.
If Jory gets banned tomorrow, you'll know who did
Oh,
this.
it's Big Bone behind it.
It's always Big Bone.
All evils in this world are caused by Big Bone. But yeah, I think we should probably wrap. Since you're our
Mm,
guest tonight, while I clean up, the whiteboard and all that, do you have anybody we
yes.
could wade into?
Oh, no one on my following list is streaming
Uh-oh.
right now.
Well, I can check
Oh,
myself. Just give me a moment.
oh.
This is
What about?
definitely a lot later than you usually streams.
Yes. Why don't we ask the class?
A
Well,
class.
who do you guys think of rating?
Class, what would you like to wade into today, class?
Yeah, who do you think is a certified meat sack supporter?
When the stream started, I thought they won't really talk about bones. So, you came to a bone lab. Like, what did you think you were going to talk about?
This is a bone lab. We specialize in bones.
We are extremely professional, class.
You're gonna say Joru was streaming? I know. I was about to suggest Joru as well.
Wait, the Bone Lord. I don't think the Bone Lord is streaming. Olivia Monwell? Yeah, we can wait her. One second, let me just set it up. But this was fun. I'm glad you guys had a good time, Like, I think our field of
so much
work
fun.
is, like, underappreciated. So it's good to see, all of you coming out here and learning together with us.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Thank you so much for inviting me into your lab again, Joru.
Yeah, of course. And thank you so much for coming today. I had a really good time.
I learned so much, you know.
Same.
You
You
just
learn
never
something new
know where
every
your
day.
gaps are.
Exactly. Let me. Oh, there we go. Select the weight. For a weight phrase, let's say down with the Bone Lord.
Down with the Bone Lord, yes.
I think that will work.
Down with the Bone Lord.
Nick, is there anything you'd like to promote? Anything you've got going up? Coming up before we go?
I don't particularly have anything I'm going up. I have another collab during the day to tomorrow.
Okay.
But I will be pinging my Discord server about it. If you enjoyed me, I am Negnasu. I didn't really introduce myself, did I?
Yeah, let me give you a shout out again before we wrap up as well.
I like doing whatever the heck I like on stream. I like playing retro games. And I like playing scrungy games.
Scrungy games are good.
Yeah, I like playing horror games and I like playing kusoge, and I like playing retro games that can kind of sometimes become kusoge.
I guess for the neck balls here that don't know me, I also play a lot of retro games, and I do weird stuff like this sometimes.
Yeah, me too.
I guess that's what it comes down to.
Wait, Jory, are you free this Friday by any chance?
I am doing a large presentation about Comic Cats.
Oh, never mind.
What are you up to?
I'm don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I think we waited out. So 1 second. Let me open up Olivia as well and end the stream on our site. 1 second.
Yes.
Goodbye, anybody who's watching.
Awkward. That's so awkward.